The first thing you did after being reborn before the apocalypse was to trick your best friend into giving up his SSS-level divine ability for a $3 bottle of soda. Yet, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he kowtowed and acknowledged you as his godfather. This was because, in your previous life, you had dedicated yourself to helping him become a hegemon in the apocalypse. But the moment he reached the top, he chopped off your limbs, threw you into a horde of zombies, and watched as countless zombies tore you to pieces, bite by bite, until you died. Now, having a second chance at life, you are determined to make him pay with blood. At this moment, you stand in your modified room, watching countless meteor showers strike the earth outside, igniting the entire city. Countless people run, screaming, crying, and letting out desperate shouts. The cruelty of the previous apocalypse is replaying, yet your heart remains unruffled. Instead, you look at the meteorites on the ground, lost in thought. This is because you know that blood-red star crystals will be mixed within the meteorites, and each crystal can yield items needed after the apocalypse, perhaps extraordinary supplies, equipment, weapons, or even abilities that transcend the mundane. And your best friend, Lin Tianfeng, who caused your death, obtained an SSS-level ability from one of these. Suddenly, an urgent knocking sounded at the door, accompanied by someone cursing, "Open the door quickly, let me in." Hearing this, you frowned, instantly recalling a past event from your previous life. Outside the door was Dong Jun, the community security guard, who had survived the first few hours of the apocalypse by being on duty in the underground parking lot. In your previous life, you let Dong Jun in, and at first, he was immensely grateful. But as food dwindled, Dong Jun showed his true colors, enslaving others with his strong physique. A month later, when the meteor shower ended, you were too weak from hunger to search for supplies. Seeing no movement inside, Dong Jun started shouting impatiently, "Zhaoyin, I know you're in there, open the door quickly, or I'll smash it down." You sneered, grabbed your bone cleaver, and after opening the small window on the door, asked, "Is that Brother Dong? Come closer so I can see clearly. What if it's a bad person?" Seeing this, Dong Jun immediately approached the small window, saying, "It's me, Dong Jun, Brother Zhaoyin, as long as you open the door, I'll do anything." But as he got closer, he was met with a bone cleaver extending from the window, piercing into his eye socket. You, inside the room, pulled back the bone cleaver and quickly sealed the window. After all this, you acted as if nothing had happened, leisurely brewing coffee. And for the next few days, no one came to bother you again. In a flash, it was the 30th day after the apocalypse arrived. The meteor shower had stopped, and thin smoke rose everywhere in the city. Wearing a gas mask, with some food and water simply packed in your backpack, you carried the bone cleaver and headed straight for the Guangzhou No. 2 middle school staff compound. There were corpses everywhere along the way, yet these bodies had not decomposed despite the high temperatures. Because you knew that tonight, at midnight, all the dead would rise, devour flesh and star crystals to mutate, and eventually evolve into the nightmares of survivors. Suddenly, your steps paused. Not far ahead, within a meteorite crater, a faint crimson light refracted. You quickly jumped into the crater and began digging with your bone-cutting knife. A moment later, a crimson crystal was clutched in your hand. You hadn't expected to find the first star crystal so quickly. Only in the very beginning of the apocalypse did star crystals exist on the surface. With the zombie outbreak tonight at midnight, all surface star crystals would be devoured by zombies, and to obtain them, one would have to kill zombies and retrieve them from their bodies. Subsequently, you placed the star crystal on a piece of concrete, raised your bone-cutting knife, and struck it forcefully. With a crack, several fissures appeared on the star crystal, followed by a burst of white light. A green military uniform top appeared in its place. It was actually a piece of equipment. Although only F grade, its toughness was extraordinary. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in your eyes. You immediately put on the uniform, and a sense of security instantly enveloped you. Afterward, you carried your bone-cutting knife and went downstairs to Lin Tianfeng's building. Based on the time, today was when Lin Tianfeng would obtain the soul of contract, so you should be able to catch him. At this moment, carrying a kitchen knife, he stared blankly at the devastated world. Fresh blood still stained his white t-shirt. He looked at the apocalypse before him, let out a loud roar, and suddenly started yelling frantically, "I'll fuck your mother." Then, summoning his courage, he cautiously walked forward. He had the guts to go out, not because he was incredibly brave, but because if he didn't eat soon, he would starve to death. Suddenly, a cry for help came from the ruins not far away. Hearing this, Lin Tianfeng's dazed expression cleared a bit, and he walked over. It was a collapsed family apartment building, and the sound came from the lowest floor. Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely, "Do you have any food?" "Everything edible is gone." "I'll definitely treat you to a big meal at Fulin Tower once I get out." The woman's voice barely concealed her excitement. A hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Tianfeng's mouth, and he turned to leave. Without food, why would he expend effort to save someone? Seeing this, the woman inside immediately became anxious. "Please, save my child." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Tianfeng's lips. The woman's voice was strong, so she must not have been very hungry. As Lin Tianfeng moved block after block of concrete debris, inside was an uncollapsed kitchen where a dirty woman sat on the ground, cradling a baby. Before the woman could even express her gratitude, Lin Tianfeng eagerly crawled in, desperately searching. After confirming there was no food, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and he looked at the woman. "Why didn't you leave some food?" The woman instinctively recoiled, and the baby in her arms also began to cry loudly. "Aren't we getting out now? What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." Seeing this, Lin Tianfeng's gaze grew colder and colder. He looked at the baby in the woman's arms and asked, "Where's the baby formula?" The formula was in the bedroom, which collapsed long ago. "The child surviving is my life." The woman's voice suddenly faltered under Lin Tianfeng's gaze. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng's gaze dropped, and he instantly understood something. He gulped, then walked directly towards the woman. "Big brother, help!" Amidst the woman's horrified screams, Lin Tianfeng snatched the baby from her hands, threw it on the ground, and tore the woman's clothes. 10 minutes later, Lin Tianfeng got up. After eating and drinking his fill, he felt much more energetic. Once released, the woman crawled towards the baby on the ground, only to find it had long since stopped breathing. She immediately burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Lin Tianfeng roared, "Stop your damn crying. The child's death is a release, you should thank me." The woman trembled all over and slowly looked up at Lin Tianfeng, her clear eyes filled with venom. Seeing this, Lin Tianfeng slapped her across the face. "Do you want to die too? How dare you look at me with that gaze? From now on, you'll be my larder." With that, Lin Tianfeng tied her hands behind her back and dragged her away. The woman remained silent throughout, neither resisting nor making a sound, just walking numbly forward. Downstairs, you took a packet of instant noodles from your backpack and started eating it with a bottle of soda. Suddenly, your expression froze. You saw Lin Tianfeng pick up a blood-red crystal from the meteorite crater, his face full of doubt, as if he sensed the crystal's uniqueness. Seeing this, you quickly got up and came behind him, calling out, "Teacher Lin, is that you?" Hearing the voice, Lin Tianfeng turned around, looked at your smiling face, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you." In truth, he couldn't recall who you were, but as long as you weren't here to snatch his larder, it was fine. At this point, you feigned an inadvertent sigh, pointed at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand, and asked, "What is this?" Lin Tianfeng quickly put the star crystal into his pocket and chuckled, "Just a little trinket I found, keeping it as a souvenir." You smiled and raised the soda in your hand. It's the end of the world, and Teacher Lin is still interested in handicrafts. Truly a scholar. With that, you turned and walked away. Seeing this, Lin Tianfeng then realized you actually had a drink and quickly shouted, "Brother, wait a moment. Since you're interested in this thing, how about I trade it for the drink in your hand?" Unexpectedly, your face darkened. "Do you think I'm stupid? Trading something useless for mine?" Hearing this, Lin Tianfeng pleaded, "Brother, give me that sip of drink, and you'll be my big brother from now on. Besides, you must have plenty more food in your bag, right?" When he looked at your backpack, his eyes were filled with greed. Seeing this, you understood that the time was right. Since Teacher Lin wants it so badly, let's trade. Seeing your promptness, Lin Tianfeng's greed intensified, and he handed over the crystal. "Big brother, can we go together? More people mean more safety." You casually tossed the drink to him, put the crystal in your pocket, and said, "No, I don't like people calling me Big Brother." Then you turned and left. Now, hearing his neighbor call him Big Brother, he wanted to slice him into 1,000 pieces. But he wasn't sure if this heart scripture was indeed the soul of contract, so he had to keep his dog life for now. After reaching a corner with a broken wall, you directly smashed open the star crystal. This time, instead of white light, a golden glow erupted, lasting a full minute before dissipating. A small golden bottle appeared in its place. You quickly picked it up and uncorked it. The moment it opened, you felt your soul tremble. It was that terrifying aura, only detectable in SSS-level ability users. Even with your firm willpower, you couldn't help but shiver. You tilted your head back and drank the golden liquid directly. Instantly, a cool sensation spread throughout your body, and your mind gradually cleared. Tiny grains of sand hundreds of meters away were now incredibly clear within 1,000 meters. No rustle of wind or grass could escape your perception. This was merely the secondary effect of the soul of contract. Its true ability was to enslave any life form other than humans, without limitations on level or quantity. As long as one's strength was sufficient, an army of mutated beasts could be formed, sweeping through the apocalypse. The downside was that before contracting a mutated beast, one was just an ordinary person. Just like Lin Tianfeng in the previous life, even after becoming an SSS-level ability user, he was almost crushed to death by a wall. The next thing he had to do was find enough heart scriptures to improve his strength, and then seek out mutated beasts to subdue and contract. Of course, there was an even more important matter: killing Lin Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng sat on a piece of concrete, tearing open a woman's clothes and guzzling down water. Suddenly, a butcher's knife rested on the back of his neck. "Stop eating." Hearing this, Lin Tianfeng instantly froze, quickly shouting, "Big Brother, I haven't offended you, have I? We have no grievances." Seeing this, you sneered, and 2 quick stabs pierced through his shoulder blades. In pain, Lin Tianfeng immediately cursed, "Big Brother, I fucking hate you." The heart-wrenching pain twisted his face. You grabbed his hair, looking at him coldly. "Does it hurt? Good, it's going to hurt more." Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth and cursed, "If you want this woman, just take her." You said coldly, "I only want your life." With that, you plunged a knife into Lin Tianfeng's jaw, twisting it forcefully, brutally cutting out his tongue. Lin Tianfeng's face was filled with terror. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but couldn't utter a single word, only able to forcefully kowtow for mercy. In just a few attempts, his forehead was broken. Seeing this, you said coldly, "Lin Tianfeng, I swore I would tear you to shreds." With that, you swiftly struck, slicing his eye, then striking again and again until you were breathless and stopped. Suddenly, you saw the woman beside you with a look of pure delight on her face, and you also wanted to act. The woman quickly nodded, a mad look on her grimy face. As a result, the butcher's knife rushed forward. You sat on a broken piece of concrete, lit a cigarette, and watched quietly. A few minutes later, Lin Tianfeng had been chopped into a pulp, the woman already limp with tears, still slowly hacking away, knife after knife. You saw that it was about done, stepped forward to retrieve the knife, ignored the woman, and turned to leave. With your great revenge exacted, it was as if some shackles had been mystically lifted, and you felt much lighter. At this moment, only about 10 hours remained until the zombie outbreak, and you had to find more star crystals before it happened. However, by nightfall, you had only found 5 crystals, 3 of which were for daily necessities. Fortunately, you unboxed a butterfly knife, though only F grade. Its blade could easily cut through meteorites. But the last item utterly surprised you. It was a pair of black fishnet stockings. Were you, a dignified 7-foot man, supposed to wear these? No, you'd rather be bitten to death by zombies than wear such a thing. You raised your hand and tossed the fishnet stockings a dozen meters away. Although they looked beyond F grade, wearing them would add an extra layer of security. Should you just try them on once to see? As you thought, you returned to where you'd thrown the fishnet stockings, picked them up with a look of disgust, and then quickly put them on. In your previous life, you hadn't seen such fishnet stockings, and without your past life's Be Great Eye of Truth ability, you could only try them to know their effect. Then, you pushed off the ground slightly, and in an instant, you darted nearly 100 meters away. This effect made you immensely joyful. After all, if worn underneath, no one would know. This was definitely a top-tier piece of equipment. It was no longer wise to blindly search for more heart sutras. It was time to retrieve Yuan's great ability, Eye of Truth. That place was an old zoo site, and you still remembered its exact location, about a dozen kilometers from here. Additionally, there was a mutated monkey there. So, the purpose of this trip was twofold: to retrieve the Eye of Truth and to contract your first mutated beast. With the speed bonus from the fishnet stockings, you arrived at the old zoo site 20 minutes later. The zoo was eerily silent, with human and animal corpses everywhere. That monkey was incredibly cunning, almost beyond imagination. In your previous life, you had put in immense effort to help Lin Tianfeng catch it, failing several times. Finally, you purchased a special animal trap with a large sum of money to capture it. Its growth talent was astonishing, but tragically, it died in the second year of the apocalypse while saving Lin Tianfeng. The top priority was to get the Eye of Truth first, which was an inconspicuous meteorite crater. You jumped down quickly after arriving, but the next moment, your expression froze. The place where the sutra was supposed to be was empty. You couldn't believe it, picking up your bone-cutting knife and desperately digging. After digging 3 feet deep, there was still no trace of the sutra. How was this possible? Your eyes widened, stunned for a long while. In the previous life, it arrived 3 months later, but the sutra still hadn't been taken. And now most survivors were still trembling in fear, so who would come to take it? You were immediately furious. From beginning to end, the Eye of Truth was part of your plan and absolutely couldn't be taken by anyone. Whoever took it had to die. You immediately put all your effort into carefully listening and identifying. Soon you found something, faint footsteps about 1,500 meters away. You suddenly opened your eyes and instantly shot out. In less than 1 minute, you appeared behind that person. But when you saw the figure clearly, it had already turned into granary. At this moment, Zhao stared at the frail figure and finally understood everything. No wonder someone could take his things, it was her. The woman who was supposed to die at Lin Tianfeng's hands in the previous life, but survived because of Zhao, deviated from the timeline Zhao knew, and took something that shouldn't have been taken. At this time, Granary's body was trembling, her steps unsteady, limping along the road full of meteorite craters. Her dirty face was full of terror, and every time she stepped on a horrific corpse by the roadside, she screamed. Couldn't you have just lived well? Why didn't you find a place to hide, but instead came to take my ability star crystal? I already gave you a chance. You're the one who insisted on seeking death. The killing intent in Zhao Yin's eyes gradually intensified. Although she looked a little pathetic, she also had to die. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the bone-cutting knife and strode over. Granary seemed to hear Zhao Yin's footsteps and slowly turned around. It's you? The expression on her face wasn't the panic it should have been. Instead, it quickly turned to surprise, and she spoke as gently as possible. It really is you. I was just looking for you. You were looking for me? Zhao Yin's bone-cutting knife, which he was about to swing, relaxed slightly. I know you've been looking for this. Granary slowly reached her hand into her bra. Soon, she took something out from her chest. In front of Zhao Yin, she slowly opened her dirty palm. It was 3 thumb-sized blood-red crystals. I saw you've been searching everywhere for this. It must be very important to you, right? Granary asked earnestly. Zhao Yin was slightly lost in thought, his gaze shifting several times. You know what this is? I don't know, I just saw you looking for it earlier, and since I didn't have a good way to thank you, I just helped you look around. Granary smiled. Her face was dirty, but her teeth were delicate and white, and she seemed very excited. I can't believe I actually ran into you again. I'm sorry, I couldn't find more for you, only these 3 pieces. Zhao Yin watched her in silence. Although Liang Song spoke casually, he knew that for her to reach this place with her physical condition, she must have poured all her effort into searching for star crystals for him ever since they parted ways. What do you want from me? Zhao Yin asked coldly. You saved my life, and you gave me food and water, didn't you? I know these things can't repay the kindness of saving a life, but I thought it was at least a gesture of goodwill. Liangsong's throat was dry and hoarse. She coughed after speaking. Zhao Yun looked at her with deep eyes, suddenly finding this woman incomprehensible. It was the apocalypse now, even if she didn't know the true value of star crystals. But unless she had something wrong with her brain, she should know that anything valuable was extremely precious to her. Moreover, there was the precedent of Lin Tianfeng exchanging star crystals for drinks with Zhao Yun. She couldn't have guessed nothing, yet she still asked for nothing. Was this woman playing hard to get? At that moment, Liangsong suddenly grabbed Zhao Yun's hand and placed the star crystals into his palm. Zhao Yun stared blankly at the star crystals in his hand, still stained with her blood. That was caused by digging through concrete with bare hands. Please don't despise them, Liangsong said softly. Zhao Yun's eyes flickered. Of course, he wouldn't despise them. Even if Liangsong didn't give them to him, he had already planned to kill her and take them. But now, should he kill her, or not? Zhao Yun's heart was in turmoil. He hadn't considered earlier that this woman would affect the timeline. If he didn't kill her now, he might never meet her again, and the timeline he knew could be completely derailed because of this woman. Thank you for letting me meet such a good person like you in this world, and for doing something meaningful, Liangsong said hoarsely. I'm leaving. We probably won't see each other again. Liangsong smiled at Zhao Yun again. How many days can a woman like me survive in the apocalypse? So, we probably won't meet again. She slowly turned, limping forward, her feet bare, her shoes lost somewhere along the way. Zhao Yun watched her retreating figure, and in the end, he didn't raise his knife. 7 years into the apocalypse, I still haven't become a beast. Zhao Yun chuckled bitterly. He couldn't bring himself to kill an unarmed woman. Moreover, she had even found 3 star crystals for him. Liangsong walked away, and Zhao Yun didn't warn her about the zombie outbreak tonight. Her life or death was entirely up to fate. Next, Zhao Yun stopped thinking about Liangsong and prepared to break open the 3 star crystals. The first star crystal was broken open by Zhao Yun, and the familiar white light reappeared, strikingly visible in the dark night. However, Zhao Yun didn't care. Within a kilometer radius, apart from the distant Liangsong, there was absolutely no one else. After the white light, a scarlet pill appeared before Zhao Yun's eyes, but he couldn't recognize its effect. In his previous life, star crystals could yield thousands of types, and no one knew exactly how many. At this moment, Zhao Yun only knew that, besides abilities, various pills and potions were the most rare and precious. This was a good start. Thinking that once he had the true sight ability, there would be nothing he couldn't identify, Zhao Yun didn't dwell on it anymore and directly smashed open the second star crystal. This time, the white light lasted for 3 seconds and surprisingly didn't dissipate. Zhao Yun's breathing hitched. Based on his experience from his previous life, the longer the light lasted after a star crystal was opened, the more precious the item revealed. Just like the SSS Great Ability Soul of Contract that was opened earlier, it lasted a full minute, and even its color was golden. This white light lasted a full 5 seconds. Could it be another E-grade item? Finally, the white light dispersed, and an unremarkable bronze ring appeared before Zhao Yun's eyes. After Zhao Yun saw it clearly, his eyes widened. Spatial ring. He couldn't remain calm. The value of any spatial ring was comparable to an A-grade item. In the apocalypse, with no fixed abode, a spatial ring was a second life. In terms of rarity, it even surpassed a great equipment. In his previous life, when he obtained a spatial ring, it was already the 5th year after the apocalypse. At that time, Zhao Yun had already cultivated Lin Tianfeng, and with the backing of his forces, he was able to acquire one at a huge cost. Zhao Yun quickly put the spatial ring on his hand, and with a thought, the bone-cutting knife in his hand disappeared. He could feel the bone-cutting knife lying quietly in a 10 cubic meter space. Following Zhao Yun's thought, the bone-cutting knife reappeared in his hand. No mistake, it was a genuine spatial ring. Although its space was not as large as the one from his previous life, for the current Zhao Yun, it was completely sufficient. Zhao Yun's mood took a long time to calm down. He finally stopped toying with the spatial ring, raised the bone-cutting knife, and abruptly smashed open the 3rd star crystal. After the white light, a bottle of blue potion appeared, the B-grade ability True Sight. In his previous life, it was the existence of true sight that allowed him to survive until the 7th year of the apocalypse. This ability had long been integrated into Zhao Yin's soul, having shared life and death with him. Because of true sight, he avoided countless dangers. Morning after morning, evening after evening, it felt like yesterday, making Zhao Yin feel complex emotions. Although it wasn't a combat ability, and it was only B grade. However, the ability of true sight was to see through the information of all things. Many powerful ability users in his previous life specifically sought out Zhao Yin to appraise treasures, which not only earned him a large amount of commission but also gained him connections. Therefore, in that apocalypse, many people gave Zhao Yin some respect, which was one of the reasons he was able to establish the Paradise Base. Zhao Yin put away his distracting thoughts, put all the items around him into his spatial ring, and turned to walk towards the old site of the zoo. In his previous life, absorbing the B-grade ability awakening potion was very painful and lasted for 3 hours. During this time, he had to find a safe place. For that mutated monkey, Zhao Yin decided to stay at the old zoo site tonight. Animal and plant mutations and the zombie outbreak began simultaneously, both in the early hours of this morning. He planned to activate his true sight eye before then. Upon arriving at the old zoo site, Zhao Yin went to the collapsed office building and used his spatial ring to collect intact concrete blocks and meteorites that hadn't been buried in the soil due to the building's buffering. Zhao Yin was preparing to build a temporary shelter. After the spatial ring was full, he chose a relatively flat spot to release its contents. First, he used several larger concrete fragments to construct a triangular space large enough for him to fit into, then piled concrete and meteorites on the outer layer. He made several trips until a temporary shelter, resembling a 5 to 6 meter high burial mound, was formed. Only then did Zhao Yin bend down and crawl into the narrow space, which was not much larger than a coffin. Then, he released all the concrete blocks from his spatial ring, thoroughly sealing off the entrance and exit. Having done everything, Zhao Yin deliberately ignored his fatigue, took out the true sight eye awakening potion, and tilted his head back, gulping it down without hesitation. Immediately, a burning sensation spread in his stomach, quickly engulfing his entire body. In just an instant, Zhao Yin felt as if he were in a bonfire, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Yet, there was no expression on his face, as he lay motionless inside the burial mound. The long-lost pain. Haha, amazing. Zombies haven't even broken out yet, and I already have 2 abilities. Who can compare to me in this lifetime? No one knew that in this desolate world, in some corner, a man was enduring pain unbearable to ordinary people, laughing maniacally. Time passed minute by minute, each second feeling as long as a year. Although Zhao Yin possessed willpower far beyond ordinary people, this body was still merely that of a common person. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually passed out. Zhao Yin had not anticipated that, unlike his previous life, the SSS grade ability awakening potion had already saturated his ordinary body, making it incredibly difficult to absorb other abilities. He still hadn't awakened even when dawn arrived. Roar! Ugh ugh ugh! At this moment, the entire dead silent world seemed to come alive instantly. The earth trembled, ruins tumbled, and countless buried corpses slowly crawled out from underground. At this time, 30 kilometers away, inside a dilapidated shopping mall, a 12-year-old girl suddenly woke up with a start. What's that sound? Is Big Brother back? Bang! Bang! The bolted door, which Song Xiaojian had secured before going to find supplies, rattled, as if someone was vigorously pounding on it. Brother, stop banging, I'm coming to open the door for you. Song Xiaodao said, surprised, walking over to unlock the safety latch and pulling the door open. However, in the next instant, half of a pitch-black human face came into Xiaodao's view. Its head was half shattered. A fist-sized piece of facial muscle, still attached to a stark white skull, hung from a blood vessel on its chest, swaying back and forth. The little knife instantly froze, excessive fright making her forget everything. She instinctively shrieked, turned, and fled. But she was a step too slow. The zombie grabbed her collar, pulled her directly in front of it, and opened its putrid mouth to bite down. Help! The little knife cried out loudly. Bang! Just then, the zombie's body stiffened and it fell, taking the little knife with it. Song Xiaojian, covered in wounds, put down his iron rod, kicked away the zombie he had just headshot, picked up his sister, and quickly closed the door. Xiaomei, are you alright? Song Xiaojian asked with a worried expression, his voice hushed. The little knife looked up and saw it was her brother, Song Xiaojian. She burst into tears, but Song Xiaojian quickly covered her mouth. Don't cry. All those who died have come back to life. I saw Mom and Dad with my own eyes outside just now. They also crawled out of the collapsed mall. Song Xiaojian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. They've all turned into zombies, just like in zombie movies. Hearing this, the little knife stared blankly at her brother. She had also watched zombie movies, and the thought made her face turn pale. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let the zombies eat you, but you must remember to listen to me, Song Xiaojian continued in a hushed voice. The little knife pushed Song Xiaojian away and went to the crack in the wall to look outside. More and more zombies were appearing outside the mall, crawling out from various places. Some were in the mud, some among the ruins. The little knife even saw a female zombie in a deformed car, its lower body trapped by the vehicle, thrashing violently in a grotesque posture. Crack! Something seemed to snap. The female zombie suddenly crawled out, its lower abdomen still caught in the car, but its upper body crawled quickly, intestines dragging on the ground with black blood. The little life retched, but dared not make too much noise, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Song Xiaojian did not stop her. He knew his sister would have to face all this sooner or later. Xiao Dao, we are temporarily safe. If we ration our food, we can last for 3 more days. Perhaps after 3 days, these zombies will die, Song Xiaojian said. It was as if he was comforting Xiao Dao, and even more so, comforting himself. But no sooner had he spoken than the zombies outside the wall crack suddenly stirred, followed by a figure rushing out, heading straight for the mall. Song Xiaojian, Xiao Dao, are you still alive? Quickly open the door. The person shouted from afar. The little life saw the person's face and was instantly startled. Brother Wang is back. Song Xiaojian frowned, staring intently at the zombies gathering behind Wang Quan, and stopped his sister from opening the door. Don't go. Brother, when Mom and Dad were crushed, Brother Wang saved us. The little knife said. If we don't let him in, he'll die. Song Xiaojian gritted his teeth, sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, as he struggled. Song Xiaojian, Xiao Dao, I found a lot of food. Let me in first, and after the danger passes, I'll take you there. Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall and arrived outside the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiao Dao were. Anxiously, he said, are you really going to stand by and watch me die? If I die, who will take care of you 2 children? Perhaps it was because of the food Wang Quan mentioned, or perhaps it was because of his life-saving grace. In the end, Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojian forcefully closed the door. Immediately after, several zombies followed closely, slamming into the door. Bang! 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 Xiao Dao, quick! Help move things to block the door. Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Xiao Dao quickly rushed over to help. The siblings dragged the only heavy object in the room, an office desk, behind the door. The door was still trembling. The zombies outside had astonishing strength. If it weren't for the anti-theft door installed in the mall office, it would have collapsed long ago. Song Xiaojian could only stand behind the door with his sister, their bodies pressing against it, when he suddenly glimpsed Wang Quan, who was sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother Wang, come help us. Wang Quan raised his head, feeling the commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's voice. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he still walked over to help block the door. However, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room, where there was a pile of food and water, enough for an adult male for at most 1 day. Zhao slowly woke up, opening his eyes in the darkness, a roar reaching his ears. In an instant, Zhao understood that another disaster had erupted, and this time it was longer than the coma he experienced in his previous life. Zhao didn't go out immediately. He took a flashlight out of his spatial ring. With a click, the small space lit up. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the spatial ring on his hand, and a string of information immediately appeared in his mind. Spatial ring, grade A, spatial equipment, containing 10 cubic meters of space. Immediately after, Zhaoyin looked at his own body. Human male, awakened ability user, strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, life countdown, 21,920 days. A normal human physique, if it were before the apocalypse, could probably live for another 60 years. Everything hadn't changed much from his previous life. True sight I was only a B grade ability after all, and it couldn't detect ability types beyond B grade. However, Zhaoyin was already very satisfied, as there weren't many awakened ability users beyond B grade. The true benefit of true sight I was its ability to identify treasures opened from star crystals. Zhaoyin recalled the pill he had opened earlier and immediately took it out of his spatial ring. Potent hypnotic incense, F-grade control-type medicine, capable of hypnotizing any life form below F-grade for 10 minutes. The simple description, however, startled Zhaoyin. Control-type medicines were rare among all grades of medicine. Although this one was of the lowest grade, it was precisely what Zhaoyin needed most at the moment. Thinking of the mutated monkey, which should have already mutated by now, Zhaoyin had been racking his brain about how to capture it. With this hypnotic incense, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Zhaoyin suddenly remembered something. The 3-star crystals the granary had given him all yielded good items. Could it be that she wasn't a jinx? He dismissed the meaningless thought and immediately organized his gear. Long-handled bone chopper, no grade, sturdiness 8, sharpness 6. Butcher knife, no grade, sturdiness 5, sharpness 9. Butterfly knife, grade F, attack equipment, sturdiness 13, sharpness 14. Military jacket, grade F, defense equipment, sturdiness 16. Fishnet stockings, grade E, auxiliary equipment, movement speed plus 28, additional effect charisma plus 3. Currently, the highest grade equipment Zhaoyin possessed was the fishnet stockings. Next, Zhaoyin controlled his spatial ring to retrieve the concrete debris blocking the door, then bent down and crawled out. Roar! Before Zhaoyin could stand up, a nearby zombie spotted him. It roared and lunged at him. Zhaoyin's eyes narrowed, and he raised the bone chopper, thrusting it upward at an angle. Put! The bone chopper was precise, piercing through the zombie's mouth and exiting the back of its head, bringing out a large gush of black, viscous matter. Male zombie, no evolution, strength 8, agility 6, spirit 0. Zhaoyin scrambled to his feet and glanced at the first zombie he had killed. Its tattered clothes indicated that it had been a zoo employee in life. Aside from the stab Zhaoyin had just delivered, its entire right shoulder was a bloody mess, likely crushed by the collapsing building. But black granulation tissue had already grown there. If it hadn't been stabbed to death by Zhaoyin, its damaged body would have gradually recovered over time. Immediately after, it would begin to evolve. Zombies in the apocalypse were always the greatest threat to survivors. They were numerous and grew astonishingly fast. Compared to the number of survivors, zombies outnumbered them by nearly 50 times. Only evolvers or powerful ability users could deal with them. However, in his previous life, less than 1% of survivors became evolvers, and powerful ability users were even rarer, at 1 in 100,000. Tonight, with zombies reanimating and mutated beasts awakening, the true apocalypse had officially begun again. Roar! Roar! Several nearby zombies heard the commotion and quickly surrounded Zhaoyin. They hadn't yet evolved. Although their strength was greater than in life, their stiff bodies made them much slower. Zhaoyin actively charged forward. The powerful combat awareness honed in his previous life instantly erupted, and he swung his blade at a zombie's head. To deal with zombies, only a headshot could truly kill them. The zombie's head was instantly cleaved open, black brain matter mixed with pale skull fragments splattering everywhere. A few drops of brain matter sprayed onto Zhaoyin's face. He showed no expression, quickly turned to face the second zombie, and with the same strike, shattered its head. By this time, the remaining 6 zombies had all closed in. Zhaoyin turned and ran, using the speed boost from his fishnet stockings to quickly escape the encirclement. Then, he turned back and cleaved the head of a zombie behind him. Following the same method, he quickly dealt with all the remaining zombies. With Zhao Yun's current physical strength, killing 8 ordinary zombies had already left him gasping for breath. He didn't dare to linger, took a few deep breaths, and then sprinted towards the monkey enclosure. Zhao Yun needed to quickly bring the monkeys under his command and train them as soon as possible, before the zombies evolved. Only then would he have an extra means of self-preservation. Zombies seemed more like the protagonists of this world. They could evolve extremely fast even if they did nothing. In his previous life, some lucky zombies that could devour fresh flesh and blood, or directly consume star crystals, would grow at a terrifying rate. The zombies that had just been killed held no value. They hadn't consumed star crystals, nor had they evolved corpse crystals that could enhance the abilities of evolutionaries. So Zhao Yun didn't dissect them. After that, he didn't encounter any human zombies along the way, but there were quite a few animal zombies. Zhao Yun avoided them all with his speed. Most animals had a physical advantage, and dealing with them after they turned into zombies was extremely troublesome. Roar! 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 Screech, screech, screech. From afar, Zhao Yun heard a chaotic sound of fighting, so he slowed down. A small, thin monkey was scrambling up and down, its monkey face filled with fear, as dozens of zombie monkeys surrounded it, attacking it frantically. They no longer recognized their former kin. Their lifeless, white eyes were filled with a craving for fresh flesh and blood. Zhao Yun had no intention of saving the little monkey. It would never die that easily. In his previous life, when Zhao Yun saw it, it had already grown to C-class and was the king of this area. Zhao Yun hid behind a broken wall, took out a gas mask from his spatial ring and put it on. He then took out the potent tranquilizing incense, crushed it with the hilt of his knife, and wrapped it in toilet paper. Next, Zhao Yun calmly observed the development of the situation, ready at any moment. Screech! The little monkey leaped and moved among the rocks. Although its speed was extremely fast, the sheer number of zombie monkeys forced it to wail in terror. For some reason, Zhao Yun suddenly had a feeling that the little monkey didn't want to harm the zombie monkeys. Soon, a zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it immediately cried out very human-like. In that moment of distraction, the little monkey's tail was grabbed by another zombie monkey, directly lifting it up. The zombie monkey opened its mouth and bit towards the little monkey's butt. Just then, a change occurred. The little monkey shrieked, and a leg, not much larger than a baby's, suddenly swelled up, transforming in the blink of an eye to the size of an adult monkey. It then kicked backward fiercely. Bang! The zombie monkey that had been holding it was sent flying directly, its head smashing against a bluestone, exploding like a watermelon. The little monkey was stunned, clearly not having adapted to this change. One long leg stood there in a golden rooster independent posture, while its other leg looked like a small toothpick. Zhao Yun, watching covertly from behind the rocks in the distance, focused his gaze. At this moment, he completely confirmed the identity of this monkey. It was that mutated monkey from his previous life. Back then, a C-grade monkey could already grow to an enormous size. Now, it had just mutated and awakened. After the little monkey killed one zombie monkey, it bared its teeth and brandished itself at the remaining zombie monkeys. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys had no rationality and were not deterred by its threats, surrounding it once again. And so, the previous scene repeated itself. A group of zombie monkeys chased a little monkey, leaping and scrambling among the rocks, while the little monkey shrieked in terror again. The difference was that with that one long leg, its two legs were completely uncoordinated. Instead of speeding up, its running became slower. In less than a minute, the little monkey was wounded in multiple places. Its desperate cries for mercy were utterly useless. How could the zombie monkeys let go of the fresh meat that was about to reach their mouths? Finally, the little monkey seemed to be provoked into a frenzy, its eyes turning fierce. One monkey paw rapidly swelled and then violently seized a zombie monkey's head. Bang! It was crushed directly. At this moment, the little monkey was no longer the coward it had been, its face contorted with ferocity and savagery. The little monkey swiftly met the second zombie monkey, swatting its head directly. Yet, the little monkey's tears flowed more and more. Zhao Yun watched it quietly, as if seeing his former self. At the beginning of that apocalypse, he had been afraid, cried, and grieved over the deaths of others. From fear to strength, and then from strength, his blood gradually grew cold. To survive, he erupted to kill zombies, and even people. In this cruel world, everyone was simply trying to survive, nothing more. Including that fierce monkey at this moment. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that had attacked the little monkey were killed. Horrifying monkey corpses lay everywhere. It stood there, trembling all over. As if it had just come to its senses and realized that it had killed so many kindred. Though it didn't understand why these kindred had suddenly become like this. The little monkey was covered in blood. It looked at the annihilation of its entire clan and started crying again. So much so that the little monkey didn't notice a figure slowly approaching from behind. Suddenly, it smelled a strange fragrance, and then, it felt a dizzying sensation before staggering and falling. It seemed to realize something, and then saw a pig-faced monster smiling and approaching step by step. The pig-faced monster was, of course, Zhaoyin, wearing a gas mask. He wanted to leave a good impression on his first contracted beast, so he smiled in a particularly kind way. Growing macaque, no-grade mutated beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talent, gigantism, berserker rage. Zhaoyin grabbed the little monkey's tail, lifted it, and strode away. When the little monkey awoke, it was in a confined space, built from concrete fragments. Just as it tried to move, it found itself tied up. There was a human. No, it was that pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes and smiled mischievously. Seeing the little monkey awaken, Zhaoyin's smile became even more kindly. He magically pulled out a salt-baked chicken drumstick, tore open the packaging, and took a big bite. "Want some?" Zhaoyin asked, chewing with his cheeks puffed out. The little monkey sniffed, its eyes fixated on the chicken drumstick. The mutated beasts in the apocalypse had been hungry for too long. Zhaoyin said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhaoyin, and I am your future master. Next, I will contract you. Of course, you can refuse, and the contract will still succeed. But as my first contracted beast, I still hope you'll accept willingly. Accept, and you'll eat well and live comfortably with me. Refuse, and you won't get any food later." After speaking, Zhaoyin stepped forward, placed a hand on the little monkey's head, and directly unleashed his ability, Soul of Contract. An invisible chain slowly extended from Zhaoyin's palm and forcibly entered the little monkey's head. This was the power of an SSS-level ability. No matter how powerful a mutated beast was, even a king-level beast from his previous life, as long as Zhaoyin had 1 minute, it would immediately become his contracted beast. The biggest drawback of Soul of Contract was that it couldn't increase his own combat power before acquiring powerful contracted beasts. But once it grew, no other ability could compare. In his previous life, when Lin Tianfeng first got his ability, he nearly died several times, surviving only with Zhaoyin's help. But eventually, after Lin Tianfeng grew stronger, even when encountering other SSS-level ability users, most had to bow to him. Top-tier SSS-level ability users could rival king-level mutated beasts. And Lin Tianfeng, in his previous life, had cultivated 2 king-level beasts. At this moment, the chain formed by the Soul of Contract disappeared within the little monkey. Zhaoyin immediately sensed its presence, and then, heard the little monkey's thoughts. "Pig-faced monster, when are you going to give me the chicken drumstick?" Slap. Zhaoyin slapped the little monkey on the head, his face darkening. "From now on, I am your master, remember that." The little monkey covered its head with both hands, instinctively wanting to glare angrily at the one who hit it. But when it looked up and met Zhaoyin's gaze, all the anger in its heart instantly vanished, replaced by a natural feeling of heartfelt respect. At this moment, it felt that the person in front of it was its closest companion, someone it needed to protect for a lifetime, to fight for, to be a loyal servant for. For him, even if it meant getting a knife in the butt, it would not hesitate. "Master. I'm hungry." The little monkey whimpered piteously. Zhaoyin's expression finally softened. He directly tossed the chicken drumstick to it. Soon, Zhaoyin learned from the little monkey's thoughts that when the apocalypse arrived, it had happened to fall into the zoo's reserve well. For a month, this monkey had survived by eating moss and drinking well water. Now that it had the long-awaited meat, it devoured it in a few bites, then looked at Jiaoyin with pitiful eyes again. Jiaoyin thought for a moment, then took out the sandwich bread. This is the only piece of food that can heal wounds. The little monkey was covered in wounds from fighting that group of zombie monkeys. Eat up, then come with me to work, Jiaoyin said, tossing it the food directly. The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, its eyes widening instantly. The extraordinary food produced by the star crystal was incomparable to any food from before the apocalypse. It was fragrant, delicious, and melted in the mouth. It immediately began to gobble it down. Jiaoyin quietly swallowed. He hadn't even dared to eat the food from the star crystal himself. He secretly decided that he couldn't let this monkey waste food like this anymore. After the little monkey finished the bread, its wounds immediately emitted specks of light, healing visibly to the naked eye. It seemed to feel nothing, continuing to look at Jiaoyin pitifully. Master, I'm still hungry. Hungry my ass, you stinking bastard, hurry up and get to work with me. Jiaoyin cursed unhappily. He was very poor now, how could he allow this monkey to be so wasteful? After speaking, Jiaoyin used his spatial ring to start collecting the concrete fragments blocking the door. Food from before the apocalypse quickly rotted and disappeared after the zombie outbreak, and the resources humanity relied on for survival were replaced by new species. That chicken leg just now was no longer fresh. There was still a lot of food in the villa, and Jiaoyin planned to go home and retrieve it all, storing it in his spatial ring now while it was still edible. He secretly planned that after retrieving the food, he would continue searching for star crystals. By this time, the sky had already brightened. The temperature today had dropped significantly again, similar to a summer before the apocalypse, probably around 30 degrees Celsius. Jiaoyin led the little monkey out of the makeshift tomb mound. The zoo was full of wandering animal zombies. Several hours had passed since midnight. All the bodies had already turned into zombies. SSSSSS. A zombie snake as thick as a bull's mouth immediately spotted Jiaoyin and swiftly slithered over. Jiaoyin immediately activated his true sight eye. Zombie snake, no evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0. Go, kill it. Jiaoyin directly pulled out the pig slaughtering knife and tossed it to the little monkey. Receiving the order, the little monkey took the knife and stepped forward. But as it approached the zombie snake, its two short monkey legs suddenly trembled. Before the zombie snake could get close, the little monkey darted back with a whoosh, trembling and hiding behind Jiaoyin. Master, I'm scared. What's there to be scared of? Its attributes are far worse than yours. Jiaoyin directly grabbed the little monkey by the neck and forcefully threw it towards the zombie snake. The little monkey screamed in terror. Before it could react, it saw a gaping maw lunging at it. It quickly sank its body, narrowly dodging. The zombie snake was left with only its predatory instincts. Missing its strike, it immediately coiled towards the little monkey. The little monkey rolled on the ground to escape, squealing wildly, desperately crying for help in its mind. Master, help! Master, I'm going to die. Master, I'm dead. Stupid monkey, I'm not dead yet. Jiaoyin cursed, kill it, and you'll live. From now on, you'll enjoy good food and drink with me. If you can't kill it, you'll be its blood meal. He took out a packet of corn sausage, tore open the packaging, and was about to eat it, but found it had already turned a bit sour. Still, he took a bite, smacking his lips. Delicious. The little monkey sniffed, and immediately seemed to get a shot of adrenaline. Master, eat slower, I'll go kill this bastard zombie snake right now. The expression on its face turned fierce. It bared its teeth and grinned. One of its hands suddenly grew huge, savagely grabbing the zombie snake's vital spot. Then the little monkey raised its butcher knife and chopped down with a mighty swing. Crack! That single blow sliced off a large chunk of rotten flesh from the zombie snake, spewing black plasma. Cut its head. To kill a zombie, you can only cut off its head. Jiaoyin instructed from the side. The little monkey pulled hard, and the zombie snake's massive body was directly dragged in front of it. Hand up, knife down, crack. The zombie snake's head was directly severed. It didn't even twitch, instantly becoming motionless. After killing the zombie snake, the little monkey scurried towards Jiaoyin. Its face was full of excitement, even a little naive, completely unlike the ferocious mutant beast it had just been. "Master, I killed that stinky snake." Jiaoyin patted its head. "Well done. Remember, you are a powerful mutant beast. Zombies aren't even fit to carry your shoes." The little monkey nodded repeatedly, indicating it understood. Its master was praising its prowess. However, its eyes never left the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. "Eat." Zhao Yin pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to the eagerly waiting little monkey. It immediately tore open the package and started eating, not caring at all that the food wasn't fresh. It finished it in a few quick bites, then looked expectantly at Zhao Yin again. Zhao Yin pointed at the butcher knife it had dropped on the ground. "Pick it up. From now on, you are not allowed to put it down without my command. In the apocalypse, the knife is your life." The little monkey immediately picked it up obediently, but the expression on its face clearly showed disapproval. "Don't believe me? Turn around and look," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey turned its head to look, and 3 zombie wolves had appeared behind them. At some point one of them was already lunging to bite its neck. The little monkey instinctively swung back and chopped, severing half of that zombie wolf's head. The other 2 zombie wolves had already flanked it, forming a pincer movement from left and right, snapping at it. At this moment, the little monkey only had time to deal with one. It would inevitably be bitten by the other one. Bang! A large blade suddenly struck, its blunt edge landing on the head of the zombie wolf closer to the little monkey on the left, instantly blowing its head apart. The little monkey also thrust its knife into the eye socket of the zombie wolf on the right, cleverly twisting it with force, and the zombie wolf instantly went still. The look of terror on its face didn't fade for a long while. In the wild, you must always be vigilant of your surroundings. If your life is gone, no amount of food will do you any good. Zhao Yin put away his bone-chopping knife. But the remaining corn sausages were not given to the little monkey. It lowered its head, unwilling but too embarrassed to ask for it. Zhao Yin strode forward, cleaver in hand. In truth, he was deliberately training this little monkey. He didn't want to be like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, merely treating his contracted beasts as weapons. Once the contracted beasts' thoughts were confined, they would only become tools of slaughter. If Zhao Yin ever encountered real danger in the future, they would struggle to react flexibly on their own. What Zhao Yin truly desired was for the little monkey, in the future, to be able to handle things for him just like a human. The morning dew had soaked the concrete rebar amidst the ruins, as well as shattered glass, twisted metal doors and windows, broken tiles. The entire world was desolate and dilapidated. Zhao Yin saw several newly sprouted green shoots. Overnight, the destroyed world had entered a new cycle. From now on, everything would be different. Many new species would appear, mutated animals and plants. There would be mutated beasts that specialized in killing and eating humans. And there would also be mutated food crops that approached the extraordinary, sustaining the majority of survivors. Survivors had lost their homes, but now they had a more dangerous, yet infinitely possible, new world. Most food had rotted and disappeared, but there was now mutated beast meat and mutated fruits, vegetables, and grains, not to mention the possibilities like star crystals. Zhao Yin reminisced about his past life as he slowly walked out of the old zoo site. Roar! The roars of zombies in the distance echoed. At this moment, the ruins teemed with heads, countless zombies aimlessly wandering. Although Guangzhou City wasn't large, this was a downtown area. Without buildings to obstruct them, the zombies were like a bustling market in a rural area, or a crowded pedestrian street in the city, dense and numerous. If Zhao Yin and the little monkey were exposed, they would face an onslaught from countless zombies, instantly torn to shreds and becoming their meal. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Zhao Yin made a shushing gesture to the little monkey. The little monkey's expression sharpened, and it tiptoed behind Zhao Yin. The man and the monkey avoided the densest zombie areas, carefully using the cover of broken walls and crumbling ruins to slowly make their escape. Finally, they left the downtown area, and the zombies ahead were no longer so dense. Just as Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's thoughts. Steamed buns, such big steamed buns. He looked back to see the little monkey drooling, its eyes fixed on a certain spot. A female zombie was on the unavoidable path ahead, her clothes in tatters, a pair of round steamed buns on her chest, bouncings. Steamed buns, they must be delicious. The little monkey licked its lips, a look of longing on its face. Zhao Ying grabbed its ear and lowered his voice. Those aren't steamed buns, they're zombies, you can't eat them. They are steamed buns. I've eaten them before at the zoo. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie, its stubborn thoughts communicating, Master, look, there's even a red date on top. Roar! At that moment, at the edge of their vision, two more zombies appeared, a young man and a small boy, wandering not far from the female zombie. They looked like they might have been a family of three in life. Even after turning into zombies, they were still gathered together, but they no longer recognized the most important people in their lives. The clothes on the three zombies were tattered, and the little boy's pants were long gone, revealing a small sparrow. As for what the man's body revealed, Zhao Ying completely ignored it. Mainly because the young zombies was too large, he felt a bit inadequate. You go take care of those two adult zombies, leave the little zombie to me, Zhao Ying instructed in a low voice. Master, I'm scared. The little monkey chickened out again. You're right, those are steamed buns with red dates. Kill them and I'll let you eat. Zhao Ying tempted. The little monkey looked at Zhao Ying suspiciously. Really? Of course it's real, I swear. Zhao Ying said seriously. The little monkey immediately grabbed the pig butchering knife and, as if injected with adrenaline, rushed towards the nearest female zombie. Zhao Ying called from behind, remember to go straight for the head. Roar! The female zombie heard footsteps, her pale eyes looked over, revealing yellowed teeth in her mouth, and let out a corpse roar like grinding metal. The next moment, the female zombie went berserk and lunged at the little monkey. The little monkey easily dodged the female zombie's embrace, nimbly jumped behind her, and thrust the pig butchering knife. Put! The knife pierced the female zombie's lower back. When pulled out, it brought out dark brown blood plasma. But the female zombie acted as if nothing had happened, turned, and continued to pounce on the little monkey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey screamed in fright. It suddenly remembered that its master had said to cut off the head to kill a zombie, so it quickly jumped up and dodged. At this moment, the other two zombies noticed the commotion and all roared, running towards the little monkey. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey screamed, communicating telepathically with Zhao Ying, Master, help. Stop yelling. Do you want to attract more zombies? Zhao Ying cursed, stupid monkey. I told you to cut off its head. Do you understand, cut off the head? While cursing, Zhao Ying rushed forward with the bone-chopping knife, using the back of the blade to decapitate the child zombie, then immediately intercepted the male zombie. Seeing this, the little monkey finally calmed down. It was enraged by the female zombie, and the hand holding the pig butchering knife suddenly grew larger and longer, swinging forward forcefully. Put! It sliced the female zombie's head into two halves with one blow. Immediately after, it saw Zhao Ying about to decapitate the male zombie. Master, let go of that zombie, let me do it. Fearing that its master wouldn't let it eat that steamed bun, in its eagerness, its two furry monkey legs rapidly expanded, and after growing massive, it took a quick stride and blocked Zhao Yin's path. Put! The pig butchering knife plunged into the male zombie's eye socket, and dark brown brain matter splattered all over Zhao Yin's face again. The battle ended simply. Master, can I eat that steamed bun now? The little monkey pointed at the female zombie, looking at Zhao Yin with an ingratiating expression. Zhao Yin wiped the brain matter from his face and, slapped the little monkey's head. All you think about is eating. He hadn't expected that the mighty and domineering mutant monkey from his previous life would be so foolish and gluttonous at the beginning of the apocalypse. The little monkey, unfazed by the slap, continued to stand in front of Zhao Yin on its long legs, looking at him expectantly. Go eat, Zhao Yin said, glaring. The little monkey instantly brightened up, its long legs quickly shrinking. It hopped over to the female zombie's corpse. It stretched out its furry hand and grabbed at it. Then, the little monkey paused. Although it was uneducated, just a 6-month-old baby monkey, it wasn't stupid. It quickly understood something, its face falling, and it turned back to look at Zhao Yin with a resentful gaze. "Why aren't you eating?" Zhao Yin asked impatiently. The little monkey retracted its hand, feeling wronged, and lowered its head. Upon realizing it was just a piece of flesh from the female zombie, its spirit sank. Zhao Yin pulled out a slightly moldy piece of bread from his spatial ring. "I don't have steamed buns, but I have a few pieces of bread." The little monkey took the bread, instantly becoming happy again. It hopped around, gnawing on the bread, and followed behind Zhao Yin on its short legs. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies. Zhao Yin ordered the little monkey to go ahead and deal with them. With the reward of food, its courage gradually grew. Sometimes, the little monkey would even proactively charge forward without Zhao Yin's command. 2 hours later, Zhao Yin finally took a detour back to the residential area. From a distance, he saw his villa standing alone amidst the ruins. At this moment, a zombie was pacing outside the gate. Zhao Yin immediately recognized it as Dong Jun, the community security guard he had personally killed, now a member of the zombie horde. This time, Zhao Yin didn't let the little monkey act. He went forward himself and smashed the zombie's head with the blunt side of his blade. Then, he took the little monkey and opened the door to enter his home. All the supplies in the house were still there, untouched. Perhaps he should thank the zombie Dong Jun for all this. It was just a pity that with the passage of time, the food at home had spoiled even more severely. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and quickly stored everything into his spatial ring. In the following days, Zhao Yin took the little monkey out to kill zombies and search for star crystals during the day. Now, all the star crystals on the surface had been devoured by the returning zombies. To obtain them, one could only extract them from within the zombies. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Yin encountered a total of 9 zombies that had consumed star crystals, obtaining 9 star crystals. The previous 7 star crystals yielded 1 sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu spring water, 1 block of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, and 1 piece of compressed biscuit. All F-grade food and water. Zhao Yin was not surprised by this. In his previous life, most of the supplies that could be opened from star crystals were the lowest grade food and water. Such good luck as 3 days ago couldn't be commonplace. Among them, tuna and compressed biscuits were supplies that hadn't been obtained 3 days prior. Tuna can, grade F, type, extraordinary food, effect, immune to viruses below F grade for 24 hours after consumption. Compressed biscuit, grade F, type, extraordinary food, effect, maintains vigorous energy for 72 hours. At this moment, Zhao Yin held the 2 star crystals he had just acquired today, letting out a long sigh. For 3 days, he had been coming home with the little monkey only late at night to rest. This body was still that of an ordinary person, and the intense fighting had left Zhao Yin utterly exhausted. There are 2 star crystals left. It would be great if I could get an evolution potion, Zhao Yin thought to the little monkey. The little monkey looked up at him, not understanding what an evolution potion was. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered with it and cracked open one of the star crystals in his hand. As the white light dissipated, a bottle of mineral water appeared before Zhao Yin. Sure enough, it was Nongfu Spring again, the most useless product from a star crystal. Zhao Yin was speechless. He casually cracked open the second star crystal, then turned to look at the little monkey beside him. "Still want more food?" The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It had no interest in other supplies but seemed to be obsessed with extraordinary food. Ever since eating that cream-filled bread that day, the little monkey had been drooling in its dreams. "All right, if it's food again, I'll let you have a piece." Zhao Yin's words trailed off, suddenly feeling that making random promises wasn't a good idea. The little monkey's breathing hitched, its pupils widened, and it stared at Zhao Yin excitedly. After a pause, Zhao Yin said, "I'll give you a piece of ordinary bread." Upon hearing this, the little monkey immediately became dispirited. But it no longer dared to curse Zhao Yin. In its heart it now understood that the pig-faced master could hear its thoughts. Zhao Yin smiled. After teasing the little monkey, his mood improved. He then turned back to see what had been revealed. The next moment, Zhao Yin's pupils contracted. It was a black potion. Evolution Potion, Grade F, Type, Primary Potion. After consumption, it can activate human evolution genes, transforming into a new human. Just thinking about it and it appears, has his luck improved after rebirth? Even the introduction information from the true site I has gotten much longer. Zhao picked it up directly and exclaimed excitedly, "Monkey, today I'll give you another piece of bread, no, 2 pieces." The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in his hand, sensing the fluctuations in its master's heart, and chirped twice, dispiritedly. After throwing 2 pieces of moldy bread to the little monkey, Zhao quickly locked the door and took out all the extraordinary food from his spatial ring. Except for that can of tuna that could provide immunity to viruses, everything else was laid out. Under the little monkey's pitiful gaze, Zhao tore open the packaging of all the extraordinary food and gulped it down. The little monkey was stunned, the moldy bread in its hand unconsciously falling to the ground. Its drool ran 3 feet long as it stared at its master in disbelief. 2 days ago, Master said this extraordinary food was for emergencies, why is he eating it all? Didn't Master say that extraordinary food could save his and the little monkey's lives at critical moments? So, Master was keeping it all for himself, not giving even a single piece to the little monkey. Zhao Yin was still eating the extraordinary food. In fact, all he wanted was the ability to resist hunger. In his previous life, Zhao Yin obtained the first bottle of evolution serum, unaware of its side effects. When the serum took effect, he consumed all the food he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated over half a year in one go, yet still almost starved to death. Zhao Yin could endure that terrible hunger, but the damage to his body due to insufficient nutrition required over 10 days of recuperation to fully heal. Zombies should also be evolving these past 2 days, and Zhao Yin didn't have much time to waste, so he chose to eat most of the extraordinary food. At this moment, outside, ordinary zombies, apart from those lucky enough to swallow star crystals, were about to form corpse crystals within their bodies. Corpse crystals could not only enhance Zhao Yin's evolutionary strength but also improve the little monkey's strength. Only after he consumed the evolution serum would he truly have some self-preservation ability against those zombies. After Zhao Yin finished the extraordinary food, he took out 5 bottles of Nongfu Spring, guzzling down 3 bottles until his stomach was round and full before stopping. The little monkey next to him was swallowing saliva. Zhao Yin said, "Once I become an evolver, tomorrow we'll go kill more zombies, and when we get extraordinary food again, I'll definitely let you eat first." The little monkey looked at him with disbelief. Zhao Yin then took out nearly 100 caddies of spoiled ordinary food from his spatial ring, piling it all in front of him for later use. Then, he directly activated the evolution serum. Gulp! The serum flowed down his throat, and intense pain rapidly spread throughout Zhao Yin's body. Every muscle felt as if it was being crushed and then reassembled. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body visibly thinned, his rounded belly slowly shrinking. The extraordinary food he had eaten was being rapidly consumed. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin was flushed red all over, sweating profusely, with tiny black impurities oozing from his pores. In an instant, an unpleasant odor filled the room. This kind of terrible pain was difficult for ordinary people to bear. In his previous life, it was said that many people committed suicide because they couldn't endure it, and some with weak willpower were directly pained to death. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth, an involuntary groan escaping his mouth and nose. His face was contorted. He trembled as he reached out, grabbed the Nongfu Spring in front of him, drank it all in one go, and then began tearing open the packaging of the spoiled food. Seeing Zhao Yin's hands trembling, the little monkey quickly ran over to help tear the packaging. It surprisingly didn't steal any food, instead feeding all the open food into Zhao Yin's mouth, and then pouring water into his mouth. At this moment, the monkey was acting like it was serving its bedridden father. An hour later, Zhao Yin's body finally stopped trembling, and the pain began to subside. 2 hours later. Even though Zhao Yin had eaten extraordinary food and 50 or 60 caddies of ordinary food, both sides of his face had become sunken due to weight loss. 3.5 hours later. All 100 plus caddies of food were consumed. Zhao Yin, utterly exhausted, lay on the bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Before losing consciousness, he commanded the little monkey, "Protect me. When I wake up, I'll take you to find extraordinary food." The little monkey clutched Zhao Yin's bone-cutting knife, squatted by the bed, not leaving his side for a moment. Looking as docile as a child. Roar! Tens of kilometers from Zhao Yin's villa, a zombie resembling a middle-aged man tore open concrete, grabbed a star crystal, and howled while lying on its back. The next moment, it swallowed it whole. The dozen or so zombies surrounding it, though all restless, none dared to try and snatch it. This was the second star crystal this zombie had swallowed. It was more powerful than any other zombie around. The middle-aged zombie's injuries had long since fully healed, and now its body visibly swelled. In the air, the unknown substance brought by the meteorite seemed to be drawn by the star crystal within its body, rapidly enhancing its physique. A few minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to over 2 meters tall. Its suit had long since been ripped apart, revealing a body of bulging muscles, a chest like an iron plate, forearms as thick as buckets, and legs below its pants that were as thick as small arms. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. Meanwhile, zombies everywhere were stirring. The first wave of evolved zombies had begun to appear. Even most zombies that hadn't consumed star crystals or flesh had fully recovered their bodies and were slowly changing. At this time, most survivors were still hiding in various corners, while a small number of people emerged from shelters, either because their food ran out or they refused to wait for death. In short, they chose to bravely face the apocalypse. Some mutated beasts began to hunt survivors for food, while others fed on zombies. Of course, they could also become food for zombies and survivors. In front of Zhao Yin's villa, a green sprout that had emerged 3 days prior had already grown to 1 meter tall. By the artificial lake shore not far away, a vibrant green. Zhao Yin slowly awoke. It was already the morning of the next day. Feeling he sat up with little effort, Zhao Yin clenched his fist. A surge of power flowed within him. The sensation of being an evolutionist from his previous life had returned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey joyfully jumped and danced in front of Zhao Yin's bed, gesturing excitedly, thinking, "Master's not dead, that's great. Master's actually not dead, that's great, there'll be food to eat again." Splat! Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head. Hearing the first half of its thoughts, Zhao Yin was quite relieved, feeling that at least there was still one monkey in this world that cared about him. But after hearing the second half, he really wanted to swat this greedy monkey to death. "All you know is eat," Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey covered its head, looking at him timidly. Zhao Yin felt a pang of hunger, took out a few ordinary compressed biscuits from his spatial ring, and ate them with mineral water. Currently, among his supernormal food, only the most important tuna remained. Among ordinary food, only the compressed biscuits hadn't spoiled too badly. The little monkey looked at him eagerly. "Master, I'm hungry too." Zhao Yin remembered the scene before he fainted. This little monkey had desperately tried to feed him, and it hadn't stolen any food. So, he casually threw it 2 of the most severely spoiled hot dogs. Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to the little monkey, activating his true sight to observe his evolved self. Human male, ability awakener, F-rank evolver, strength 15, agility 17, constitution 13, spirit 24, life countdown, 29,920 days. Compared to before evolution, his overall attributes were twice that of an ordinary person, and his lifespan had even extended by more than 20 years. If no accidents occurred, Zhao Yin could live to over 100 years old. His strength and constitution were a few points higher than when he first evolved in his previous life, which was probably the result of eating supernatural food before his evolution. Zhao Yin was very satisfied and tossed 2 more sausages to the little monkey. Now the little monkey was no longer as hungry as it was initially, and it had become pickier. It no longer wolfed down the spoiled sausages. It secretly glanced at Zhao Yin, who was eating compressed biscuits, its eyes full of grievance. "If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Do you know how many people are starving right now?" Zhao Yin glared. Actually, if he had better food, he wouldn't feed the monkey sour sausages and moldy bread. He had to save the less spoiled biscuits for himself, so he could only give this to the monkey. Zhao Yin scolded, "Do you know how many mutated beasts envy you? Many of them can't even eat moss now. There are countless mutated beasts smarter and more loyal than you, yet they're all starving to death. Do you know how lucky you are to have a master like me?" The little monkey's expression turned terrified. and it nodded repeatedly, "Master, I don't dislike the food you've bestowed upon me, it's delicious, delicious." It chewed heartily, trying its best to make it look like it was enjoying the food. It seemed afraid that Jiaoyin would go find other smarter and more loyal mutated beasts, abandoning this useless little monkey. Jiaoyin nodded with satisfaction. "When you're full, come with me to work." He turned and began to pack his belongings. Food and water had already been placed in his spatial ring. Pots, pans, clothes, bedding, everything that could be taken, Jiaoyin packed into his spatial ring. Next, Jiaoyin didn't plan on returning. The zombies nearby that had consumed star crystals had mostly been killed by him and the little monkey over the past few days. To continue searching for star crystals, he would have to go further, and returning here was no longer practical. The apocalypse. Where could one call home? As he left the villa, Jiaoyin looked back. The villa was left by his parents before they died, sheltering him in both his lives. When he returned later, this place might have already been destroyed by mutated beasts or zombies, or perhaps occupied by other survivors. Jiaoyin thought for a moment and still left the key at the door. It wasn't that he was particularly kind-hearted, but he didn't want survivors to smash the gate, as it was a relic left by his parents. The nearby zombies had all been killed by Jiaoyin over the past few days, and now scattered zombies were wandering over. Behind. Several zombies instantly spotted Jiaoyin and the little monkey and immediately charged towards them. Jiaoyin tightened his grip on the bone-cleaving knife, and his figure instantly darted forward. His physique, now twice that of an ordinary person, gave him astonishing explosive power. His already extremely fast speed, coupled with the amplification from his E-grade equipment, the fishnet stockings, made his figure dizzyingly quick, kicking up a whirlwind behind him. Bang! Before one zombie could react, Jiaoyin blew its head off. The other few zombies then sensed Zhao Yin's presence and roared as they lunged at him. In Zhao Yin's eyes now, they were as slow as dog poop. He wielded his bone-chopping knife, and with several loud thuds, pft, 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 all their heads were smashed to bits. Dark brown brain matter splattered everywhere. Jiaoyin put away his bone-chopping knife and stood there, wiping the filth from his face. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. In his previous life, after he obtained the evolution serum, these zombies had already evolved to be much stronger, and he could only cautiously struggle to survive. Now, with his F-grade evolver strength, he was completely crushing these unevolved zombies. The zombies were too weak. The little monkey behind him, dragging its rolled edge pig slaughtering knife, finally scurried over. It froze at the sight before it. Then, it looked at its master with adoration, its thoughts mumbling, "Master has been so cowardly these past few days, how did he suddenly become so fierce?" Immediately after, the little monkey remembered that its master could hear its thoughts. It looked up and met Zhao Yin's displeased gaze. The little monkey quickly clutched its head, its thoughts begging, "Master, don't hit me, I didn't mean to say you, master." Zhao Yin ignored the chatty monkey and stepped forward, using his bone-chopping knife to push aside the shattered zombie heads. He bent down and picked up a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain matter. Then, he took out a rag from his spatial ring to wipe it clean. Holding it in his palm, the crystal was pure white and translucent, like suet white jade from before the apocalypse. Under the dim sunlight, it reflected a beautiful glow. Sure enough, some of these zombies had already evolved corpse crystals. To what extent had those zombies that had consumed star crystals evolved now? F-grade or E-grade? Zhao Yin recalled that in his previous life, there was another type of zombie. They were extremely lucky, having consumed more than one star crystal at the beginning of the apocalypse. No survivor at that time could possibly deal with them. Survivors called them zombie kings. It wasn't until later, when SS-grade superhumans appeared, that multiple powerhouses had to join forces to take down a zombie king. However, in his previous life, no zombie king had appeared in this area, so he and the little monkey should be safe for now. Next, Zhao Yin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. An unknown energy flowed into his body through his palm. The sensation disappeared in the next moment. Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male, awakened ability user, F-grade evolutioner, evolution progress 100, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, life countdown, 29,923 days. Consuming one ordinary zombie crystal yields a pitifully small increase in evolution progress. To become an E-grade evolutioner, Zhao Yin would need to consume 10,000 such ordinary zombie crystals. However, if he used F-grade zombie crystals instead, 100 would be enough to evolve him to E-grade. And for an E-grade zombie crystal, only one would be needed. Each grade increase in zombie crystals provides a 100-fold energy bonus. Zhao Yin pried open the heads of several other corpses, but found no zombie crystals. The evolution speed of these zombies was terrifying. Soon, all zombies would evolve zombie crystals in their heads, and even F-grade ones might appear. He led the little monkey, carrying the bone-cutting knife, and continued forward. From time to time, he would collect a zombie crystal, and Zhao Yin's strength slowly grew. Evolution progress 100. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Ahead was the former site of a school, with thousands of zombies stretching as far as the eye could see. Zhao Yin was startled. He originally intended to lead the little monkey around, but suddenly he paused, looking at one female zombie wearing a school uniform. Female zombie, no rank, evolution progress 198, strength 18, agility 11, spirit 0. It was a zombie on the verge of evolving to F-grade. Zhao Yin was certain that such rapid evolution meant this zombie definitely had a star crystal within its body. And also a zombie crystal that was about to reach F-grade. These were all things he needed at the moment. "Monkey, do you want to eat super-powered food?" Zhao Yin whispered. The little monkey's eyes immediately lit up, and it looked over expectantly. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie, lowering his voice, "See that? That's a zombie carrying a star crystal." The little monkey turned its head, staring blankly at the dense horde of zombies. "You go lure the other zombies away. I'll kill that zombie, get the star crystal, and then we'll run together." Zhao Yin tempted, "If it turns out to be food, as long as it's not for healing or antiviral properties, I'll give you half." The little monkey swallowed, communicating with Zhao Yin telepathically, "Master, if I get caught by the zombies, you have to save me." Zhao Yin replied, "Don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I'll never let you die first." Over the past few days, the little monkey had been killing zombies with Zhao Yin and had gradually mastered its abilities. Its legs quickly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed back into those long legs Zhao Yin was familiar with. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a sharp shriek, the little monkey instantly rushed out from behind the broken wall where it and Zhao Yin were hiding. Its long legs bounced several meters high, and it quickly darted around the periphery of the zombie horde. Roar! 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 The quiet world was like a drop of water poured into a pot of boiling oil. The roars were deafening. All the zombies were enraged by the monkey's provocation and frantically gave chase. The little monkey's speed was incredibly fast. From Zhao Yin's perspective, he could only see a red rump bouncing up and down, frantically scurrying around the school playground, letting out terrified squeals from time to time. Only that female zombie remained still. Having just consumed the star crystal, the energy within its body was still saturated. Therefore, it didn't have the same craving for flesh and blood as the other zombies temporarily. It was precisely because Zhao Yin understood this that he sent the little monkey to attract the zombies. "Help me, master, help me!" The horde of zombies behind the little monkey grew larger and larger, making it shriek in terror again and again. It would occasionally take a potshot, turning back to kill one, then quickly flee again. Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey's cries for help. After the last few zombies around the female zombie had moved away, he burst forward, sprinting at maximum speed. In fact, Zhao Yin knew that he was making the little monkey risk its life. A low-grade mutated beast using its abilities couldn't last for long. As soon as the little monkey lost its long legs, it would instantly become food for the zombies. The wind whistled past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, he suddenly leaped up, raising his bone-cutting knife high, and brought it down towards the female zombie's head. At this moment, the female zombie seemed to sense something, slowly raising its head to look at Zhao descending from the sky. Its dead fish-like eyes were devoid of emotion. Relying purely on instinct, it raised its hand to catch the incoming bone-cutting knife. Crack! This strike directly severed the female zombie's right hand at the wrist. Its body was immediately sent flying backward by the immense force. Zhao landed and instantly bounced up again, the bone-cutting knife whistling through the air as he brought it down fiercely. Roar! The female zombie did not know how to dodge. It simply opened its mouth and bit down. Crunch! The bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand was actually caught in its bite. The blade cut open the corners of its mouth, and dark brown blood flowed out. Those 2 rows of yellowed fangs directly pierced the blade. Clearly, this zombie had started evolving from its teeth, which had already reached F grade. Zhao Yin had no intention of pulling out the knife. He let go without hesitation, and at the same time, the butterfly knife from his spatial ring appeared in his palm. With the speed bonus from the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin's figure flickered, and he was behind the female zombie. The butterfly knife in his hand cut through its neck as easily as slicing tofu. Immediately after, Zhao Yin turned and grabbed the female zombie by its hair. He directly pulled off its head. At this point, the bone-cutting knife was still clenched in its mouth. "Monkey, run, run back!" Zhao Yin shouted loudly. In the distance, the little monkey's legs were trembling. There were countless zombies around it. In just a few minutes, it had almost exhausted all the energy in its body. Seeing the head in its master's hand, the little monkey squeaked excitedly and turned to run towards Zhao Yin. "Master, don't forget the extraordinary food you promised me." It had intended to communicate with its master telepathically, but suddenly saw Zhao Yin already striding off, pushing his speed to the limit, and was out of sight in the blink of an eye. The little monkey was full of questions. Didn't he say that as long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't let himself die first? Zhao Yin ran 5 kilometers in one breath before feeling safe. With a thump, he threw the female zombie's head to the ground, plopped down on it, and gasped for air. The reason for having the little monkey run back was that the path they came from was more familiar. That stupid monkey didn't die, did it? Crunch! Crunch! The head beneath his backside was still biting hard at the bone-cleaving knife. Zhao Yin gripped the handle, pulled it out, and saw that the bone-cleaving knife was covered in curled iron slag, and the load-bearing knife bone had been bitten through. It seemed it couldn't be used anymore. Zhao Yin felt a pang of heartache, finding a suitable long weapon had become his immediate priority again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey finally caught up, its giant legs having turned into short stubby ones at some point. Its upper right arm and chest were bleeding. "Master, master, I'm back." When it saw Zhao Yin, the gloom on its monkey face vanished instantly, and it excitedly ran towards him. Zhao Yin coughed, looking at this trusting monkey, and suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Little monkey, you've worked hard, I've decided to reward you." The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin with excitement, flattering him. "I knew master wouldn't let me work for nothing." Zhao Yin took out the bone-cleaving knife he had just put away, raised it high, and smashed it forcefully against a meteorite on the ground. The little monkey was wondering what its master was doing when, with a clang, the bone-cleaving knife, whose blade bone was already broken, immediately separated from its handle. Zhao Yin held the 1.5-meter long threaded steel handle and generously handed it to the little monkey. "Take it, your new weapon." The little monkey jumped excitedly back and forth. The pig slaughtering knife its master had rewarded it with had already been chipped, and it was completely unusable after the recent battle. It took the threaded steel from Zhao Yin, swung it a few times vigorously, and its dark eyes were full of gratitude. "Thank you, master, you are too kind to me." Zhao Yin let the little monkey continue its solitary excitement and took out the female zombie's head from under his butt. At this time, this zombie head, which was about to evolve to F level, was not completely dead, its teeth still clattering as it bit the air. Zhao Yin kicked the head to the little monkey's feet, pointed, and ordered, "Try its power, smash it open." The little monkey was already looking for something to try its new weapon on, so it raised the steel rod and smashed it down. Splat! The female zombie's head was smashed open like a watermelon, and brains splattered everywhere. Zhao personally stepped forward and retrieved 2 crystals from the brains. One of them was a bit larger than a peanut, like white mutton fat jade, which was the female zombie's corpse crystal. It was only a hair's breadth away from being an F-level corpse crystal. The other one, of course, was Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and did not immediately absorb this corpse crystal. His gaze turned to the little monkey, who was carefully wiping the brains off the steel rod. Its movements were incredibly serious, treating the new weapon bestowed by its master with the same tenderness Zhao Yin used to treat his little lovers before the apocalypse. Now, Zhao Yin himself needed nearly 100 F-level corpse crystals to evolve to E-level. But if this corpse crystal were given to the little monkey, it might just allow it to evolve from unranked to F-class. An unranked little monkey already has body attributes comparable to an F-class evolutionist. If it evolves to F-class, it could definitely take on an E-class zombie. Increasing the little monkey's strength is increasing Zhao Yin's own strength. Little monkey, I told you that as long as you work hard, you'll be heavily rewarded. Here, take this. Zhao Yin tossed the corpse crystal directly to it. The little monkey had seen Zhao Yin absorb corpse crystals before, and vaguely knew that this item could increase strength. And this was a corpse crystal produced by a zombie about to evolve to level 1. It never expected its owner would give it to itself. With both a weapon and a corpse crystal, the little monkey was moved to tears, clasping its hands together and bowing to Zhao Yin. Don't rush to absorb it, I'll build you a shelter. Zhao Yin said, then used his space ring to collect concrete on the spot, quickly building a grave mound. He grabbed the little monkey by the neck, threw it in, and then sealed the entrance and exit. This way, even if there was some movement, it wouldn't disturb the nearby zombies. Next, Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey, gripped the star crystal, and exerted force. Crack! The immense power of an F-class evolutionist instantly crushed the star crystal, and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. After the white light dispersed, a green pill appeared in his palm. Talent pill, Class B, effect amplifies and strengthens 1 talent. Zhao Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was actually a B-class pill. He had eaten talent pills in his previous life, directly popping them into his mouth. A sweet taste dissolved in his mouth and flowed down his throat. The next moment, Zhao Yin's mind became clear, and an ineffable understanding surged within him. Human male, ability awakener, F-class evolutionist, evolution progress 100, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent, B-class marksmanship, life countdown, 29,923 days. This talent pill surprisingly enhanced and magnified Zhao Yin's marksmanship talent. Humans are born with various talents, just with varying degrees of strength. At this moment, Zhao Yin felt that he could skillfully operate both firearms and crossbows, even outperforming professional athletes from before the apocalypse by a long shot. Zhao Yin had an urge to immediately get a long-range weapon. However, acquiring long-range weapons from star crystals was currently difficult to achieve, so he could only start with ordinary weapons. Soon, Zhao Yin remembered something. In his previous life, he had accidentally heard someone mention that there was a shooting range in Guang City, and the owner had collected a sniper rifle in his office before his death. It was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers. Its bullets could easily penetrate armored vehicles 1,000 meters away and effortlessly pierce through target buildings. With Zhao Yin's current marksmanship talent, he could easily master it. Boom! The grave mound behind Zhao Yin suddenly shook, and a fist the size of a sandpot violently struck a piece of concrete, sending it flying. Immediately after, a terrifying figure slowly crawled out. It stood a full 2 meters tall, covered in golden fur, its muscles like gnarled old roots, one arm as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin subconsciously activated his true sight. Immature macaque, F-grade mutated beast, strength 28, agility 36, stamina 24, spirit 9, bloodline talent, gigantism, frenzy. As expected, it didn't disappoint him. The little monkey had successfully evolved to F-grade. Apart from its spirit power, all its attributes were almost double Zhao Yin's. Facing the colossal creature before him, even with prior mental preparation, Zhao Yin couldn't help but tremble. The little monkey could now fully transform into a giant, and even if Zhao Yin used all his equipment, he wasn't sure he could defeat it. Hoo-hoo! The little monkey forcefully shook off the sand and dust covering its body, sprinkling it all over Zhaoyin. Slap! Zhaoyin jumped up and slapped the little monkey's head. So capable, just evolved and already you don't respect me? The monkey quickly shrank back to its original size, instinctively covering its head with its hands, communicating telepathically, "I'm sorry, master, it was too dark inside, I was scared." So it had come out on its own accord. Zhaoyin crooked a finger, and the little monkey immediately scampered to his feet, bowing its hands in a desperate attempt to please him. Zhaoyin carefully examined the little monkey, which had reverted to its normal appearance. Compared to before its evolution, it looked noticeably larger overall. "Come on, let's go kill zombies and test your new abilities." "Master, I'm hungry again." The little monkey tugged at Zhaoyin's pants. Zhaoyin thought for a moment it hadn't eaten much today. Actually, the best food for a mutated beast was mutated beast meat, but unfortunately, since the apocalypse began, Zhaoyin had only encountered this one mutated beast, the little monkey. Otherwise, Zhaoyin still wouldn't give it beast meat to eat, he would just have one more contracted beast by his side. Zhaoyin sensed the supplies in his spatial ring, not much food was left. He simply took out the most spoiled bread one by one, a total of 6 pieces, and threw them all to the little monkey. Watching it gulp down the food, Zhaoyin also took out a compressed biscuit and chewed it with mineral water. With both man and monkey full and refreshed, they once again set out on the path of killing zombies, their destination the shooting range from Zhaoyin's memory. In the apocalypse, to survive, one could only constantly kill. Resources and strength would always be the core. They walked and rested along the way, time unconsciously slipping by. "Song Xiaojian, go lure those zombies away. Your sister and I will be safe once we get inside." Outside the mostly collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high concrete slab, speaking in a commanding tone to Song Xiaojian beside him. "Brother Wang, you've eaten all the food." "My brother hasn't eaten in days, and he almost got into trouble just now killing that zombie." "We can't anymore." Before Song Xiaodao could finish his sentence, Wang Quan interrupted him coldly, "I ate that food because I needed to recover from my injuries. Besides, I gave you the food in the first place. Now, my body hasn't recovered yet. If Song Xiaojian doesn't go, are you going instead?" Song Xiaodao wanted to say something more, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian looked up at Wang Quan. "Brother Wang, you were the one who brought me and Xiaodao into that office, and we siblings have always been grateful. You said those foods were from you, and I won't argue, but I really can't run anymore. If I die here, who will run errands for you in the future? All I know is, if no one distracts those zombies, the 3 of us will starve to death here." Wang Quan said coldly, his left hand secretly reaching behind him. "Let's go look somewhere else, Brother Wang, please." Song Xiaojian's face was pale, his lips chapped, and he spoke weakly. "There are zombies everywhere, damn it. After searching for a long time, only this place hasn't completely collapsed. Where else can we go?" Wang Quan suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind him. He immediately held it against Song Xiaodao's neck. "If you don't go, I'll kill your sister." "Xiaodao." Song Xiaojian was instantly startled. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Let go of Xiaodao." "Brother, I have no choice, I'm sorry. If you don't go, we'll all die, I can only do this," Wang Quan said sinisterly. Normally, although Wang Quan spoke assertively, he was, after all, the sibling savior. They never expected him to do such a thing. "Brother Wang, let me go." Song Xiaodao struggled violently. "You can't let my brother go again. I run faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, aren't your legs fine? Why don't you go?" Splat! Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao hard across the face. The little girl's delicate cheek instantly swelled high, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "I didn't tell you to speak, damn it!" Wang Quan glared at her fiercely. Song Xiaodao froze, seemingly confused as to how a person could turn so quickly. Roar! 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 A few zombies not far away were startled by the slap and quickly ran towards them. Wang Quan also didn't expect to attract the zombie's attention. His face immediately changed dramatically, and he shouted tremblingly, "Song Xiaojian, if you don't go now, your sister and I will die here too. Is it one of you dying, or both of you? Think it through yourself." Song Xiaojian's face instantly turned pale. He had almost no choice. "Brother, you can't go," Song Xiaodao said, tears streaming down her face. Song Xiaojian gave a tragic smile, suddenly unsure of what else to say to his sister. He had too many words in his heart, so many that he couldn't finish them in a lifetime, and didn't know which one to say first. "Before Mom and Dad died, I promised them that as long as I had a breath left, I would protect you," Song Xiaojian said. After speaking, Song Xiaojian dared not look into his sister's eyes, staring intently at Wang Quan and saying, "Brother Wang, I hope you can be kinder to my sister. Otherwise, even if I, Song Xiaojian, turn into a zombie, I will never let you go. Go with peace of mind. Xiaodao is just a child, what could I possibly do to her?" Wang Quan said, putting on a smiling face. A glimpse of the approaching zombie out of the corner of his eye, he urged, "Hurry." Song Xiaojian no longer hesitated, turning and rushing out of cover. "Brother!" Song Xiaodao wanted to shout loudly but was tightly muffled by Wang Quan. She struggled desperately, only able to watch, as her last living relative in the apocalypse departed without a backward glance. Roar! A few zombies saw Song Xiaojian and all went mad, starting their stiff steps and rapidly giving chase. Song Xiaojian ran among the uneven ruins, his steps stumbling. He only wanted to lure the zombies farther away, even farther. Only then could his sister survive. In truth, Song Xiaojian knew that if Wang Quan encountered danger, he would definitely let Song Xiaodao die first. Behind Song Xiaojian, more and more zombies gathered. The nearby hordes were all attracted, and as the commotion grew, even more distant zombies heard the sound and rushed over. At this moment, seeing Song Xiaojian leave, Wang Quan smiled, finally letting go of Song Xiaodao. "Don't worry, I won't let you die. Once I take you to a safe place, I'll sell you for a good price." Song Xiaodao didn't scream, silently shedding tears as she looked in the direction her brother had disappeared. She understood that if she attracted more zombies, her brother would have died in vain. She would definitely live well, live for her brother. Live longer than anyone else. Let's go inside to find food." Wang Quan patted his backside and stood up, walking towards the largely collapsed gate of the shooting range. Song Xiaodao turned back, staring at Wang Quan's receding figure. At this moment, the 12-year-old girl's eyes held nothing but hatred. She followed without a word. Zhao saw the dense zombie horde from afar, more numerous than those at the school earlier, at least 5,000 or 6,000, chasing a young man. Holy crap! Zhao couldn't help but curse. In his previous life, no one had told him there would be a zombie horde at the shooting range. He quickly took the little monkey and dodged. As for saving the young man, Zhao hadn't even considered it. Unlucky fellow! Zhao cursed inwardly, not understanding how an ordinary young man, not even an evolutionist, could attract so many zombies. Zhao and the little monkey circled far around. After the young man had led the zombie horde away, they detoured back to the outside of the shooting range. At this time, there wasn't a single zombie nearby. It seemed the young man had intentionally led all of them away. Zhao grew more puzzled. Was that young man crazy? Soon, Zhao stopped thinking about it. There were all kinds of people in the apocalypse. Perhaps that person was tired of living and wanted one last thrill before dying. Zhao directly entered the shooting range. The buildings that hadn't collapsed here were riddled with cracks, precarious. He took the little monkey directly to the old office site. According to information obtained in his previous life, the owner of the shooting range usually lived inside, keeping a young secretary in the office's resting area. When the apocalypse came, the office building was hit by a meteorite and collapsed. The sniper rifle was in the lowest level basement of the office building, which was also where the boss had kept his mistress in life. Zhao quickly found the basement entrance. Under a concrete block weighing about 3 or 4 tons, a corner of a metal door was revealed, much like what the person in his previous life had described. For an ordinary person, it might have required immense effort, but Zhao simply activated his spatial ring, and the massive concrete block instantly vanished. Immediately after, Zhaoying pulled out his butterfly knife, and bang! He forcefully plunged it into the electronic lock, twisting hard to sever the lock springs. "Go, open the door," Zhaoying commanded, pulling out his butterfly knife. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, its body rapidly expanding. That terrifying behemoth covered in golden fur reappeared before their eyes, its figure like a mountain, exuding immense pressure. The little monkey's colossal palm gripped the doorknob, slowly applying force. Creak, creak. A grating metallic friction sound rang out, and then the deformed metal door was ripped down by it. Roar! Just then, a dark shadow shot out from inside the door, lunging abruptly at the little monkey. Zhaoying saw clearly that it was a middle-aged male zombie, not yet evolved. His attire suggested he was likely the owner of this shooting range. The little monkey simply extended a gigantic, fan-like palm and slapped downwards. The zombie's head immediately retracted into its chest cavity, but its hands still clung to the monkey's thick fur. However, it couldn't even pull out a few strands of hair. The little monkey seemed insulted, lifting the massive metal door panel in its hand and slamming it down with a crash. Put! Dark brown blood plasma flowed everywhere. The already somewhat musty basement instantly reeked of blood. When the door panel was lifted, the zombie had been flattened into a meat patty. "Look what you've done to the room." Zhaoying glared at it. The little monkey, realizing it had used too much force, scratched its head sheepishly. Zhaoying walked in, pinching his nose. Suddenly, another zombie ran out from the inner room. She looked like a young girl in her early 20s before she turned, wearing nothing but a small pair of panties. Even as a zombie, it was clear she must have been a beauty in life. Steamed buns, 2 big steamed buns, with red dates. The little monkey instantly drooled, completely forgetting its previous lesson. Zhaoying swung his butterfly knife, directly splitting the beautiful zombie's head in half, then turned back and said, "Not steamed buns." He bent down and used his butterfly knife to poke around in the brains of the 2 zombies, but found no corpse crystals. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly noticed the little monkey was still drooling over the dead beautiful zombie. Zhaoying perceived its thoughts, so big, 2 of them. If only they were steamed buns. Stop looking. When we find mutated wheat, I'll steam a pot of buns for you every day. Let's go. Zhaoying sighed. He wondered why it grew so big. Look how hungry it made the child. The little monkey reluctantly followed Zhaoying into the inner room. A wave of stench hit them. The floor was covered in feces, urine, used condoms, toilet paper, food wrappers. It was imaginable that after the apocalypse, the shooting range owner and his little secretary had eaten, drunk, and relieved themselves all in this bedroom. Eventually, they ran out of food, and the scorching heat outside prevented them from venturing out. The 2 starved to death here, turning into zombies 4 days ago. Zhaoying and the little monkey rummaged through everything, but besides finding 2 packets of Huazi cigarettes, they didn't find any necessary supplies. The food and water had long been consumed by that scoundrel couple, and the sniper rifle was nowhere to be seen. Zhaoying was puzzled. In his previous life, he had personally seen that large sniper rifle. There must be a secret room. Zhaoying began to scrutinize the surrounding walls. The true sight eye had no effect on ordinary objects, but the enhanced vision from the Soul of Covenant was proving to be of great use at this moment. Zhaoying soon noticed a subtle difference in one area of the tablecloth covering the wall. A faint, tiny seam was barely visible beneath it, almost impossible for the naked eye to detect, but it couldn't escape Zhaoying's gaze. Zhaoying stepped forward and knocked, and indeed, a hollow thud echoed back. He pulled out his butterfly knife, thrusting it forward sharply. It pierced through the metal door made of alloy, along with the tablecloth. Zhaoying pulled it down with force, and with a ripping sound, it cut through as if it were tofu. The immense damage of a transcendent weapon was incomparable to any metal from before the apocalypse. Zhaoying directly cut out a square, put away his butterfly knife, and kicked it. With a clang, the severed section was immediately kicked away by Zhaoying. A square entrance, about 1 square meter in size, appeared on the wall. Zhaoying turned on his flashlight and was the first to step inside. The little monkey quickly shrank its body and followed closely behind its master. The secret room was about 50 square meters in size. As Zhao Yun walked in, he saw a mountain of banknotes piled in the center. He estimated at least 70 to 80 million yuan in $100 bills. Before the apocalypse, this would have driven most people insane, but now it was mere waste paper. After the apocalypse, for the former owner of the shooting range, this pile of cash was worth less than a piece of moldy bread. Zhao Yun ignored this pile of junk, his gaze sweeping across the entire secret room. Various antiques, calligraphy, and paintings filled 3 entire rows of shelves. A beautiful long wooden box was placed on the top display counter. Zhao Yun stepped forward and opened the wooden box. Inside were all the components of an M82A1 sniper rifle. Next to it were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. A smile appeared on Zhao Yun's face. He finally had it. He picked up the components and immediately began assembling them. Click, click. 7 years of gun handling experience in his previous life allowed Zhao Yun to assemble it faster than any special forces soldier. Soon, a majestic sniper rifle was assembled. Zhao Yun held the gun, aimed at an antique vase, and a natural surge of murderous intent immediately rose in his heart. This type of gun is usually used by the military, mostly equipped on small naval vessels or armed helicopters, with astonishing power. With Zhao Yun's current strength as an F-rank evolver, he could hold it in his hands and endure the recoil, forcibly using the sniper rifle as an ordinary rifle. Zhao Yun had no intention of test firing it and immediately stored it in his spatial ring. There were only 60 bullets. They must not be wasted easily unless absolutely critical. His gaze fell on another row of shelves. He had noticed a Tang sword placed there earlier. Zhao Yun walked over and picked up the Tang sword, which weighed about 7 to 8 catties, approximately 3.54 kilograms. Drawing the scabbard, the blade gleamed with a cold light. It was evidently sharpened, with a thicker spine and back than ordinary Tang swords. The total length was 1.6 meters, with a blade length of 1.2 meters. Before the apocalypse, few could wield such a Tang sword. The shooting range owner probably only kept it as a collectible, but now it was a bargain for Zhao Yun. The little monkey glanced at the cool Tang sword in Zhao Yun's hand, then at the steel rod in its own. It immediately scrambled forward, diligently searching, seemingly wanting to find a real weapon too. Unfortunately, this secret room was where the shooting range owner stored valuables. Ordinary weapons would never be kept here. Zhao Yun searched again, but there was nothing else usable in the secret room. As he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he casually picked up the metal door from the floor. Just now, after the little monkey had undergone gigantification, it swung the metal door and splattered a zombie into a pulp. Handing it to the little monkey at a crucial moment, allowing it to fully unleash its ability, could definitely wipe out a large area. Zhao Yun did not leave the shooting range immediately. He hadn't forgotten what kind of place this was. In his previous life, that person left after getting a sniper rifle, but never mentioned the shooting range's armory, because he couldn't excavate it at the time. But Zhao Yun was different. Although the shooting range's armory had collapsed, Zhao Yun believed that some firearms and ammunition must have survived. The firing range was a large open space, easily identifiable. The armory should not be far from it, and all the nearby buildings had collapsed. Zhao Yun led the little monkey to that area of ruins. Just then, he suddenly heard voices. It was a man and a young girl's voice. Zhao Yun couldn't quite make out what they were saying. Were there still survivors in the shooting range? Zhao Yun planned to grab the weapons and leave. The rest had nothing to do with him. As for whether they would cause trouble, Zhao Yun didn't think he was a pushover, nor did he mind killing a few people. Soon, Zhao Yun spotted a piece of bulletproof glass with red lettering on it, weapon storage. This was originally an independent building, and the collapsed concrete here was sturdier than that surrounding it, definitively identifying it as the shooting range's armory. Zhao Yun immediately started using his spatial ring to move the concrete, and the little monkey also enlarged its arm to help. It was now an F-class mutated beast. Compared to before, it could sustain its ability for longer. If it fully activated full-body gigantification, Zhao Yun estimated it could last at least 3 minutes. If it only enlarged its arm, the little monkey could definitely last half an hour. The man and the monkey worked with enthusiasm. After more than 10 minutes, the uppermost rubble of the armory was cleared, revealing crushed tables and chairs, deformed iron cabinets, and broken various bows and arrows. Zhao Yin and the little monkey cleaned up. In the outermost layer, they found several compound bows that were not completely scrapped. Although severely deformed, Zhao Yin still disassembled many usable parts. He eventually assembled 3 complete compound bows. Find arrows, see how many are still usable. Zhao Yin immediately commanded. The little monkey immediately enlarged its arm, forcefully breaking open several deformed large iron boxes and spilling out thousands of arrows. Most were severely damaged. Zhao Yin stepped forward to count them, finding about 100 arrows still usable. Arrows, unlike bullets, are reusable. As long as Zhao Yin conserves them, they can last for a long time. The significance of these 3 compound bows even surpassed the sniper rifle he had just acquired, considering the scarcity of bullets. Immediately after, the little monkey dug out a severely deformed large safe from the debris. Zhao Yin handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey, who cut it open in a few swift motions. Inside were nothing but firearms and ammunition. The rifles were all crushed and deformed, rendering them unusable, but the pistols, being smaller, had mostly survived. Finally, Zhao Yin found 12 usable revolvers, with plenty of bullets left. There were 120 shotgun shells and 1,600 pistol rounds. Unfortunately, there were no large-caliber bullets suitable for the M82A1. Perhaps due to the shooting range's business nature or policy restrictions, the variety of firearms at the range was quite limited. The revolvers were all police firearms from the last century, with average power, but for most people in the apocalypse, they were an invaluable lifeline. Zhao Yin stored all the weapons in his spatial ring, keeping only 1 compound bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver, loaded the arrows, and slung it and the compound bow over his back. This was to make them easier to access. "Little monkey, let's go," Zhao Yin instructed. The little monkey quickly followed, and the man and monkey headed straight for the exit. Just then, Zhao Yin heard the previous survivors talking again. "Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get hard for me." "No. I don't want to, it's so disgusting, boo-hoo. Damn it, I used to jerk off too much, if you don't make it hard, it won't get hard. Hurry up, or I'll break your legs." The man's voice was menacing. The little girl's voice was full of fear. "Brother Quan, please let me go." "Song Xiaodao?" Zhao Yin's expression hardened. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, before his death, among the 3 women who sacrificed themselves to save him, the youngest one was named Xiaodao. And it seemed her surname was Song. There were countless people with the same name in this world. Could it be a coincidence? Zhao Yin decided to go and see. In this apocalypse, he was alone, and there weren't many people or things he cared about. If there were still a few people he cared deeply about, Song Xiaodao was one of them. At this moment, in a half-collapsed kitchen, Wang Quan, after drinking foul, putrid water, sat on a 3-legged chair, his trousers pushed down below his knees, one hand moving rapidly, his eyes fixed on Song Xiaodao opposite him. Even without washing her face for over a month, it was clear she was a beautiful young woman. "I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, don't blame me for being heartless." 1. Wang Quan shouted the count. 2. 3. Song Xiaodao trembled all over and quickly shrank back. "Brother Wang, you promised my brother you would take good care of me. How can you break your word?" "Credit?" Wang Quan sneered, "This is the apocalypse. Is that thing still useful? If I don't deceive him, will he willingly go to his death?" With that, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiaodao, but suddenly stumbled, finding the trousers he'd pushed down to his knees were in the way. He simply ripped them off. Then he took a few steps to Song Xiaodao's side and tore off her top. Rip! The girl was already showing her budding form. Wang Quan swallowed, the evil in his eyes intensifying to the extreme in an instant. "No! You bastard!" Song Xiaodao struggled desperately, crying her heart out. In a moment of panic, she slapped Wang Quan across the face. Splat! Though her strength was slight, it thoroughly enraged Wang Quan. He slapped her backhanded across the face. How could a little girl withstand such torment? She was instantly stunned. Wang Quan continued to tear at her clothes. Soon, she was like a peeled hard-boiled egg, flawlessly white. At this moment, Wang Quan found that his little brother was still uncooperative. He raised his palm and fiercely slapped Song Xiaodao's face. Slap. Slap. Are you gonna let me have you or not? Are you gonna let me have you or not? After a few slaps, Song Xiaodao's cheeks were swollen high on both sides, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. But she no longer pleaded, only stared numbly at Wang Quan. What the hell are you looking at? Do you believe I won't dig your eyeballs out? Wang Quan felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze, a sense of humiliation. A mere little girl actually made him feel afraid. Angrily, he raised his hand to poke her eyes. I'll damn well gouge out your eyes. Just then, a large hand, like a cattail leaf fan, suddenly gripped the arm Wang Quan had stretched out. At this moment, the light above Wang Quan and Song Xiaodao seemed to be suddenly obscured by some giant creature, and the air froze. Wang Quan stiffly turned his head, then began to tremble all over. A terrifying giant beast stood beside him, its golden eyes radiating coldness, its expression indifferent, looking down at him. The next moment. Crack! The little monkey applied a slight force, and Wang Quan's forearm bone was instantly crushed. Ah ah ah! A heart-wrenching scream tore from Wang Quan's mouth. Immediately after, the little monkey threw him with force, and Wang Quan's body flew 5 or 6 meters, hitting the wall and bleeding from his head. A little gentler, don't kill him right away, Zhaoyin said. The little monkey stepped aside, and Zhaoyin emerged from behind its towering figure, walking up to Song Xiaodao and scrutinizing her. Song Xiaodao also looked up at Zhaoyin, her face filled with terror. She even forgot that she was completely uncovered at this moment. She had seen this man twice before, once when he passed through the mall, and a second time when she saw him brutally killing another man in the distance. This man seemed to have become stronger, and now had such a terrifying giant beast beside him. At this moment, Zhaoyin gave Song Xiaodao a feeling of power, mystery, cruelty, and ruthlessness. Yet, he also inexplicably gave her a sense of security. And a feeling of having narrowly escaped death filled her heart. She hadn't expected the one who saved her to be this scoundrel. Your name is Song Xiaodao? Zhaoyin asked. Her face was swollen like a bun, almost unrecognizable. Song Xiaodao trembled again, instinctively shrinking back, but didn't speak. Her eyes were filled with horror and wariness, wondering if she had just escaped a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's mouth. Speak, are you mute? Zhaoyin lifted his foot, nudged Song Xiaodao's leg, and asked with a frown. Uncle, don't. Don't hit me, my name is Song Xiaodao. Uncle? Zhaoyin was startled, and touched the stubble on his face that hadn't been shaved for a month. Was he really that old? However, considering the little girl's age, calling him uncle was indeed appropriate. In his previous life, Zhaoyin hadn't asked about her background. She was already an adult when he met her. He had overlooked something earlier. He had been reborn 7 years ago, and Song Xiaodao was only 12 years old now. The little girl in front of him suddenly made Zhaoyin feel a bit annoyed. Even if she really was Song Xiaodao, what good would saving her do? How the hell was he supposed to bring her into his harem now? Raise her as a daughter? Get up, let me see. Zhaoyin said directly. Uncle, I'm still young, I'll only be 13 next month, please don't do this to me, Song Xiaodao pleaded tearfully. Zhaoyin had absolutely no interest in a blank slate. Impatiently, he reached out, grabbed her ponytail, and pulled her up. Let go of me. In a moment of panic, Song Xiaodao opened her mouth and bit Zhao Yin's wrist. A sharp pain came, and Zhao Yin's brows furrowed even deeper, but he didn't let go. He was too lazy to explain so much. He directly flipped her body over, and on her slender waist, which could be encircled with one hand, he saw a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark. It's really you, damn it. Zhaoyin finally let go, cursing under his breath. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. She was that Song Xiaodao. Zhaoyin had no reason not to take this burden with him. He had sworn an oath before his death in his previous life. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao, somewhat bewildered by the man's actions. Hoo! The little monkey snorted and also brought its big head close to Song Xiaodao. Ah! Help! Song Xiaodao wanted to run away. Zhao grabbed her ponytail, pulled her back forcefully, and slapped the little monkey. Don't scare her. The little monkey quickly retracted its head and stood behind Zhao like a good baby. Song Xiaodao looked at the man and the beast in terror, trembling all over. Uncle, what exactly do you want? Zhao pointed to the clothes on the ground. Put on your pants first. Song Xiaodao then realized something. After all, having just gone through the apocalypse, being seen naked made her very embarrassed. She frantically picked up the clothes to put them on. Unfortunately, Wang Quan had been too rough earlier. The clothes and pants were torn into rags, and there was pitifully little fabric to cover her skin. Zhao frowned, took a white t-shirt from his space ring, and threw it to her. Wear this. No specific emotion could be discerned on Song Xiaodao's swollen face, which resembled a bun. She lowered her head, took the clothes, and quickly put them on. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, and Zhao Yin's t-shirt looked like a jumpsuit on her, yet it wasn't unattractive. Pants were out of the question, so this would have to do. Zhao turned to look at Wang Quan, who was still groaning on the ground, and asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" It took Song Xiaodao a long moment to realize the question was directed at her. No. Never killed anyone. She recalled the last time she saw Zhao brutally kill Lin Tianfeng. This person treated you so poorly, what do you want to do to him? Zhao asked. Since he decided to bring this burden with him, how could she have never killed anyone? Song Xiaodao remembered the scene before Song Xiaojin left, and bit her lip. Uncle, can you help me kill him? Clang! Zhao directly drew his Tang Dao, threw it forcefully, and the blade embedded itself into the empty ground in front of Song Xiaodao, the hilt trembling continuously. Do you have no hands, or no knife? Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale. For a child newly entering the apocalypse, regardless of the reason, killing was a concept far removed from her reality. Zhao stared intently at Song Xiaodao, his eyes coercive. I won't help you kill. If you're afraid to kill, I'll let him go. Won't you get your revenge? Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao seemed to make up her mind. Zhao watched with interest. She gripped the hilt of the knife stuck in the ground in front of her with both hands, and pulled it out with all her might. The little girl, carrying a Tang Dao taller than herself, walked step by step towards Wang Quan. Brother, I can give you anything you want, please don't let her kill me, please, brother. At this moment, Wang Quan lay on the ground. He didn't know how many bones in his body the little monkey had broken. Zhao was smiling, a very cold smile. Even if Song Xiaodao was a burden, she had to become a useful one in the future. This person would be the first she killed in the apocalypse, destined to become a stepping stone on her path to growth. In her previous life, Song Xiaodao could be taken into Zhao Yin's harem, which naturally indicated her unique qualities. Among ability users, there was no shortage of beautiful women. If she hadn't possessed a resolute character, how could she have been valued by Zhao Yin at that time? Wang Quan, my brother treated you as a benefactor. To save you, my brother and I were almost bitten to death by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly grew hoarse. We recognized you as our big brother, and gave you our last food, but in the end, you still wanted to harm my brother. Xiaodao, brother Wang was wrong. What happened before was just a momentary lapse of judgment. Wang Quan tried to plead further, but the next moment, thud. Song Xiaodao chopped her knife into his upper thigh. Ah. Wang Quan let out another pig-like shriek. Xiaodao, listen to me. Song Xiaodao gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, lifted it forcefully, and plunged the knife down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it's because of you, understand? Put. This stab landed in Wang Quan's lower abdomen, and blood gushed out when the knife was pulled free. You motherfucker, you little bitch, if you've got the guts, just kill me. Wang Quan cursed loudly. He already understood that no matter what, he was going to die today. So he wasn't going to beg for mercy anymore. Song Xiaodao said nothing further, raised her knife, and brought it down again. The sound of blade meeting flesh rang out, splattering blood. Song Xiaodao's strength was, after all, too little, so each strike could only cause injury but couldn't take Wang Quan's life. This led to Wang Quan howling loudly under the torment of each successive cut, until his willpower finally collapsed, and he cried, resuming his pleas for mercy. Xiaodao, please kill me, I beg you. Song Xiaodao, exhausted, stood there panting heavily. Stab the heart, one blow can be fatal, Zhaoyin said, teaching her how to kill. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhaoyin, suddenly no longer so afraid of him. Uncle, he forced my brother to lure away the zombies. I want to feed him to the zombies. These were not words a 12-year-old girl should be saying. But a hint of appreciation flickered in Zhao Yin's eyes. He finally felt this burden wasn't so useless. Monkey, take him, let's go. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey had already retracted its ability, shrinking back to normal size. It stepped forward, grabbed one of Wang Quan's legs, and directly dragged him out of the shooting range. A long trail of blood was left on the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said seriously, you now have two choices. First, come with me. I can promise you that I will try my best to keep you alive within my capabilities. Of course, if we encounter a crisis beyond my ability, I will abandon you directly. Second, I'll leave you some food and this knife, and I won't bother with the rest. Uncle, why are you so good to me? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She didn't believe he was a kind person overflowing with love. If I told you that I knew you 7 years from now, and you were one of my women, would you believe me? Zhao Yin said calmly, staring into Song Xiaodao's eyes. Song Xiaodao nodded, I believe you. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned, looking at the girl seriously. Soon, he let out a wry laugh. What does a 12-year-old girl know? Uncle, I'll go with you, Song Xiaodao bit her lip. This answer was expected, even a fool would know which to choose. Zhao Yin turned and followed the little monkey. Let's go, take your enemy to feed the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the horde of zombies that Song Xiaojian had lured away had dispersed, and scattered zombies were now wandering over. The little monkey let out a shriek, instantly drawing the attention of two distant zombies. The scent of blood emanating from Wang Quan immediately drove them into a frenzy, and they pounced without hesitation. After shrieking, the little monkey slowly retreated, hiding behind the gate where Zhao Yin and Xiaodao were. Wang Quan, already on his last breath, instantly revived upon seeing the two zombies. Xiaodao, save Big Brother Wang. I don't want to die, please don't feed me to the zombies. You motherfucker, Xiaodao. The two zombies lunged forward, tearing open Wang Quan's chest in the blink of an eye, pulling out his heart, lungs, intestines, and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth was wide open, his eyes still filled with unwillingness in the face of death. Blood steamed, and the two zombies gnawed and devoured wildly. Zhao Yin looked back at Song Xiaodao. Unlike other survivors, her first reaction to seeing zombies eat people was not horror and vomit. Tears welled in her eyes, yet a faint smile played on her lips. Such an expression suited Zhao Yin's taste perfectly. He raised his hand and patted her head. Let's go. Uncle, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. Survive. Zhao Yin merely uttered 3 simple words. Survive. Song Xiaodao felt a chill. In the apocalypse, all survivors had only one goal: how to survive. Uncle, there was still some food in that kitchen earlier. Although it's only rotten meat and moldy rice left, it's still edible if boiled for a long time, Song Xiaodao reminded him. She and Wang Quan had just eaten rotten meat porridge. Starving to death, Song Xiaodao didn't find it too unappetizing. As for whether it would be harmful to the body, that wasn't an issue when faced with the threat of starvation. Many survivors probably ate such things now, and many more wished they could but had nothing to eat. I still have some food, Zhao Yin said without looking back. After the apocalypse, food spoiled at an astonishing rate. The supplies in his spatial ring were almost inedible, so how unpalatable must the remnants in the shooting range kitchen be? He would not, at least in this lifetime, stoop to eating such food, and certainly wouldn't let such garbage occupy his spatial ring. After all, the storage space in the spatial ring was only 10 cubic meters, and half of it was currently occupied. Zhao Yun frowned. He had another mouth to feed beside him. It was time to consider food. Uncle, there are zombies ahead. Aren't you going to avoid them? Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yun walk straight towards the zombies and reminded him from behind again. As her voice fell, she saw a compound ball suddenly appear in Zhao Yun's hand. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows shot out, and the heads of the 2 zombies gnawing on Wang Quan immediately burst open like watermelons. The little monkey beside him immediately rushed over, skillfully prying open the zombies' heads. Stop! Zhao Yun suddenly called out to the little monkey, then turned to Song Xiaodao. From now on, you'll do this kind of thing. The little monkey glanced at Song Xiaodao, its expression very displeased. In the past, every time it helped its master collect core crystals, it would see its master's smile. But now, this opportunity to please its master was snatched away by someone else. Zhao Yun didn't notice the little monkey's thoughts, walked over, and picked up the arrows. Then, he pried open the heads of the 2 zombies, digging out 2 unevolved core crystals. A day had passed, and the core crystals evolved by zombies were becoming more and more common. Any 2 would yield core crystals. These things are called core crystals. Look carefully, every zombie's head will have them from now on. Your task is to help me pick up arrows and dig out core crystals, Zhao Yun said, holding the core crystal stained with brain matter. Song Xiaodao's swollen face showed a drastic change in expression. Although her mental fortitude far surpassed that of girls her age, those zombies were still human just a month ago. Searching for things in their brains? I don't keep useless people around me. It's fine if you don't want to do it, go wherever you please, Zhao Yun said indifferently. With that, he directly crushed and absorbed 2 corpse crystals. Song Xiaodao said, lowering her head, I'll do it. Uncle can ask me to do anything. After speaking, she trembled and stepped forward, preparing to rummage through the brains. There are no more corpse crystals there. Each zombie only has 1, Zhao Yun said. When Song Xiaodao looked back, Zhao Yun finally saw that her originally red and swollen face was now pale, with tears streaming down. For a 12-year-old girl, Zhao Yun's actions were too cruel. But this was the apocalypse, and no one could remain a little princess anymore. There will be many more things like this in the future. I'll make you kill zombies with your own hands, fight desperately with mutated beasts, and possibly even kill humans. The peaceful life before the apocalypse will never return. You could die at any moment. Zhao Yun's expression was ruthless. If you still want to follow me, you will know my secrets. I can't hide everything from you, so if you ever want to leave, then I will kill you with my own hands. Hearing this, Song Xiaodao recalled her brother's words from a few days ago. Her brother had said that if he were no longer around, and if she was lucky enough to meet this bad guy, she should follow him and obey his commands. Her brother also said that only by following such a person would she have a chance to survive. I'm not leaving, and I'm not scared, Song Xiaodao said, trembling. Roar! Just then, Wang Quan, who had just died, suddenly let out a zombie roar. Immediately after, his back twisted into a bizarre posture, and he stood up straight from the ground. Wang Quan's empty abdominal cavity was dripping with blood, an intestine dragged on the ground, and his fish-like eyes immediately spotted Song Xiaodao not far away. Roar! Uncle! It's alive! Startled, Song Xiaodao ran towards Zhao Yun desperately. It just turned into a zombie. Zhao Yun finished speaking, pulled out a butterfly knife, and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Go kill it. Song Xiaodao had intended to hide behind Zhao Yun but froze upon hearing his words. Zhao Yun had just said that he would make her kill zombies with her own hands in the future. She thought it was a distant prospect, but unexpectedly, he was asking her to do it now. I'm scared. I'm afraid I can't kill it. Newly awakened zombies move stiffly. You can kill it, and it's a good practice for you. When you encounter zombies you need to deal with alone in the future, you'll have experience to save your life. Zhao Yun's eyes showed no room for doubt as he offered the butterfly knife again. Go. I won't say it a second time. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the zombie that Wang Quan had become, gradually getting a clearer look at it. Its nose and eyes had been eaten by the previous zombie, its body blood was still red, and the foul stench could be smelled from several meters away. It was more disgusting than the smell of a slaughterhouse. Roar! Wang Quan let out another zombie roar, quickening its pace towards Song Xiaodao. However, the newly awakened zombie had most of its muscles and meridians eaten away and hadn't had time to recover, so its speed was barely faster than a snail's. Song Xiaodao's entire body felt weak, but she barely managed to dodge its pounce. "Get behind it and stab its back of the head," Zhao Ying shouted. Song Xiaodao gritted her teeth, fueled by desperation, and instinctively followed Zhao Yin's advice. Using her small size to her advantage, she circled past Wang Quan's armpit, got behind it, and raised her knife to stab. She actually didn't miss. Put! The butterfly knife, sharp enough to cut iron like mud, plunged its entire blade into the back of the zombie's head. Immediately after, Wang Quan collapsed. Song Xiaodao trembled like a sieve, staring blankly at the scene before her, still seemingly unable to believe that she had killed a terrifying zombie. If it weren't for Zhao Yin's coercion, even a newly awakened zombie, she would never have dared to strike, and would have ultimately been bitten to death by it. A hint of gratitude towards Zhao Ying suddenly arose in her heart. Only then did she realize that monsters could actually be killed. They weren't as terrifying as she had imagined. Soon, Song Xiaodao bent over and began to vomit. Wang Quan's blood was still warm, and a breeze carried with it the smell of blood, brain matter, and internal organs. Not far away, 3 more zombies were wandering. Zhao Ying drew his bow and notched an arrow, swish, swish, swish. He headshot the 3 zombies with a few arrows, then frowned and stared at Song Xiaodao. "Get to work." Song Xiaodao thought about having to dig out brain matter, and vomited even more violently. She stood up, retching as she walked towards the zombies. The 12-year-old girl's frail body trembled. She dug out 3 corpse crystals, holding them along with the brain matter to Zhao Ying. "Uncle, is this it?" Zhao Ying handed her a rag. "Remember, from now on, every time you dig out a corpse crystal, you must wipe it clean before handing it to me." Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Ying. Was this guy disgusted by brain matter too? Oh. She pouted, then carefully wiped the 3 corpse crystals spotless before raising her hand to give them to Zhao Ying. "Uncle, here." Zhao Ying, right in front of her, crushed the 3 corpse crystals and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao watched him, a hint of curiosity appearing on her face. That little monkey earlier could change size at will. Things in his hand would suddenly disappear or appear. And now, when the corpse crystals were crushed, a faint white light emanated. Everything was shrouded in mystery, like a miracle before the apocalypse. However, Zhao Ying did not explain to her, and Song Xiaodao was smart enough not to ask. When Zhao Ying opened his eyes, he surveyed his own body. Span style equals font family, monospace human male, ability awakener, F rank evolver, evolution progress 100, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent B rank shooting, life countdown, 29,953 days span. After killing zombies for a day, Zhao Yin's evolution progress had reached 100%. At this rate, he would become an E rank evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors, if they could achieve Zhao Yin's speed, they would wake up smiling from their dreams. But Zhao Yin was not satisfied. He knew that those zombies were uniquely favored, and to go further, he must not be left behind by them. However, his life countdown had increased by another month. "Uncle, when you first came, did you meet a boy? He's as tall as you, looks 16 or 17. He's my brother, Song Xiaojin." Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yin immediately remembered the brave young man who had drawn the zombie horde. "I saw him, he's dead," Zhao Yin said, nodding. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears welling up. Although she had already prepared herself mentally, intense sadness quickly filled her heart. Song Xiaojian had died for her. From then on, she had no brother left in this world, no last kin. A long while later. Where did it happen to him? Can you take me to see? Song Xiaodao pleaded. She was still very afraid of Zhao Yin, but for her brother, she couldn't care less. He turned into a zombie, who knows where he's wandered off to. Zhao Yin frowned and conjectured, if you want to kill him and bury him, I can take that route on the way. If I happen to meet him, I'll help you bury him. If not, I won't delay for such a small matter. Song Xiaodao hadn't expected Zhao Yin to actually agree, and quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, uncle. If we don't find him, I won't trouble you." Zhao Yin stroked his stubble, then his face suddenly darkened. "Don't you ever fucking call me uncle again." Every time he heard her call him uncle, Zhao Yin wanted to slap her to death. He was only in his early 20s. UNC. What should I call you then? Can I call you Big Brother? Before the apocalypse, Song Xiaodao had completed 7 years of compulsory education and understood basic etiquette. Who knew Zhao Yin's face would grow even darker? In this life, he would neither be anyone's adoptive father nor anyone's big brother again. "My name is Zhao Yin." After speaking coldly, Zhao Yin stepped forward. He deliberately avoided looking in the direction where he had seen Song Xiaojian. Even if Song Xiaojian were truly still alive, Zhao Yin wouldn't save him. In a man's life, there are 2 kids to be most wary of, a son and a brother-in-law. He knew nothing about Song Xiaojian and couldn't possibly take on another burden. So many people had died in the apocalypse, why should Song Xiaojian be an exception? Zhao Yin continued walking, killing zombies he encountered. Now with ranged weapons, even a small group of zombies could be eliminated with the help of Little Monkey. With Song Xiaodao helping to collect zombie crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution speed increased rapidly. Evolution progress 100. Of course, Zhao Yin's direction was not without purpose. He remembered a mutated chestnut tree from his previous life, located in the southern suburbs of Guang City. As night gradually fell, Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the apocalypse, some said hard work didn't necessarily lead to wealth, but after the apocalypse, only diligent people could survive. It wasn't until the dead of night that Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and Little Monkey finally left the city. As they approached their destination, zombies became increasingly scarce. Before them were no longer city ruins, but fire-scorched, pockmarked, barren farmlands, an expanse of desolation. Occasionally, wandering zombies could be seen aimlessly roaming. They seemed tireless, their extremely bloodthirsty nature driving them like perpetual motion machines that never stopped. In his previous life, some speculated that a mysterious force brought by extraterrestrial meteorites was replenishing the zombies' energy. "Zhao Yin, aren't we going to rest?" Song Xiaodao was already panting, each step unbelievably difficult. Fatigue had replaced her initial fear of zombies. "We'll rest when we reach the village up ahead." Zhao Yin drew his bow and an arrow, whoosh. A zombie in the distance was headshot. The Little Monkey raised its steel rod and also smashed the head of a zombie with a single blow. Then, without even a glance, the human and monkey continued to stride forward. Song Xiaodao could only pull herself together, quickly dig out the 2 corpse crystals, jog to catch up with Zhao Yin, and hand them to him after wiping them clean. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystals and crushed them directly. Human male, ability awakener, F-grade evolver, evolution progress 100, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent B-grade archery, life countdown, 30,074 days. At this rate, Zhao Yin would become an E-grade evolver in at most 10 days. His life countdown had already extended to over 30,000 days. Finally, a stretch of ruins appeared at the end of the field, which was the village Zhao Yin was looking for. Within the ruined village, a small, intact rural Western-style house stood alone in the very center. Like Zhao Yin's villa, it was a surviving building. In the night, Zhao Yin saw from afar a towering tree swaying in the wind in front of the small house's gate, and the nearby air seemed much fresher. "Zhao Yin, there's a house there." Song Xiaodao immediately pointed to the small Western-style house and exclaimed. A smile also appeared on Zhao Yin's face, all his fatigue swept away. "Let's go, we'll head over there, there's food." The little girl and the monkey both stiffened upon hearing about food, and quickly followed Zhao Yin. As they approached the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly stopped in his tracks, raising a hand to pull back the little monkey who had already rushed ahead. "Wait!" The little monkey was grabbed by its tail and yanked back by its owner, looking up at Zhao Yin in confusion. Just then, roar! 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 The quiet world instantly erupted. Countless zombie roars burst forth from within the small Western-style house, shattering the silent night. The main gate was suddenly slammed open, and dozens of zombies poured out. Fall back, quickly, Xiaodao, run. Zhao roared, immediately drawing his bow and arrow. Whoosh, 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 after several sounds of arrows cutting through the air, he shot out the heads of the first few zombies. But the zombies behind seemed endless. The not-so-large rural Western-style house surprisingly poured out 100 or 200 zombies. And these zombies all had evolution progress. 2 of them had already reached F grade, their speed not much slower than Zhao, an evolver. Zhao didn't have time to think about why these zombies had evolved so quickly, or why they were hiding in that small Western-style house. After firing a few arrows, he also turned and began to sprint. If he were surrounded by this group of zombies, he might not die on the spot, but as long as he was scratched or bitten, even a little, he would be infected. He currently only had 1 can of tuna that could resist the zombie virus, and it wasn't worth it for these zombies. Song Xiaodao's short little legs couldn't run fast at all, and she cried out in fear. But the more she cried, the more zombies she attracted. Just then, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao, holding her by the collar, and sprinted forward. Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and go kill those 2 F-grade zombies. Zhao commanded loudly from behind. He told Song Xiaodao to run first, not the monkey. What was an F-grade mutated beast afraid of? While shouting, Zhao turned and started shooting arrows, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows were shot consecutively. Those 2 F-grade zombies seemed to have awakened some intelligence from their former lives, quickly diving into the horde to hide. However, Zhao Yin's arrows weren't aimed at them at all. The 3 ordinary zombies charging ahead were accurately headshot. At this point, the zombie horde had closed another 10 meters. Zhao didn't dare to linger, turning to continue running forward. Monkey, what the hell are you dallying for? Seeing its master fighting alone, it threw Song Xiaodao aside, its body rapidly expanding, transforming in the blink of an eye into that massive creature covered in golden fur. Hoo-hoo! The little monkey snorted, briefly identified the F-grade zombies its master mentioned, and then charged forward with mighty strides. The zombie horde knew no fear. Seeing a flesh and blood life form actively charging, they immediately abandoned their pursuit of Zhao and all swarmed towards the little monkey. Zhao Yin's pressure eased. He turned to look, and the giant little monkey was already heavily surrounded. It swung the steel pole in its hand, and with every swing, a zombie fell, but there were simply too many zombies. They quickly surrounded it completely, countless hands grabbing the little monkey's thick fur, some zombies opening their mouths to bite. Soon, the little monkey was covered in bloodstains. The 2 F-grade zombies, which had just begun to develop intelligence, seemed to understand the terror of a mutated beast of their own rank. They actually knew to bypass the horde and rush towards Zhao while the other zombies were besieging the little monkey. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed, treating me like a pushover? Female zombie, F-grade, evolution 100, strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2. Male zombie, F-grade, evolution 152, strength 24, agility 16, spirit. It seemed they were a middle-aged couple in life, likely farmers from this village. The agility of the 2 zombies almost matched Zhao, an evolver, and their strength far exceeded his. Even their spirit had evolved. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhao shot 2 arrows. One was aimed at the female zombie's head but was flexibly dodged, the arrow embedding in her chest. The arrow shot at the male zombie didn't even graze a single hair. The 2 zombies had once again closed the distance, now less than 10 meters from Zhao. Zhao, run! Song Xiaodao, behind him, also stopped, seeing the 2 zombies, clearly several times faster than the others, approaching Zhao, and shouted anxiously. Zhao stood still. His compound bow suddenly vanished, replaced by a revolver in his hand. The 2 zombies had no idea what that black lump was. Seeing Zhao actively put away the bow and arrows that attacked them, they sped up even more. Bang, bang. Blinding sparks spewed from the muzzle. The 2 zombies, one after the other, seemed to freeze in time. They all had a bullet hole between their eyebrows. Immediately after, they fell straight down. Immediately after, Zhao put away his pistol and once again used his bow and arrow, working with the little monkey to clear out the remaining horde of zombies. Song Xiaodao was stunned. His gun is so powerful. Bang! The little monkey smashed the head of the last zombie with a single blow, its massive body rapidly shrinking, in the blink of an eye becoming the small, thin monkey, standing there panting heavily. The recent battle had almost completely drained its strength, and Zhao Yun, standing beside it, was also slightly out of breath. Although he hadn't fought as desperately as the little monkey, such high-intensity shooting was extremely exhausting. Well done. Zhao Yun stepped over the corpses, walked up to the little monkey, and reached out to pat its head. The little monkey's dejected expression instantly brightened, and it chattered incessantly. Zhao Yun sensed through his thoughts that it was recounting how dangerous it had been and how heroic it had been, all to protect its master. Zhao Yun generously took out 20 compressed biscuits at once, opened one for himself to chew, and gave all the rest to the little monkey. Eat, it's your reward. The little monkey happily hugged the biscuits and circled Zhao Yun several times. Master, I will definitely work even harder in the future. At this moment, Song Xiaodao's eyes widened, even forgetting her shock at Zhao Yun and the little monkey's strength, staring intently at the compressed biscuits in the little monkey's hands. Gulp! She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. For several days, Song Xiaodao had only eaten less than half a bowl of rotten meat and rice porridge with winequan. Now, the scent of the compressed biscuits wafted over, and an intense hunger almost completely consumed her. Zhao Yun had no intention of giving her any to eat, pointing at the 2 F-grade zombies and saying, I'll handle these 2 myself. You clean up the other zombies. You can eat after you're done working. Song Xiaodao knew that in this team of 2 people and 1 beast, she was the most useless one. But Song Xiaodao still couldn't help but ask, can I eat first and then work? No. Zhao Yun refused flatly. He shoved the compressed biscuit in his hand into his mouth, then carried his tang dao towards the bodies of the 2 F-grade zombies. Crunch, crunch. Like slicing watermelons, he cut open both zombie heads with 2 strokes. The tang dao moved back and forth, and soon he found 2 zombie crystals and 2 star crystals. He smiled, having known for a long time that F-grade zombies now surely contain star crystals. Only the power of star crystals could enable them to evolve so quickly. After absorbing the 2 zombie crystals, his evolution progress increased by another 2 percentage points. This was equivalent to 200 unranked zombie crystals. What Zhao Yun cared about more were the 2 star crystals. There had been no star crystal income all day today, and these were the only 2. Hopefully, there would be good luck. Zhao Yun crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light immediately appeared in his hand. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was immediately attracted, curiously looked over, and couldn't help but ask, Zhao Yun, what are you doing? Zhao Yun spread out his other hand, holding up the remaining star crystal. This is a star crystal. Most high-level zombies have them in their bodies. You'll need to pay special attention to them from now on. The secret of the star crystals would soon be known to all survivors, and Zhao Yun had no intention of hiding it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded, half understanding, and then saw the white light in Zhao Yun's hand dissipate, and a bottle of drink appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yun's gaze fell on the item in his hand. Iced tea, grade F, type, extraordinary beverage, effect, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption, body attributes doubled for 1 hour. Finally, a second type of beverage other than Nongfu Spring appeared, and its effect was also good, capable of playing a significant role at critical moments. Zhao Yun put away the iced tea and crushed the second star crystal. The light dissipated, and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yun's breathing hitched. It was another piece of equipment. He quickly unfolded the clothing in front of him, and soon, his expression darkened. Damn it, it's a huge piece of women's clothing again. In his hand was a white mini dress, and critically, it had cartoon patterns, with the hem only covering the upper thighs. This was practically forcing him to become a cross-dressing boss. Dress, grade F, defense equipment, durability 15, strength +8, bonus effect, charm +10. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat as he saw the attributes. Although its durability was slightly less than his military uniform jacket, it boosted his strength by a full 8 points. This was adding the strength of an adult man on top of his own base strength. What to do? Should he wear it or not? Zhao Yun fell into a dilemma. Wasn't this clearly pushing him to be a cross-dressing boss? Fishnet stockings, a dress, all he was missing was a pair of high heels. Song Xiaodao saw the dress in Zhao Yin's hand, then looked down at the men's t-shirt she was wearing, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Yin. Get to work now. Zhao Yin directly cut off her hopeful thoughts and quickly put the dress into his spatial ring. The little monkey beside them was eyeing the iced tea Zhao Yin had just obtained. Zhao Yin glanced at the bloodstains on the little monkey. The wound was no longer bleeding, so he ruffled its head. That's a combat drink, for our survival. I can't give it to you for now. The little monkey felt the warm large hand on its head, closed its eyes and greatly enjoyed it. It seemed that at this moment, the temptation of extraordinary food wasn't so great anymore. Master just gave me compressed biscuits, little monkey is very happy, the little monkey communicated telepathically. Zhao Yin didn't care if it was truly happy or not. In any case, there would be chestnuts soon. The spoiled ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help dispose of, otherwise, it would have to be thrown away, and he would feel uneasy. After all, so many people in the apocalypse had no food, and wasting it was shameful. Come on, I have another glorious mission for you, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately perked up. I like the missions Master gives me. Every time it completed a mission, it would see the appreciative look in its master's eyes. Sometimes it would even get rewards. Most importantly, it didn't want Song Xiaodao to steal its position in its master's heart. Just now, the master gave it compressed biscuits, but Song Xiaodao didn't get any, and the little monkey was secretly delighted. Next, go and pick all the chestnuts on that tree, Zhao Yin said, pointing to a huge chestnut tree not far away. Many chestnut burrs had grown on it. After mutation, each chestnut burr was the size of a human head, covered with sharp spines, each glittering with a faint, cold light. Upon hearing that it was going to climb a tree, the little monkey became even more excited. The preference ingrained in its genes made it feel fun and stimulating. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, the little monkey scurried up the chestnut tree with a whoosh, and reached out to pluck a chestnut burr. The next moment, a series of squeals came, ouch ouch ouch. Master, help! The mutated chestnut spines were as sharp as blades. Even with its thick skin, the little monkey's finger was pricked. You idiot, you should use a stick to poke them. Zhao Yin shouted. Only then did the little monkey realize, and it began to swing its steel rod, bang, bang, bang. Chestnut burrs fell like meteorites. 10 minutes later, a layer of them covered the ground. Soon, the little monkey knocked down the last chestnut burr. Many branches and leaves were also accidentally ravaged by the little monkey, spreading all over the ground. The little monkey climbed down from the tree, its monkey face full of excitement, and it scurried to Zhao Yin's feet to claim credit. Well done! Zhao Yin did not hold back his praise. After praising the little monkey, he turned his attention to the chestnut burrs on the ground. He counted them, and there were 303 in total. Each one was conservatively estimated to yield 10 caddies of mutated chestnuts. This meant Zhao Yin would get at least 3,000 caddies of mutated chestnuts this time. Any mutated plants in the apocalypse, the fruits they produce, will not rot as easily as those before the apocalypse, and the energy they contain is more than 10 times that of the same kind of fruit before the apocalypse. If an ordinary person before the apocalypse might be full after eating 1 caddy of chestnuts, then 1 caddy of mutated chestnuts would be enough to feed an ordinary person for 10 meals. If consumed long term, it can also slowly improve physical fitness. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had a subordinate who never gained any superpowers or evolution serums, but by chance, he acquired several hundred caddies of mutated soybeans. After eating them for 2 years, that subordinate's strength was enough to rival an F-class evolved human. Zhao Yin looked up at the ghastly chestnut tree, feeling a bit regretful. It was unknown when it would bear fruit again. He couldn't wait here. Zhao Yin had no space to store living things, nor could he take the tree with him, so he simply didn't care about its fate. He directly took out his tang blade and started cutting the chestnut burrs. It was 2 hours later by the time all 300 chestnut burrs were peeled. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and put the cut spines into his space ring as well, thinking they might come in handy later. At this time, Song Xiaodao had also collected more than 100 non-evolved corpse crystals. Zhao Yin, I really can't do it anymore. The bruises on her face had diminished a bit, and her eyes were filled with fatigue. Actually, her ability to stay with Zhaoyin until now was solely due to her willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhaoyin a small package, wrapped with a piece of cloth torn from some zombie, containing a small bag of corpse crystals. Here, it's all here. Zhaoyin reached out, took the corpse crystals, and began absorbing them directly. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's evolution progress reached 100%, still 9/10 away from advancing to E rank. His current rate of power improvement was something Zhao Yin would never have dared to imagine in his previous life. But he was not satisfied. There were still many things he could do. For example, according to his memory, he could go to Yangcheng as soon as possible to find the airborne white tiger that had just mutated at this time. For example, he could go to the Dawei Mountains to find the famous life space pendant from his previous life, an SS rank treasure. For example, he could find a top-tier expert known in his previous life, who would obtain his fated star crystal half a year later. Zhao Yin could plan ahead to seize it. Of course, one must eat one bite at a time. None of these matters were urgent. Before doing them, Zhao Yin first had to ensure his own safety and have sufficient survival supplies. Zhao Yin, didn't you say you'd give me compressed biscuits after we finished working? Song Xiaodao asked, emboldened. Zhao Yin collected his thoughts and calmly said, "Tonight we eat chestnuts." With 3,000 caddies of chestnuts, it was enough to sustain him until he found the next kind of mutated food. The spoiled foods left from before the apocalypse were basically useless now. Are we still killing zombies tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. We're not leaving tonight. We'll get a good night's sleep right here. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he walked straight towards the small villa. Go clean out a room. I want to take a shower after dinner. A shower? Song Xiaodao was stunned. She hadn't showered in over a month and didn't even dare to dream of it. All day today, she had only found some rusty, dirty water to drink in the shooting range, and her throat was already parched. Zhao Yin, do you have that much water? Can you give me some to drink? Zhao Yin paused, then remembered he hadn't given her any water today. In the darkness, he looked at her small face, swollen like a bun, and an indescribable feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten it. It seemed to be called guilt. There's a well here, drink as much as you like. Later, I'll make sure you're full, and you can also take a shower, Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his previous life and remembered there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small villa, whose spring water led to an underground river, clear and clean. Besides showering, his spatial ring also needed to be refilled with clean water. Zhao Yin walked into the small villa, and his eyes immediately fell upon two human skeletons. Only blackish-brown flesh residue remained on them. They must have been gnawed by zombies not long ago. No wonder 100 or 200 zombies gathered here. It must be that two survivors lived here and, for some reason, attracted all the zombies from the village. After they were eaten, the zombies did not disperse. At this moment, the small two-story building was a mess, almost all the furniture destroyed, and the air was filled with the stench of zombies. The floor was covered in trash, along with residual blood and zombie bodily fluids. After Song Xiaodao went to the backyard for a drink, she found a broken broom head, preparing to clean the room. Forget it, go sweep the rooftop. We'll spend the night there, Zhao Yin said. After speaking, he went to the separate kitchen in the backyard, which was also severely damaged by zombies. The firewood stove had collapsed, and pots, bowls, and utensils were shattered all over the floor. Zhao Yin directly stored all the firewood into his spatial ring, then headed to the ancient well to fetch water. The wooden bucket for fetching water, however, was undamaged, with half a bowl of clear water remaining at the bottom, the water Song Xiaodao had just drunk. Zhao Yin fetched 2 buckets of water to the rooftop of the small building, took out the hanging pot he had brought from his home when he left, simply built a stand with wood, lit the fire, and began to boil water. Beside him, Song Xiaodao had already swept out a clean, empty space. Without mats or bedding, she and the little monkey lay sprawled on their backs on the rooftop, staring blankly at the dark sky. Zhao Yin took out a dozen fist-sized chestnuts and tossed them directly into the fire. Soon, a fragrant aroma spread, and the little monkey suddenly leaped up, chirping as it ran to Zhao Yin. Master, master, is dinner ready? Song Xiaodao sniffed. What smells so good? Mutated chestnuts. Zhao used his tang saber to pull out the chestnuts whose outer skins were charred black, picked one, and split it open, immediately revealing the golden yellow chestnut meat. The aroma in the air grew even stronger. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey's eyes were immediately fixated. "Come, let's eat together," Zhao said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and began to gnaw on it, unfazed by the heat. Zhao didn't intend to overly restrain the animal's nature. He cut one chestnut in half and handed one half to Song Xiaodao. The water in the hanging pot had already boiled. Zhao poured some table salt into it and filled 3 bowls with salted water. Zhao unhurriedly ate his chestnuts with the salted water. The little monkey had already finished one and was looking eagerly at the remaining chestnuts in front of Zhao. Before, there wasn't much food. "From now on, we won't go hungry again," Zhao said. "Really, master?" The little monkey thought to itself, its eyes wide with disbelief. The appetite of mutated beasts and evolvers was several times greater than before their evolution. Since following Zhao, the little monkey had never really been full. "Eat." Zhao didn't elaborate further. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one go, totaling 3 or 4 catties, which was equivalent to 30 or 40 catties of chestnuts before the apocalypse. He couldn't eat any more. The little monkey ate 7 or 8, its belly round and full, then contentedly lay back down in the cleaned area. Song Xiaodao, however, only ate a few bites before burping. She suddenly put down the chestnut, tears streaming down her face. "Why are you crying?" Zhao asked. "Zhao, I miss my brother. We haven't seen him at all this whole way, boo-hoo." Song Xiaodao sniffled, large tears streaming down her face. "He was forced by Wang Quan to lure the zombies for my sake. If he died, he wouldn't even have eaten a single full meal in his life, boo-hoo." Zhao frowned and said, "He must be dead. Once he becomes a zombie, he can eat people and won't be hungry anymore." What was meant to be comforting words made Song Xiaodao cry even harder when she heard them. "Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo." Zhao ignored her, poured the remaining water into the pot, boiled it, poured it back into the bucket, and carried it off the rooftop. Arriving at the previously discovered well, Zhao stripped off his clothes directly, took out soap and a bath sponge from his space ring, and began to scrub his body. He hadn't showered in over a month, only hot water could get him truly clean. Feeling the disgusting zombie stench gradually fade, Zhao finally had a sense that he was still a normal person. Except for the fishnet stockings and military jacket, Zhao simply discarded all his other clothes, preparing to change into clean clothes from his space ring. Suddenly, he remembered the newly acquired dress in his space ring. Zhao took it out and held it in his hand, falling into hesitation once more. Should he wear it or not? Wearing it will increase my strength, giving me an extra bit of capital to save my life in the apocalypse. Anyway, I'm already wearing fishnet stockings. I, Zhao, am a straight man, what's there to be afraid of? But wearing this dress will be a stain on my name that I, Zhao, can never wash away. In the future, my name is destined to echo throughout the entire apocalypse. How can I leave such infamy? This bodycon dress was the same style as those worn by internet celebrity female streamers before the apocalypse. After much deliberation, Zhao finally decided to wear it. As long as he didn't actively take off his outer clothing, no one would know he was wearing a dress. Zhao returned to the rooftop refreshed, bringing 2 buckets of clean water with him, preparing to boil it so Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could also wash up. At this moment, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying and was stuffing the remaining half of the chestnut vigorously into her mouth, like a hungry ghost. Zhao put down the buckets and instructed, "When you're done eating, boil water and take a bath yourself." Song Xiaodao nodded, pulled open her collar, and carefully placed the remaining small piece of chestnut inside the front of her clothes. She had no pockets, and to her, such delicious food was only safe when kept close to her body. Immediately after, Song Xiaodao huffed and puffed to boil water, while Zhao took out the tent from his space ring and set it up by the campfire, spreading a moisture-proof mat and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao was just an ordinary person, exhausted from a day of high-intensity labor tonight. She needed a good rest. And the little monkey was injured and also needed rest to recover. "Zhao, do you have any clean clothes?" I can't wear these anymore. After Song Xiaodao had boiled the water, she suddenly asked Jiaoyin. Her white t-shirt and exposed thighs were covered in dark brown zombie brain matter. Jiaoyin looked back, and if it weren't for the slight bulge of her two small buns on her chest, she was so dirty it was hard to tell if she was male or female. He took out another t-shirt and threw it to Song Xiaodao. Wear this one. Don't throw away the one you have on, wash it, and you can wear it again tomorrow. Jiaoyin thought for a moment and then added, oh, by the way, the clothes I just changed out of are by the well. You can wash them too while you're at it. Do you have any laundry detergent? Song Xiaodao asked. No, just scrub them well with hot water. After Jiaoyin finished speaking, he directly picked up the little monkey. The little monkey was half asleep, grumbling indignantly, Master, do I have to work again? Bath time. Jiaoyin directly tossed the little monkey into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao grunted and panted, carrying hot water down from the rooftop. She was off to take a bath. Startled by the cold water, the little monkey immediately woke up and instinctively tried to climb out. Jiaoyin pressed it back in. If you don't wash up tonight, you're not allowed to eat chestnuts tomorrow. Master, I don't want to bathe. I'll be dirty again tomorrow after killing zombies. Why bother washing? We'll worry about tomorrow's dirt when it comes. From now on, you must bathe whenever you have the chance. Jiaoyin said sternly. He, of course, knew that no matter how clean he got tonight, he would still reek of corpse odor tomorrow. And it was even more likely that he wouldn't find a spring. But whether in his previous life or this one, Jiaoyin didn't want to forget that he was still a normal person. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would wash himself clean, even if he could only be normal for 1 second, then 1 second it would be, and that would be good. Since he was clean, this lazy monkey, of course, had to wash too. Under Jiaoyin's coercion, the clear water in the bucket quickly became cloudy. Jiaoyin, seeing that it was mostly clean, pulled it out of the bucket. At this moment, Jiaoyin suddenly thought of something. Jiaoyin suddenly realized that he had contracted this monkey some time ago and still didn't know if it was male or female. He directly grabbed the little monkey's 2 legs and forcibly spread them apart. Immediately, familiar physiological features were exposed before his eyes. It was a small toothpick, accompanied by 2 quail eggs. At this moment, Jiaoyin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of relief. The little monkey didn't understand what shame was. Seeing that its master liked to look, it actively spread its legs. Master, keep looking, don't you like it? I like to look at your mother's ass. Jiaoyin slapped it. The little monkey was baffled by the slap and quickly dodged to the side. Squeak! Help! Just then, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Jiaoyin was startled and quickly ran downstairs. When he got downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket full of hot water, staring in a certain direction with a terrified expression. Jiaoyin. What? What is that thing? Jiaoyin turned his head to look. Under the chestnut tree, a massive creature stood. It was chewing on the branches and leaves that had just been knocked down by the little monkey, and it looked at Jiaoyin with an indifferent and dismissive gaze. Adult water buffalo, E-grade mutant beast, strength 42, agility 39, stamina 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent, great strength, ironhide. Jiaoyin gasped. This bull had actually evolved to E rank, its overall strength far surpassing the little monkey's, and several times that of Jiaoyin himself. After any mutated beast reaches E rank, due to a significant increase in physical constitution, it gains an additional defensive attribute. And the E-rank mutated bull's defense was a monstrous 63 points. Ever since Jiaoyin contracted the little monkey, he hadn't encountered any other mutated beasts. In fact, he had been secretly looking forward to this moment. But now that he had truly met one, Jiaoyin couldn't be happy. He wasn't sure if he would be gored to death by this bull. Jiaoyin just couldn't understand why this bull had evolved so quickly, reaching E rank in just a few days. Jiaoyin didn't dare to move. With one hand, he quietly gestured behind his back for Song Xiaodao to quickly go upstairs and call the little monkey, while the other hand gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. Song Xiaodao didn't bother to put on clothes and ran upstairs naked. Zhao forced a smile at the buffalo from a distance. Brother bull, hee hee. Who? Who? The buffalo snorted, directly withdrew its gaze from Zhao, seemingly dismissive of him, then lowered its head and continued eating leaves. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly calmed down. He realized that with his current abilities, all his methods would struggle to have an overwhelming effect on this buffalo. Fortunately, the bull currently had no intention of attacking him. Soon, the little monkey came downstairs. After seeing the buffalo, its golden fur immediately stood on end, and its body quickly swelled, activating its gigantification ability in the blink of an eye. It could also sense that this bull was not to be trifled with. The little monkey did not attack proactively. It stood in front of Zhao, gripping its steel rod, using its body to shield its master. Master, where? Where did this bull come from? The little monkey communicated with Zhao, and Zhao could still feel its inner cowardice. God knows how there's an E-rank mutated beast. Let me think about how to deal with it, Zhao communicated telepathically. He wasn't ready to fight for his life yet. At this moment, the buffalo seemed to have eaten its fill. It looked up at Zhao and the little monkey, flicked its tail, and slowly turned to leave. Its size was more than 5 times that of an ordinary buffalo, and its 4 legs walked through the ruins as if on flat ground. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead. He could clearly feel the deeper disdain in its eyes. Seeing the buffalo about to disappear, Zhao telepathically ordered, "Monkey, follow it quietly and see where it goes." The little monkey's huge body immediately shrunk, and it tiptoed after it. Wait! Zhao stopped it, quickly took off his pants. Then pulled off his fishnet stockings. Its speed is higher than yours by a significant margin. Wearing this will make you faster than it. Remember not to get into a conflict with it. This bull's abilities were immense strength and iron armor. These 2 abilities, while not particularly rare in human ability users, were especially terrifying when found in a buffalo. The little monkey obediently put the fishnet stockings on its legs, its golden fur instantly restrained, making its figure appear slender. It quickly chased in the direction the buffalo had disappeared. Zhao also put on his pants and turned to go upstairs, when he suddenly saw Song Xiaodao looking at him with a strange expression. That. The fishnet stockings are equipment opened from star crystals. It's not what you think, Zhao explained expressionlessly. That cartoon print dress, did you wear that too? Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao to give her the dress, never expecting him to wear it himself. Equipment opened from star crystals comes with powerful attributes and can increase my combat effectiveness. Zhao explained seriously, I definitely don't have that kind of. Oh. I see, Song Xiaodao nodded. She suddenly turned and pulled something out of the pocket of Zhao Yin's discarded pants. Zhao, what's this? Zhao Yin was originally quite satisfied with his explanation, but upon seeing what was in Song Xiaodao's hand, he was immediately startled. It was a half-used box of condoms. He vaguely remembered taking them unintentionally from a hotel when he had just been reborn. For over a month, he hadn't noticed them. Zhao Yin quickly stepped forward, snatched them away, and put them directly into his spatial ring. Adults' things, children can't touch them. With that, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him with a strange gaze. Modern girls often interact with the internet, understanding many things at an early age. Only when Zhao Yin's back disappeared did she withdraw her gaze and continue washing clothes, a triumphant smile playing at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Zhao Yin's face felt a little hot, so he simply stopped overthinking it, added a handful of firewood to the bonfire, and sat by the fire, silently waiting for the little monkey to return. He temporarily didn't plan to risk his life for a contract beast, but the buffalo's activity range needed to be clarified. It wouldn't be too late to come back and find it when his strength increased in the future, or when he obtained beast capturing tools. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao returned. She hung the washed clothes by the fire and then crawled into the tent to sleep soundly. The little monkey didn't return until 3 hours later. It carried a steel rod covered in zombie blood and brains, still wearing the fishnet stockings on its lower half, and had several new scars on its body. Upon clarifying, it turned out these injuries were not from fighting the buffalo. The buffalo, for some unknown reason, had charged all the way to the Western Industrial Park of Guang City after leaving there earlier. That was the most densely populated area in all of Guang City, forming a large gathering place for zombies after the apocalypse. Zhao hadn't dared to go there recently. The buffalo had stormed into the industrial park like crazy, rampaging through, killing an unknown number of zombies along the way, even running over 5 or 6 F-class zombies. Until finally, an extremely terrifying zombie appeared. The little monkey didn't know its class, but it was able to overpower the buffalo in strength. A great battle broke out between one zombie and one buffalo, and in the end, the terrifying buffalo was defeated and fled, wounded. The little monkey, having followed the buffalo deep into the industrial park, got caught in the horde of zombies. It only managed to escape by desperately activating its ability. I was scared to death then, I couldn't track it anymore. The little monkey looked sheepishly at Zhao. This was the first time it hadn't completed a task assigned by Zhao. Zhao took out a few chestnuts and tossed them into the fire, then raised his hand to pat the little monkey's head. I don't blame you. Go rest after you've eaten these chestnuts. The little monkey was instantly overwhelmed with flattery, surprised that its master would even give it food. It said fawningly, "Master, the next time I meet that buffalo, I'll kill it for you so you can eat its beef." Zhao frowned. That was a mad cow. If there was no way to capture it in the end, they would just have to figure out a way to kill it for meat. Eat up. Zhao raked the half-cooked chestnuts out of the fire, rolling them one by one in front of the little monkey. It picked them up and devoured them hungrily. It finished them in a few minutes, its shrunken belly becoming round again. Go to sleep. It will be dawn in 2 hours, Zhao said, looking up at the sky. Master, I can also stand guard, the little monkey communicated telepathically. Mutated beasts controlled by a contract soul have an instinct to protect their master. Go to sleep, don't nag, Zhao commanded. The little monkey needed rest to recover from its injuries. After dawn, Zhao would continue to kill zombies, and it would still be the main force. With only this one contracted beast, Zhao was unwilling to personally undertake many dangerous tasks, all of which had to be left to this monkey. Upon hearing this, the little monkey's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. It climbed into the tent, and seconds later, snores could be heard. The intense combat had also exhausted it. Hearing the snores, Zhao also slipped into the tent and swiftly pulled off the fishnet stockings from the little monkey's leg. Items for survival were, of course, most important when worn by himself. As he left the tent, Zhao glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. Strangely, the bruises on her face, which should have taken several more days to fade, had already disappeared. At this moment, the contours of her features were not much different from how they looked in his previous life, just a bit too naive. Woo-woo. Brother, don't leave me. Perhaps in her dream, she saw her brother again. She tightly hugged one of the little monkey's legs, and crystal tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Zhao glanced at her and then left the tent, sitting by the fire to close his eyes and rest. All sounds within a 1-kilometer radius entered his ears. There were no more zombies in the village, though scattered zombies roamed in the fields. However, the firelight would not attract them. The sky slowly began to brighten. Zhao went back to the ancient well and took out the 24 empty purified water barrels from his spatial ring. Each barrel could hold about 20 liters of water. Once all filled, if only used for drinking, they could last for quite some time. After storing the water, Zhao used a wooden bucket from the kitchen to fetch water to boil on the rooftop. He used half to wash his face with hot water, and in the other half, he added some salt and threw in a few chestnuts to cook. Soon, waves of fragrant boiled chestnuts emanated. Zhao was about to wake up Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey when he suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Thump! 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 Zhao quickly went to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his vision, the buffalo from last night appeared. Its pitch black, glossy hide was now curled back in many places, revealing horrifying wounds. One eyelid drooped, and fresh blood covered its eyeball. The buffalo galloped all the way, quickly arriving in front of Zhao Yin's villa. After 2 heavy breaths, it lowered its head and began to eat the chestnut tree leaves left on the ground from last night. There weren't many leaves left on the ground, and they were quickly consumed. Even thumb-thick branches were scooped into its mouth by its large tongue, making a crunching sound. At this moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds on the buffalo's body visibly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Right before his eyes. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He knew some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he had no idea that the leaves of this chestnut tree also possessed such an effect. In his previous life, many people knew about the chestnuts, but no one knew that the leaves were the true treasure. At this moment, Zhao Yin understood everything. No wonder the buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder Song Xiaodao's facial wound healed so quickly. That greedy little girl must have secretly eaten the leaves. Actually, it wasn't surprising that Zhao Yin only discovered the leaves' effects now. In his 7 years in his previous life, he had never heard of any mutated plant that could produce 2 effects simultaneously. This chestnut tree surpassed Zhao Yin's understanding of mutated plants from both his lives. Zhao Yin took out a chestnut and activated his true sight to inspect it. Chestnut, F-grade mutated plant fruit, rich in nutrients. Leaf, F-grade medicinal mutated crop, rapidly restores injuries upon consumption. There really was a mutated plant that could yield crops with 2 effects simultaneously. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart was bleeding. The little monkey had knocked down at least several hundred gene of leaves last night. And now they had been wasted by this buffalo. At this point, the buffalo finished eating the branches on the ground, circled the chestnut tree, and looked up at the leaves above, its eyes full of longing. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree was over 30 meters tall, and a buffalo couldn't climb trees. Finally, the buffalo suddenly rammed its head into the tree trunk with a bang. A loud noise echoed, the huge chestnut tree trembled violently, and scattered leaves were forcefully shaken down. The buffalo let out an excited low moan, wagging its tail to pick them up and eat them. Zhao Yin's breathing hitched again. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let this buffalo continue eating them? With these chestnut tree leaves, he would never have to worry about the little monkey getting injured again. In the future, after subduing other contract beasts, he wondered how many casualties could be reduced. Star crystals producing healing food was entirely a matter of luck. At this moment, the chestnut tree leaves seemed particularly important to Zhao Yin. There were still thousands of gene of leaves on the tree. How many times could they heal injuries? Zhao Yin immediately decided that no matter what, he would protect this chestnut tree. Just then, the buffalo rammed into the tree again, and large swaths of leaves were shaken down. Zhao Yin could no longer tolerate it. He directly took out the large sniper rifle from his spatial ring, not caring about saving bullets. He chambered a round and aimed directly at the buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. He didn't aim to kill this mutated beast with iron armor ability, only to drive it away. The buffalo reacted quickly, tilting its head, and the armor-piercing bullet, which could easily penetrate armor, struck its horn, scattering sparks. The bullet was shattered on impact, but the horn remained completely unharmed. The buffalo's single eye glared again, its temper aroused. With a furious roar, it suddenly galloped towards the villa. Zhao Yin pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 He no longer aimed for the buffalo's head, but instead targeted its neck, where its defenses were weakest. The first bullet pierced the buffalo's neck, splashing blood. However, an injury of this degree was far from enough to take down an E-class mutated buffalo. The buffalo bellowed in pain, becoming even more enraged. The next moment, a layer of fish scale-like plates rapidly emerged on its hide, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Ability: Iron Armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly swelled, and its already massive and robust body grew several times larger, brimming with terrifying explosive power. Ability: Super Strength. At this point, Zhao Yin's bullets could at most tear through the outer armor, ultimately getting stuck within the hide. Boom! The buffalo crashed into the villa's wall. The entire wall instantly collapsed, and the rooftop beneath Zhao Yin's feet shook violently. Monkey, get up! Zhao Yin roared. In fact, Zhao didn't need to shout. The little monkey had already emerged from its tent, clutching an iron rod and staring at the buffalo below, its eyes bulging. It was only an F-class mutated beast, significantly weaker than this buffalo. Activate your ability, grab Song Xiaodao, and run. Zhao had just finished speaking when, boom! The buffalo crashed through another load-bearing wall, and the entire villa began to tilt. Zhao, clutching his sniper rifle, leaped directly off the rooftop, ignoring the little monkey and Song Xiaodao behind him. He started running, his fishnet-stockinged legs moving quickly, covering hundreds of meters before looking back. The villa had completely collapsed. The little monkey, now in its giant form, was carrying Song Xiaodao in one hand and trailing far behind. Zhao paused. His own agility was 17 points, and with the boost from the fishnet stockings, he was faster than the buffalo. He immediately turned his rifle towards the buffalo. "Come on, you dead ox!" Bang! A shot hit the buffalo's front shoulder. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. The buffalo, its single eye red, charged furiously. Even with its gigantification ability activated, the poor little monkey was slightly slower than the buffalo, and much slower than Zhao. Its furry legs moved so fast they left after images, yet the buffalo was still hot on its heels. Master! Master, it's going to hit my butt. Didn't you say last night you'd help me kill this buffalo for meat, you damn monkey? Zhao scolded testily. Besides its gigantification ability, this monkey also possessed a berserk ability, but it could only be activated when it reached E-class. The berserk ability consumed too much energy, and its young body couldn't handle it yet. Actually, the little monkey's potential was no worse than that of this buffalo. Why is this dead ox back? The little monkey still looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. Lure it away from that chestnut tree. Zhao commanded. Bang! Zhao fired another shot, momentarily stalling the water buffalo, then turned and continued to flee. Fortunately, the little monkey was more agile than the water buffalo. Although its movement speed wasn't as fast as the water buffalo's, every time it was about to be hit, it would twist its red butt and perfectly dodge. Poor Song Xiaodao was bounced around, gagging and vomiting bitter bile all over the little monkey. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut tree were out of sight. Zhao repelled the water buffalo with several consecutive shots and communicated telepathically with the little monkey. "Monkey, I'll hold it off. You take Xiaodao and run first. Remember to take a detour back to the chestnut tree. I'll collect the chestnut tree leaves once I shake off the water buffalo. Master, please be careful." After the telepathic exchange, without waiting for Zhao to speak, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and turned to leave. Just then, roar, roar, roar. Deafening zombie roars came in a dense wave. Zhao suddenly looked back, only to see a massive zombie, over 2 meters tall, sprinting from 1,000 meters away, followed by over 20 ordinary-sized zombies in the distance. Male zombie, E rank, evolution 179, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie, F rank, evolution 105, strength 23, agility 15, spirit. Female zombie, F rank, evolution 171, strength 26, agility 17, spirit. Male zombie, F rank, evolution 119, strength 25, agility 16, spirit. Male zombie, F rank. There were a total of 27 zombies, the lowest being F rank. The tall zombie charging at the front had even reached E rank. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the tall zombie, its fur bristling. It no longer cared about escaping itself but quickly moved to shield Zhao. Even the water buffalo behind them stopped chasing Zhao and the little monkey, its single eye blood red. With a loud roar, it suddenly charged towards the tall zombie. Zhao instantly understood, this was the zombie that fought the water buffalo last night. In his previous life, he had seen such powerful groups of zombies only half a year into the apocalypse. He had never heard of such a terrifying group of zombies appearing so early in Guangzhou City. If the abilities of mutated beasts corresponded to the superpowered individuals among survivors, then the abilities of zombies corresponded to evolved individuals. And this tall zombie's strength clearly surpassed that of ordinary evolved individuals, even capable of crushing mutated beasts of the same level. Then, there was only one possibility. In Zhao Yin's mind, a name that everyone dreaded in his previous life emerged. Zombie King. A zombie king that had devoured several star crystals at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Zhao Yin had no time to think further. He raised his sniper rifle and tried to fire a shot in that direction. The armor-piercing bullet struck the zombie king's chest but merely grazed the skin before bouncing off. Its terrifying 72 defense was something even a higher-ranked D-class zombie could hardly match. This was the terrifying aspect of a zombie king. Every zombie king almost crushes any peer, and it's even a level higher than Zhao Yin, so there's no way to fight it. Zhao Yin put away his sniper rifle and shouted to the monkey, "Follow me to collect the leaves, then we'll leave Guang City." A buffalo that shouldn't have appeared was already difficult for him to handle, and now an even stronger zombie king had emerged. All Zhao Yin could do now was to avoid its sharp edge. The soul of the contract didn't offer much help to him at this point after all. Zhao Yin was merely an F-rank evolver. Even with the little monkey, it would just be delivering food to that zombie. A zombie king with over 60 points of strength, over 70 points of defense, and very likely some ability that even the true sight I couldn't detect. Unless Zhao Yin had lost his mind, he wouldn't stay. While the buffalo entangled the group of zombies, Zhao Yin, taking the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao, returned to the chestnut tree. He directly handed the tang knife to the little monkey, instructing it to cut down all the leaves along with the thin branches. The little monkey chopped away with grunts and groans, large branches falling. Song Xiaodao gathered the leaves, while Zhao Yin used his spatial ring to store them. When Zhao Yin had collected more than half of the leaves, the spatial ring was already full. He simply took out and discarded all his clothes and bedding to continue collecting leaves. But the spatial ring was only 10 cubic meters, filled with over 3,000 gene of chestnuts, hundreds of gene of spiky husks, and supplies like weapons and food, yet it still couldn't hold nearly 2,000 gene of leaves. Finally, Zhao Yin discarded all the remaining pre-apocalypse spoiled food, toiletries. Anything that wasn't of high value. This included 10 barrels of well water. "Zhao Yin, you threw away all the food, what will we eat later?" Song Xiaodao quickly went to pick up the food. "From now on, we'll eat chestnuts. The remaining water is enough for us to drink for more than 10 days, Zhao Yin said. "But what if we run out of chestnuts later? What use are these leaves to you?" Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to discard the most precious food in the apocalypse, his arms full of sour ham sausages and salt-baked chicken that had turned white and rotten. "I won't let you go hungry." Zhao Yin didn't explain much. After collecting all the leaves, there was very little space left in the ring. He looked up at the bare trunk. Chestnut tree, F-rank mutated plant. A simple description, but no other useful information. This was one reason Zhao Yin hadn't carefully examined the leaves last night. The main trunk had no special function, so Zhao Yin didn't plan to cut it down. He would leave it here, hoping that once he acquired a life space in the future, he could return to dig up this precious chestnut tree. Just then, a commotion came from behind him. The buffalo's injuries were more severe. Its armor plates were tattered and bleeding, one horn broken in half, as it panted and galloped towards them. And the zombie king, leading the remaining 12 F-rank zombies, was relentlessly pursuing them from a distance. "Run!" Zhao Yin yelled, pulling himself up, and took off running. The little monkey quickly activated its gigantism ability, scooped up Song Xiaodao, and darted away. By now, the little monkey had grown accustomed to its owner's rule of running away at the first sign of danger. "My food!" Song Xiaodao shrieked. The little monkey had moved with such force that most of the food she was holding flew out of her hands. But she knew she couldn't make the little monkey stop now, so she could only watch, her heart aching, as the food moved further and further away from her. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Yin looked back. The zombie king had chased the buffalo into the village, and the buffalo had run to the chestnut tree, staring blankly at the bare trunk. Zhao Yin understood that dead buffalo was indeed after his chestnut tree leaves again. "It's gone now, isn't it?" Zhao Yin sneered inwardly. "Zhao Yin, that buffalo is so powerful. Look, the big zombie is hurt by it." Song Xiaodao suddenly exclaimed. Zhao looked where she pointed and saw half a buffalo horn embedded in the zombie king's right shoulder, oozing black blood. One arm hung limply, only connected by fascia, swinging back and forth with its movement. The zombie king also had a large, gaping hole in its waist, and even its running speed was a bit slower than before. Zhao Yin's spirits immediately lifted. Monkey, follow me on a detour. Master, are we going to take down that zombie and the dead buffalo? The little monkey asked telepathically. Take down what? Even an injured zombie king isn't something we can handle right now. We're going to pick up star crystals, Zhao Yin said. With the zombie king's strength greatly diminished, Zhao Yin's sense of security increased, and his mind became more active. He remembered clearly that there had been 26 F-grade zombies accompanying the zombie king earlier. Now only 12 remained, meaning the other 14 had been killed by the buffalo. The place where the buffalo and the zombie king had fought wasn't far from here. Zhao Yin could reach it in just a minute or two. He charged forward, head down, and quickly arrived at the spot. The previously uneven farmland was now a mess, with freshly turned earth everywhere, as if it had endured a magnitude 10 earthquake. A dozen F-grade zombies lay there, their bodies crushed by the buffalo's iron hooves. A few of them had severely damaged bodies but still had intact heads. Seeing Zhao Yin arrive, they gaped their mouths, making a kaba-kaba sound. If Zhao Yin hadn't come, it would have only taken a day or two for their damaged bodies to be fully repaired by unknown energy. But clearly, these zombies wouldn't get that chance. Without Zhao Yin needing to say anything, the little monkey immediately let go of Song Xiaodao, and the two people and one beast began pounding the zombies' heads. Soon, 14 star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He put them away directly and shouted to the little monkey, "Let's go." But before he could even take a step, urgent footsteps sounded from behind. The buffalo had blood flowing from its nose and mouth, and a large new hole in its stomach, with intestines spilling out. It covered the few hundred meters in an instant, with the zombie king following behind, but the 12 F-grade zombies were nowhere to be seen. The buffalo, with its bloodshot single eye, glared at Zhao Yin with intense resentment. It seemed to have figured out that the leaves that could have healed its wounds in time had all been taken by this human. It was this human who had harmed it. So, since it couldn't take down the zombie king before it died, it would take down Zhao Yin. It was too late for Zhao Yin to leave. The buffalo unleashed its last burst of life's potential, moving incredibly fast. Zhao Yin didn't hesitate for a second, directly pulling out his sniper rifle. Bang! One shot hit the shattered scale armor on the buffalo's head, directly embedding itself into its brain. With a thud, the buffalo brushed past Zhao Yin, then tumbled to the ground. If Zhao Yin had been even a second slower, he would have been gored to death by the buffalo. Before Zhao Yin could even catch his breath, the zombie king arrived. Losing the buffalo's distraction, it roared and charged at Zhao Yin. Bang! 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 Zhao Yin fired several shots consecutively, all hitting the zombie king's severed arm. The already barely attached fascia was instantly broken, and the severed arm fell off. The zombie king's body also stumbled. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin roared, putting away his sniper rifle and taking off. However, the zombie king was completely enraged. The most feared thing had still happened. The zombie king's already extremely robust physique suddenly expanded even further, and its running speed sharply increased. Neither Zhao Yin nor the little monkey had seen this ability of the zombie king before. Its speed even surpassed Zhao Yin, who possessed the fishnet stockings. Its large hand, with its dozen-centimeter-long black claws, suddenly reached for Zhao Yin's back. In an instant, cold sweat ran down Zhao Yin's face. This was the first time since the apocalypse that he felt such an intense life-or-death crisis. Bang! Zhao Yin was directly sent flying by the slap, his body plunging forward rapidly, while the F-grade military uniform on his back was torn by the zombie king's sharp claws. He fell into the mud more than 20 meters away, rolling a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Zhao Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt displaced, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. If not for his extraordinary equipment blocking this blow, his body would have been pierced through by the zombie king. He gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain, and raised his gun to continue firing. Bang, bang, bang. Armor-piercing rounds struck the zombie king's body, sending sparks flying, but they only served to slow its advance. Soon, the zombie king, enduring the enormous impact of the armor-piercing rounds, reached Zhao Yin in a few steps, raising its foot to directly stomp on his head. Zhao Yin had anticipated this. He rolled away to dodge, firing to slow the zombie king while rapidly moving his body, attempting to create distance. But the disparity in strength between them was too great. The fishnet stockings only boosted Zhao Yin's movement speed. In terms of agility, the zombie king had a staggering 36 points, more than twice Zhao Yin's. With a turn, it grabbed Zhao Yin by the collar and lifted him directly. Roar! The zombie king glared at Zhao Yin and roared, seemingly accusing this tiny ant of daring to break its arm. Zhao Yin was suspended in mid-air. He had never imagined that one day he would be picked up like a chick by a zombie king. The gaping maw in front of him reeked, and up close, he could see its rotten teeth. Roar! A roar also came from behind the zombie king. Little Monkey had already reacted, but the zombie king was too fast. It had only just charged over now. Little Monkey's gigantism ability was fully activated, and the iron bar in its hand smashed onto the zombie king's head. With a loud bang, the rebar twisted and deformed directly, getting stuck on the zombie king's head. The zombie king didn't care at all, slowly turning its head to look at Little Monkey. Perhaps to it, the human and monkey in front of it were just a joke. Bang! The next moment, Little Monkey was kicked directly, its massive body falling like a meteorite. Zhao Yin remained incredibly calm. The zombie king in front of him had almost no weaknesses, possessing extreme speed, terrifying strength, and impenetrable defense. Its only weakness was the damage the buffalo had previously inflicted on it. Yes, its weakness was the wound caused by the buffalo. Zhao Yin directly thrust the sniper rifle in his hand into the large hole in the zombie king's abdomen, and at close range, furiously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing rounds ravaged inside the zombie king's body, frantically tearing its internal organs. At this moment, the zombie king trembled all over, and large amounts of black blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, flowed out from the abdominal hole. Despite this, the zombie king still didn't die. Its single arm, gripping Zhao Yin, suddenly exerted force, directly throwing Zhao Yin away. Zhao Yin felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. While still in the air, he spat out another mouthful of blood, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. He tried to get up immediately but found his body drained of all strength. With every breath, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Clatter! The sniper rifle in the zombie king's abdomen finally slid to the ground. Roar! It charged furiously towards Zhao Yin, seemingly intent on completely eliminating this little ant that had hurt it. At this moment, Little Monkey was simply too late to rescue him. Zhao Yin, get up! Song Xiaodao's childish face was filled with terror. He hugged the zombie king's leg and forcefully thrust his butterfly knife. Clang! Even with a supernatural weapon, it only cut a small bit of skin on the zombie king's leg. Song Xiaodao's strength was too small. Against the zombie king's powerful defense, he couldn't even cause real injury. However, the zombie king was enraged by this even weaker ant. It turned and delivered a kick. Ah! Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao's small body spun in the air, flying 20 or 30 meters away, falling into the distant mud and no longer moving, her fate unknown. It was precisely this obstruction by Song Xiaodao that allowed Little Monkey to charge over again. The steel bar in its hand had long since flown off somewhere unknown. The gigantic Little Monkey suddenly jumped onto the zombie king's head, squatted on its shoulder, and dug its long nails into the zombie king's two eye sockets. Bang! The zombie king swung its single arm, slapping Little Monkey's head. The monkey's half-face instantly deformed, but it still clung desperately to the zombie king's head, trying with all its might to dig out its eyeballs. Bang! 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 The zombie king slammed the monkey repeatedly, each blow splashing blood. The thick monkey's skin couldn't withstand it, tearing open to reveal tendons and bones. Master, get up and run. The monkey's thoughts trembled, and its expression was agonizing on its bloody face, its eyes dimming. Plop, plop. The Zombie King's 2 eyeballs were finally dug out by it. Ow! The Zombie King's roar turned shrill. Its sharp claws suddenly plunged into the monkey's abdomen, gripping the belly from inside and yanking it forward. The monkey, already at the end of its rope, instantly convulsed as if in its death throes. It was flung out by the Zombie King, rolling into the mud, twitching a few times before falling still. At this moment, Jiaoyin shakily stood upright, stuffing a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, which made him feel slightly better. He looked at the monkey and Song Xiaodao, whose fates were unknown, his mind still exceptionally calm, contemplating where the path to survival lay. The E-class Zombie King was like an insurmountable mountain to him, unshakable, irresistible. Human frailty was laid bare. Jiaoyin had only endured 2 blows and now struggled even to lift his tang sword. The monkey had fallen. The sniper rifle was at the Zombie King's feet. He had lost his 2 greatest reliances. What could he possibly use to fight this Zombie King now? At this point, the Zombie King, having lost its 2 eyeballs, swayed its massive body. Jiaoyin suddenly realized that this Zombie King had evolved vision and actually saw things with its eyes. A Zombie King without eyeballs was like a blind person among survivors, stumbling towards Jiaoyin. Even if the Zombie King was blind, even if it stood there motionless, he currently had no ability to kill it. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind in an instant, recalling every possible card turn. Ultimately, the only thing he could think of was those 14 star crystals. Although the chances were slim, it was Zhao Yin's only hope at this moment. If he could draw powerful equipment, he would have a chance to live. Zhao Yin didn't hesitate, taking out all 14 star crystals and crushing them at once. Nongfu Spring, F grade, extraordinary beverage. Replenishes 24 hours of hydration after consumption. Sandwich bread, F grade, extraordinary food. Replenishes 24 hours of energy after consumption, with the added effect of healing injuries. Nongfu Spring. Nongfu Spring. Compressed biscuit, F grade, extraordinary food. Replenishes 24 hours of energy after consumption, with the added effect of boosting vitality for 24 hours. Instant noodles, F grade, extraordinary food. Replenishes 24 hours of energy after consumption, with the added effect of resisting severe cold for 24 hours. Tuna Ken, F grade, extraordinary food. Replenishes 24 hours of energy after consumption, with the added effect of immunity to viruses below B grade for 24 hours. Iced red tea, grade F, supernatural beverage type, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after use, grants double body attributes for 1 hour. Spiked club, grade D, supernatural weapon type, durability 54, attack 52, grants strength plus 20. Women's suit, grade E, defense equipment type, durability 31, agility 28, grants charm plus 5. Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring, sandwich bread. As all the white light dissipated, items one after another fell from Zhao Yin's hands to the ground. When he saw the spiked club clearly, he became incredibly excited. He had actually drawn life-saving equipment. A D-grade supernatural weapon. With a whopping 52 points of attack and an additional 20 strength, plus Zhao Yin's own 15 points of strength, crushing the E-grade Zombie King in front of him would be no problem at all. Zhao Yin stuffed another handful of chestnut tree leaves into his mouth, then unhesitatingly tore open a healing sandwich bread and chewed and swallowed it directly. That wasn't all. He then opened a bottle of iced red tea and gulped it down. As the sandwich bread entered his stomach, its healing effect, several times stronger than the chestnut tree leaves, spread a warm sensation instantly throughout his body. The numbness and intense pain in his limbs were now rapidly subsiding. At the same time, the attribute doubling effect from the iced red tea kicked in, and a surging power spread within Zhao Yin's body. At this moment, Zhao Yin smiled, his eyes blood red. He bent down, gripped the spiked club, and lifted it directly. So what if you're a zombie king? Today, I'm going to slaughter a zombie king, just to see. I almost died, just by that much, you motherfucker, go to hell. At this moment, the zombie king strode forward, its single arm clenched into a fist, and viciously smashed towards Zhao Yin. This time, Zhao no longer dodged, his body suddenly sprang into the air, and the spiked club in his hand, with equally ruthless momentum, fiercely smashed towards the zombie king. Bang! The fist and the spiked club collided, and a sonic boom echoed in the air. Immediately after, the sound of bone cracking followed. The zombie king's fist was directly deformed. Its terrifying face showed no expression, but it was visibly stunned. Zhao landed on his feet, his body springing up again, delivering another heavy blow. Crack! The zombie king instinctively raised its single arm to block, and its forearm bone was snapped. The zombie king roared, instinctively wanting to raise its hand to kill Zhao, but its single arm was limp and utterly unable to swing. At this moment, the spiked club smashed down again, targeting the zombie king's head. The zombie king quickly dodged, and the blow landed directly on its neck. Boom! The mountainous figure of the zombie king fell to the ground. You fucking stinking bitch! Zhao stepped on the zombie king's chest, smashing down with the club again and again. Blow after blow, until the zombie king's head was smashed to pieces and it stopped moving completely. Zhao confirmed it was dead beyond dead before he stopped. Zhao gasped for breath, as if exhausted. The heavy, 300 or 400 gene spiked club in his hand fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, two small figures, like mud statues, lay motionless. Xiaodao, monkey! Zhao called out. Neither of them responded. Zhao remembered the scene where they desperately tried to save him earlier, and a sharp pang of pain shot through his hardened heart. Are you dead? Zhao ignored his exhaustion and struggled to walk over. The little monkey's skull was cracked open, revealing its brain. Much of its fur had been torn off by the zombie king, and the large hole in its belly, similar to the buffalo earlier, had its intestines spilling out. As for Song Xiaodao, her chest was completely caved in, and blood was still gushing from her nose and mouth. She was unconscious. Fortunately, both of them were still breathing. Zhao quickly pulled out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into the little monkey's mouth, only to find it had no strength to chew. Zhao thought for a moment, then put the chestnut leaves into his own mouth to chew them into pulp. Once they were mashed, he pried open the little monkey's mouth. Put! Zhao directly spat the pulp into the little monkey's mouth, then washed it down with clean water. After feeding the little monkey, Zhao used the same method to feed Song Xiaodao. After consuming the chestnut leaves, the wounds on both of them quickly stopped bleeding and slowly healed, and their vital signs gradually strengthened. But their injuries were too severe. One handful of chestnut leaves wasn't enough. Zhao immediately took out 10 kilograms and chewed and fed it to them vigorously. In fact, Zhao still had one piece of the sandwich bread he had just opened, but that item healed injuries even faster and was more effective than chestnut leaves during combat, so Zhao didn't use it. His jawbone was aching from chewing, but the little monkey's skull and belly finally healed, and golden fur slowly grew back. Song Xiaodao's caved-in chest also slowly swelled back, and blood no longer flowed from her nose and mouth. Zhao chewed a few more mouthfuls of chestnut leaves, and the little monkey was the first to wake up. Master, where's that big zombie? The moment it opened its eyes, it instantly sprang up from the ground. Upon seeing the zombie king's corpse, it froze in astonishment. Dead? How did it die? Zhao was still chewing leaves. He pried open Song Xiaodao's mouth, too. He skillfully spat into Song Xiaodao's mouth and, after giving her water, Zhao calmly said, "Of course, I risked my life to save you too, and only then was I able to kill it." The little monkey's eyes widened, and then it bounced to Zhao Yin's feet and hugged his leg. Master is so good to me, and Xiaodao, Master is the best master in the whole world, the most powerful master, truly amazing, so amazing, incredibly amazing. Zhao enjoyed the little monkey's flattery, stuffed another handful of leaves into his mouth, and chewed, saying, "To heal your injuries, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves, my teeth are all worn out." The little monkey, tears welling up in its eyes, didn't mind Zhao Yin's method of healing. It pressed its monkey face against Zhao Yin's thigh, rubbing affectionately, its inner voice filled with remorse. "Master, it's all my fault for being useless, for not being able to protect you." Zhao Yin rubbed the little monkey's head. "You didn't perform too well today, but it was just good enough, so I've decided to reward you." The little monkey suddenly looked up, staring intently at Zhaoyin. Is it super transcendent food? Zhaoyin took out the last bottle of iced tea and handed it to the little monkey. This is a super transcendent drink. It can double your attributes for an hour. You can't drink it now. You're only allowed to drink it the next time you encounter a similar danger. The little monkey excitedly took it, caressing the super transcendent food it had longed for. In fact, Zhaoyin had already been thinking about it just now. He needed to find a way to equip the little monkey and Song Xiaodao as soon as possible. Today's crisis must never happen again. Habits formed in his previous life made him constantly think about his own safety, to the point of neglecting overall combat power. Now that he was the Lord of Contracts, he should hide and let his subordinates fight to the death. If the little monkey and Song Xiaodao were vulnerable, he would end up as a lone commander like today. Go, there are 12 F-class zombies by the chestnut tree, they should have been taken out by the buffalo. Chop off their heads and bring them here. Zhaoyin handed the tang sword to the little monkey. Understood, master, thank you, master. The little monkey was still thanking him for the iced tea. After taking the tang sword, it hopped away. Zhaoyin was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes. Zhaoyin, are we dead? Yes, this is the underworld, Zhaoyin said. Song Xiaodao didn't show the panic one might expect. His expression was more like sudden relief. Then he closed his eyes. Oh, what's this taste in my mouth? Chestnut tree leaves, for healing your wounds, Zhaoyin said. Didn't I die? Why are you still healing my wounds? Song Xiaodao seemed to suddenly understand something, abruptly sat up, opened his eyes and looked around, quickly spotting the dead zombie king. I'm not dead, and you killed the big zombie? Zhaoyin calmly said, since you're fine, get up and work. Go dissect the dead ox, we're having beef tonight. Song Xiaodao was still puzzled but dared not ask more. He picked up the butterfly knife that had fallen into the mud, wiped it clean, and walked towards the buffalo. Zhaoyin also got up and walked forward, picking up his sniper rifle. Finding no damage, he put it directly into his spatial ring. Although this sniper rifle didn't play much of a role today, it would definitely be effective against ordinary zombies and survivors. Unfortunately, he had used up half of his armor-piercing rounds today. Zhaoyin. It's... Song Xiaodao's scream suddenly came from behind him. What's wrong? Zhaoyin turned around and asked, don't want to eat beef anymore? No, Zhaoyin, come look quickly, this ox is still alive. Song Xiaodao, holding his butterfly knife, backed away, staring in horror at the corpse of the buffalo. She still felt a lingering fear regarding the strength of that water buffalo. Zhao Yin's body trembled, and he walked over in disbelief, indeed seeing the water buffalo's eyelids slightly open, glaring at him with hatred. Didn't it even stop breathing? How is it alive again? Zhao Yin was surprised it had suffered such severe injuries and hadn't died yet. This ox's vitality was unprecedented. How about we just shoot it from a distance? Song Xiaodao suggested. Zhao Yin quickly took out some chestnut tree leaves and piled them in front of the water buffalo. Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Wasting chestnut leaves to heal it? Song Xiaodao asked, shocked. If it weren't for this ox's retaliation, they wouldn't have fought desperately with the zombie king and almost died. Zhao Yin didn't speak. Of course, he had to heal it. The strength of this water buffalo was absolutely beyond question, and he was currently in need of such a powerful contract beast. No more beef? Song Xiaodao murmured with a hint of disappointment, what's the use of healing it? Aren't you afraid it'll retaliate against you again? In her perception, while Zhao Yin wasn't bad, he was certainly not an overly benevolent good Samaritan. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead. The water buffalo could die at any moment. He grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth, then pried open the water buffalo's mouth, and phht. Zhao Yin spat it directly in. Song Xiaodao, standing by, widened her eyes, staring at Zhao Yin. He had already opened a bucket of water and was pouring it into the water buffalo's mouth, then continued chewing chestnut tree leaves, green liquid flowing from the corner of Zhao Yin's mouth. She felt her stomach churn and bent over to vomit. Then, Song Xiaodao saw what she had vomited, clear water mixed with chewed up chestnut tree leaves. So, she vomited even more violently. Zhao Yin. How could you do this? Ugh. Ugh. Song Xiaodao questioned with red eyes. Zhao Yin seemed not to hear, continuing to chew the leaves. After chewing about 2 kilograms of leaves, the life essence in the water buffalo's body finally strengthened significantly. Its eyes slowly opened wider, glaring at Zhao Yin with hatred. Bang! Zhao Yin decisively kicked it, and the water buffalo's head was knocked to the side. Your life was saved by me, and you still dare to glare at me? Zhao Yin cursed. Gurgle. The water buffalo made a weak sound in its throat, still glaring angrily at Zhao Yin, showing no gratitude whatsoever. Zhao Yin raised his foot again, but ultimately did not kick it down. Why argue with a stubborn ox? As long as he contracted it, the soul of contract would naturally change its mind. He didn't continue feeding it leaves, worried about being retaliated against by this ox. He placed one hand on the water buffalo's head, directly activated the soul of contract in his mind, and unleashed the power of contract. A faint golden light slowly formed a chain-like shape, entering the water buffalo's brow from Zhao Yin's palm. Immediately afterward, the water buffalo trembled violently, then, as if it understood something, it struggled fiercely. Unlike the little monkey from before, the water buffalo was an E-rank mutated beast, one level higher than Zhao Yin himself. Its mental power violently clashed against the chain formed by the soul of contract. But it was all in vain. Zhao Yin rode onto the buffalo's head, pressing it firmly to the ground with his backside. Against the contract soul, all the buffalo's resistance was futile. The chains instantly vanished from its mind, and then its massive body went limp, slowly closing its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and looked back at Song Xiaodao. Are you sick? If I hadn't chewed leaves to feed you, how would you be alive to vomit here now? Who are you, disgusting? Song Xiaodao was already quite afraid of Zhao Yin and understood that what he said made sense. She wiped away a tear and dared not retort. But the emotions in her heart simply wouldn't calm down. No one would feel good after eating a belly full of someone else's saliva. Come here. Zhao Yin crooked his finger at her. Song Xiaodao slowly shuffled her feet and came before him. What? Splat. Zhao Yin rapped Song Xiaodao's head with a knuckle. Do you want to climb onto the roof and remove the tiles? Song Xiaodao covered her head with both hands, looking up at Zhao Yin, tears of grievance falling. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Brush teeth? Clean water was precious in the apocalypse. If it weren't for being here, Zhao Yin wouldn't even have washed last night. He didn't even bring a toothbrush when he left, so what would he brush with? He remembered the last time he brushed his teeth, it was when there was a meteor shower outside. Since then, he had never brushed again. You didn't brush either, did you? I brushed last week. My mouth is cleaner than yours. Zhao Yin argued forcefully. Song Xiaodao was momentarily speechless. She hadn't brushed her teeth for over a month, and it was usually difficult even to get a sip of water, so she had completely forgotten about it. Why was he being so critical? Any more questions? Zhao Yin said, if not, chew leaves with me. These leaves have a bactericidal effect, just like brushing your teeth. By the way, you can rinse with clean water, and feed the rinse water to the dead ox. Chewing leaves is really like brushing teeth? Song Xiaodao asked naively. You'll know if you try, won't you? Zhao Yin finished speaking, turned around, grabbed a handful of leaves, and began to chew them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao watched as he skillfully pried open the buffalo's mouth. Put. Song Xiaodao quickly stepped forward, also grabbed a handful of leaves, and stuffed them into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and the bitterness made her frown deeply. After a period of chewing, Song Xiaodao also put. When the two of them had finished chewing about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey returned. It had found a grass rope from somewhere, with 12 zombie heads strung on it. So, the 2 people and 1 monkey began to chew leaves. Put. 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 Monkey, you goddamn be careful, you're spraying all over me. Squeak, squeak. Ha ha. Hee hee. Hee hee. The dead ox lying on the ground was being poured into with gurgling sounds, its life force growing stronger and stronger. Only after about 100 caddies of leaves, plus 3 large buckets of water, had all been poured down, did its wounds finally completely heal. However, the blind eye and the broken horn did not regenerate. For limb regeneration, higher-grade medicines made from star crystals would be needed. For now, this was all they could do. Soon, the buffalo opened its single eye and flipped over to get up from the ground. The little monkey remained calm, but Song Xiaodao was startled. She quickly dropped the leaves in her hand and retreated backward. "Zhaoyin, what do we do now?" Zhaoyin bent down and picked up the scattered leaves one by one, saying calmly, "It's fine, from now on, it will be our companion." At this moment, a voice echoed in Zhao Yin's mind, "Master." The buffalo approached Zhaoyin, its human-like forelegs kneeling, and lowered its head to him. Song Xiaodao watched the scene in shock, staring intently at the buffalo and Zhaoyin, then glanced at the little monkey. In an instant, she seemed to understand something. Zhaoyin, the little monkey, came the same way? She had seen Zhaoyin sign the contract just moments ago. She finally understood what he was doing at that time. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man in front of her grew increasingly mysterious. Countless secrets must be hidden within him. Zhaoyin nodded, not explaining further, but merely stated, "It's different. I saved the little monkey, and we haven't had any unpleasantness." Squeak! The little monkey beside him immediately chimed in. It was a pity, though, that Song Xiaodao couldn't understand what it was saying. Zhaoyin kicked the buffalo. "Go find some grass to eat. Don't leave without my command, or I'll break your leg." "Yes, master." That was the buffalo's inner voice. Unlike the little monkey, it wasn't as vivid and sounded a bit clumsy. It got up and went to the side, munching on the green sprouts that had just grown in the field. Zhaoyin put everything back into his spatial ring, walked over to pick up his spiked club, and pointed at the 14 heads the little monkey had brought back, instructing Song Xiaodao, "Go clean those up." Song Xiaodao responded and skillfully walked over to start cutting watermelons. Zhaoyin finally reached the zombie king's corpse. By this time, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to a pulp. Zhaoyin used his spiked club to rummage through the brain matter. Soon, 3 star crystals and 1 E-grade corpse crystal rolled out. Zhaoyin was somewhat shocked to see a full 3 star crystals. No wonder this E-grade zombie was so powerful. It was indeed a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard of zombie kings and would immediately lead Lin Tianfeng and the others to flee upon hearing rumors, never having actually encountered one. If this zombie king hadn't met Zhaoyin, it would soon have grown to degrade, quickly dominating Guang City, controlling all the zombies within its territory, and even occupying Jiangnan province, becoming invincible. It was a pity, though, that such a possibility no longer existed. Zhaoyin didn't understand whether it was because he had changed the timeline, causing this zombie king, unheard of in his previous life, to appear, or if it had existed in his previous life but later went somewhere else, leading him to be unaware of its existence. But now was not the time to consider these things. Zhao Yin's gaze at the E-grade corpse crystal was even more eager than when he saw the star crystals. Zhaoyin directly crushed the E-grade corpse crystal, and a pure energy instantly surged into his body. The familiar sensation of evolution once again spread throughout his body. Human male, ability awakener, E-grade evolver, evolution progress 100-100, strength 31, agility 35, stamina 25, spirit 48, talent B-grade shooting, life countdown, 59,963 days. All attributes had doubled, and even his lifespan had increased by 30,000 days. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Zhaoyin could live for another 160 years. At this moment, Zhao Yin's entire aura changed, becoming more vibrant and energetic. "Zhaoyin, you." Song Xiaodao stood holding a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals, staring blankly at Zhaoyin. "What's wrong with me?" Zhaoyin asked, turning his head. "And nothing." Song Xiaodao recovered and quickly shook her head. She just felt that Zhaoyin had changed, but couldn't pinpoint exactly how he was different. "Here, the corpse crystals and star crystals are all here." Zhaoyin took the corpse crystals and put them into his spatial ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them were 3 from the Zombie King and 12 from the 12 F-grade zombies. A total of 15 pieces, forming a small hill. At this moment, Zhao Yin's sight and hearing could reach 2 kilometers in all directions. Apart from a few scattered zombies, there were no traces of any other life forms. Zhao Yin sat in the mud, opening the star crystals one by one. Nongfu Spring, F grade, type, extraordinary beverage, consuming replenishes 24 hours of water loss. Sure enough, it started with Nongfu Spring again. Sandwich bread, F grade, type, extraordinary food, consuming replenishes 24 hours of energy loss, with the added effect of healing injuries. Compressed biscuit, F grade, type, extraordinary food, consuming replenishes 24 hours of energy loss, with the added effect of boosted energy, lasting 24 hours. Nongfu Spring. Instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row, harvesting 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 pack of instant noodles, 1 military jacket. Only 1 F-grade equipment came out, the rest were single-use extraordinary food and beverages. It just so happened that Zhao Yin's military jacket had been torn to shreds by the Zombie King, so he could use this new one. There were still 4 star crystals left in front of Zhao Yin. Apart from the last one, which was dropped by an F-grade zombie, the remaining 3 were dropped by the Zombie King. He remembered a rumor from his previous life that star crystals dropped by Zombie Kings had a much higher chance of yielding top-tier items. Regardless of whether this rumor was true, Zhao Yin saved these 3 star crystals for last, hoping to surprise himself. Picking up the last star crystal dropped by an F-grade zombie, Zhao Yin squeezed it slightly with his fingers, and with a crack, the star crystal instantly transformed into white light. Soon, the white light dissipated, and a small bottle appeared in his palm. Evolution Potion, F-grade, type of primary potion, consuming activates human evolution genes, becoming a new human. The Evolution Potion is a potion that unlocks the potential of evolvers. Zhao Yin no longer had use for F-grade. Now, only an E-grade evolution potion could further enhance Zhao Yin's E-grade evolutionary potential. Of course, if Zhao Yin couldn't get an E-grade evolution potion, he could still reach D-grade with the help of corpse crystals, but if the E-grade potential wasn't developed, then half of the evolution attributes would be lost. Zhao Yin subconsciously looked at Song Xiaodao next to him. As a mutated beast, the little monkey could only benefit this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's gaze and looked blankly at the small bottle in his hand. Although Zhao Yin had not explained post-apocalyptic knowledge to Song Xiaodao in the past 2 days, she had seen all of Zhao Yin's actions and vaguely knew that star crystals could yield very precious supplies and equipment, space rings could store items, corpse crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger, and Zhao Yin had the ability to form a contract with mutated beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked, full of anticipation. Zhao Yin raised his hand and tossed the evolution potion to her. Take it. You can only use it when I give you permission. Song Xiaodao took the potion bottle with surprise, holding it in her palm as if it were a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the vial, anything that could make Zhao Yin show such an expression must be extremely valuable. In fact, Song Xiaodao didn't realize that in the apocalypse, a single bottle of evolution serum was enough to buy the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Zhao Yin no longer bothered with Song Xiaodao. Holding the 3 star crystals dropped by the Zombie King, he took a few deep breaths, then crushed them all at once. Mountain Cleaving Saber, Grade D, Type Extraordinary Weapon, Durability 50, Attack 54, Additional Effect, Blade Speed plus 15. Heavy Armor, Grade D, Type Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Durability 60, Attack 39, Additional Effect, Stamina plus 20. Stealth Tent, Grade A, Type Extraordinary Mobile Shelter, Durability 430, Attack 0, Additional Effect, Stealth. As the 3 bursts of white light dissipated, Zhao Yin's breathing quickened. All 3 star crystals had yielded good items. 2 D-grade weapons and defensive equipment, and 1 A-grade mobile shelter. The rumors from his past life were indeed true. It was the star crystals that nurtured the Zombie Kings, and then, after being further nurtured by unknown energy within the Zombie Kings, the quality of the items inside the star crystals improved. An E-grade Zombie King yielded an A-grade item, so what could a higher grade Zombie King star crystals yield? S-grade? SS grade? Soon, Zhao shook off that thought. Encountering one zombie king had nearly cost him his life. Who knew what abilities even more powerful zombie kings possessed? As long as he was alive, Zhao firmly believed that with the memories of a reborn person and the SSS great ability he already possessed, he would eventually obtain everything he desired. Next, Zhao immediately put away all the items and was about to leave when he suddenly glimpsed a cold glint from the ox horn in the nearby mud. Zhao glanced at the buffalo with a single horn not far away and quietly picked up the broken horn. Although this ox horn was not an extraordinary weapon produced from a star crystal, in terms of hardness and sharpness, it was no less impressive than the D-grade weapon in Zhao Yin's hand. It could even pierce a large hole in the zombie king's abdomen. Zhao Yin had no use for it now, but how could such a good item be wasted here? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed to the distant village, where the small Western-style rural house they had lived in last night had collapsed. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Don't worry, we have a place to stay, Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. Having just eaten a sandwich and some extraordinary iced black tea, he didn't feel hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be starving. Zhao Yin didn't build a fire on the spot to cook chestnuts. He took the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, called the buffalo, and returned to the village. Crack! Zhao Yin took out the D-grade mountain cleaving saber he had just acquired. With one strike, the chestnut tree's trunk was severed at its base. The bare trunk crashed to the ground. Zhao Yin, why did you cut it down? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig out the roots. Zhao Yin commanded, Monkey, use your ability and get to work. Previously, the space in his spatial ring was insufficient, and Zhao Yin hadn't considered taking this chestnut tree with him. But now that he had contracted the buffalo, its massive size made it essentially a living, breathing large truck. The little monkey immediately activated its giant transformation ability, and its large hands quickly dug at the ground, its speed comparable to an excavator before the apocalypse. Within a few minutes, it had unearthed a massive root ball, over 3 meters in diameter. The little monkey strenuously moved the root ball out of the large pit. Zhao Yin snapped his fingers, old ox. The buffalo scurried over, its single eye fixed on Zhao Yin with great affection. From now on, you'll carry this root wherever we go. You are not to put it down without my command, Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. The buffalo nodded obediently, its mental voice rumbling, understood, master. Zhao Yin used his machete to cut off a section of the useless chestnut tree trunk, shaping one side to the buffalo's shoulder contour and leaving the other side flat, which he then fitted onto the buffalo's shoulder. He then stripped tattered clothes from a zombie, tore them into strips, twisted them into ropes, and secured the tree trunk to the buffalo's front elbow, creating a stable brace. Finally, Zhao Yin had the little monkey lift the root ball onto the brace and secured it further with ropes. From now on, as long as Zhao Yin watered the root ball with a bottle of extraordinary Nongfu Spring every 2 or 3 days, he could ensure its survival for 6 months, giving him time until he acquired a living space where he could plant it. Having completed everything, Zhao Yin found an open space and retrieved his invisibility tent. Gazing at the newly acquired great item, a flicker of anticipation appeared in Zhao Yin's eyes. He couldn't wait to test its effectiveness. In Zhao Yin's hand, the invisibility tent was like a palm-sized veil. With a thought, the tent swiftly floated up, then rapidly expanded. It continued to grow until it covered an area of 300 square meters, slowly descending. In an instant, it enveloped Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the 2 mutated beasts. The 2 mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao watched Zhao Yin's actions, all with expressions of shock. Zhao Yin felt as if he was inside a huge yurt, with exquisite fabric, a sky-blue canopy embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and circular fabric walls embroidered with mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Even the rugged, uneven wasteland had transformed into a smooth wool carpet. Zhao Yin, is this what you just got? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded, this is called the invisibility tent. With over 400 points of defense, there's nothing in this apocalypse that can breach it right now. Our safety has gained an additional layer of protection. Zhao Yin was in excellent spirits. After speaking, he stepped towards the tent's exit. Song Xiaodao quickly followed, the little monkey also hurried behind him, and finally, the buffalo, feeling it shouldn't be left out, also moved its four hooves to join them. Jiaoyin walked out of the tent, then turned to look back. It was still the same ruins, and then, a small figure appeared out of thin air. It was Song Xiaodao, who had just exited the tent, followed by the little monkey and the buffalo. If it weren't for the tent personally set up by Jiaoyin, even his powerful mental energy wouldn't have been able to detect the existence of the stealth tent. "Old ox, ram it, with all your might," Jiaoyin instructed, pointing at the tent. The water buffalo paused, looking at the seemingly empty space in front of it. Though it didn't understand much, it still activated its super strength ability. The water buffalo suddenly charged forward. Its master said to use its greatest strength, so it would show its master just how strong it was. With a thunderous crash, the water buffalo felt like it had hit an invisible wall and, due to the rebound, fell straight to the ground. Carrying several tons of weight, it slowly got back up after a long while. The little monkey watched the water buffalo with schadenfreude, while Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed at the invisible wall in front of her. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's lips. A mountain-splitting knife materialized in his hand, and he swung it forward with force. Bang! He struck with full power, his arm going numb from the shock, almost losing his grip on the knife. Within his perception, there wasn't even a scratch on the stealth tent. An A-grade item was indeed still so powerful. After testing the tent's defense, Jiaoyin led Song Xiaodao and the two mutated beasts back inside the tent. "Time to eat," Jiaoyin said. The two beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately gathered around, all looking eagerly at Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin took out 30 raw chestnuts, didn't bother roasting them, and directly gave 20 to the little monkey, but only 10 to the water buffalo. Favoritism was clearly evident. "Thank you, great, handsome, invincible, my most beloved master." The little monkey, seeing that the water buffalo had half as many chestnuts as itself, happily jumped around Jiaoyin. Monkeys are most vindictive, and it hadn't forgotten that the water buffalo almost killed its master. The water buffalo looked at the little monkey's chestnuts, then at its own, and the expression in its one eye immediately drooped. Inner voice: "Master is playing favorites. Little ox is very unhappy. If you want to be like the monkey, then work hard for me from now on," Jiaoyin reprimanded. "Also, don't you dare call yourself little ox. Go take a piss and look at how big you are. From now on, you're old ox, got it?" The water buffalo lowered its head, not daring to utter a sound. "Jiaoyin, what about mine?" Song Xiaodao quickly asked from the side. "Why didn't you give me any chestnuts?" Both mutated beasts had chestnuts. It seemed Jiaoyin had only forgotten her. Song Xiaodao subconsciously placed her hand on her chest, where a small roasted chestnut, which she hadn't finished last night, was hidden at her airport. Jiaoyin reached for her waist. The butterfly knife was tied to Song Xiaodao's waist with a tattered cloth strip. Jiaoyin snatched it and then sat down directly on the wool carpet. Jiaoyin took out a pile of chestnuts and stacked them in front of him. The blade sliced through the chestnut skin, immediately creating an opening. With a gentle rub of his fingers, the chestnut skin peeled off, revealing the golden yellow chestnut meat inside. A few minutes later, Jiaoyin had peeled over a dozen chestnuts. He then looked up at Song Xiaodao. "These chestnuts are all for you." "All for me?" Song Xiaodao's spirits immediately lifted. What she cared about wasn't how many chestnuts Jiaoyin gave her, but that Jiaoyin had actually personally peeled them for her. After the apocalypse, no one had ever treated her so well, except for her brother. Jiaoyin didn't notice the little girl's gaze. He said calmly, "Drink the potion I gave you before eating the chestnuts." "Okay." Happy, she didn't ask what kind of potion it was, picked it up, and gulped it down. Gulp! Song Xiaodao smacked her little lips and gasped, "Jiaoyin, that's delicious." "Yes, it's sweet and sour," Jiaoyin nodded. The next moment, Song Xiaodao's little face flushed instantly, and she stared at Jiaoyin with wide eyes. "No, My stomach hurts, Jiaoyin, what kind of potion is this?" "An F-grade evolution potion. It can unlock the hidden evolution genes in your body. If you endure it, you'll gain the same power as me. If you can't, you'll either die or become an idiot." Jiaoyin still spoke very calmly. "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Song Xiaodao complained. In just a few seconds, her complexion changed from red to white, then from white to green. Soon, sweat drenched the hair on her forehead, and her white t-shirt was also soaked, clinging tightly to her underdeveloped body. Song Xiaodao visibly grew thinner. Zhao Yin understood the pain of taking an evolution potion. He grabbed a chestnut. "Do you want me to feed you?" Song Xiaodao was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly remembered Zhao Yin feeding her leaves. She endured the pain, took the chestnut, and began to gnaw at it fiercely. Zhao Yin continued to peel chestnuts, eating one himself. During the process it was crisp and sweet. He calmly watched Song Xiaodao. In her previous life, she remained an ordinary person until her death. In this life, Zhao Yin gave her this opportunity. In this life, Zhao Yin doesn't keep idlers around. Even if he remembers her sacrifice for him in the previous life, that's all there is to it. He gave her the best he could offer. Whether she can grasp it depends on her. She either becomes a powerful assistant to him or dies. Song Xiaodao gnawed on the chestnuts, her small body trembling more and more violently, occasionally grunting through her nose, but she didn't stop eating. If she couldn't bear the pain and stopped, even for a minute, she would starve to death. Zhao Yin glanced at the remaining dozen or so chestnuts in front of him, then stopped peeling. These were enough for Song Xiaodao to last until her evolution ended. He began to organize the extraordinary supplies in his spatial ring. Today, he had killed 26 F-grade zombies and 1 E-grade zombie king. It was quite a haul. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 blocks of instant noodles for warmth, 3 pieces of healing sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits for energy, 2 cans of tuna to resist F-grade viruses, and only 1 bottle of iced tea that doubles attributes for an hour remained. The little monkey still had 1 bottle of iced tea. The original military uniform top was damaged, and a new one was unboxed today. In addition, 1 new mace and 1 new machete, and 1 E-grade women's suit. Zhao Yin was not prepared to use the extraordinary food and water easily. Last time, if he hadn't truly lacked food to support his evolution, he wouldn't have eaten a single bite. After collecting all the transcendent food, he began to organize his equipment. First, the spiked club that killed the zombie king would definitely go to the little monkey. This thing was too heavy. Zhao Yin was able to kill the zombie king earlier because he had doubled his strength after drinking the iced black tea. Although the little monkey's strength couldn't compare to Zhao Yin's current power, after activating its gigantification ability, its strength would double, making wielding it absolutely no problem. The D-grade mountaineering knife stats were no worse than the spiked club, but it was much lighter. Zhao Yin planned to keep it for himself. As a result, the Tang knife was naturally eliminated by Zhao Yin and given to the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left for Song Xiaodao, so she could continue to slice watermelons with it. Zhao Yin himself didn't like close-quarters combat. As for firearms and bows, Zhao Yin selected the best-maintained pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition, also intending it for Song Xiaodao. Everything else was put away. Next, there was D-grade heavy armor, E-grade women's suits, F-grade military jacket, and F-grade dress available for distribution. As for the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin didn't even consider allocating them. That was his essential artifact for escaping and preserving his life. How could he give it to someone else? The heavy armor, overall, looked like something from the Qin and Han dynasties, made of a pitch-black transcendent metal. Zhao Yin estimated it weighed at least 100 to 200 caddies, 50 to 100 kilograms. He could wear it himself, but it would be very strenuous and would reduce his combat effectiveness. Therefore, Zhao Yin also planned for the little monkey to use it. One could imagine the scene, after the little monkey activates its gigantification ability, wearing an indestructible armor, wielding a spiked club, it would rampage through the zombie horde, invincible, slaying powerful zombies one after another for him, collecting star crystals. Zhao Yin wiped his drool, finally remembering that he should give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He himself could wear at most 2 shirts. Wearing more would hinder his movement. The military jacket had to be worn on the outside. The newly acquired E-grade women's suit stats were incomparable to the dress. So, the dress was prepared for Song Xiaodao, who had been eyeing it for a long time. After Zhao Yin finalized the distribution, he turned to check on Song Xiaodao. She had finished all the freshly peeled chestnuts and had already fallen unconscious, needing at least 5 or 6 hours to wake up. He changed into the equipment he needed for himself and divided the equipment meant for the little monkey and Song Xiaodao into two piles. Then Zhaoying called the little monkey over. Monkey, this heavy armor and spiked club are both degrade. They are the best equipment I have. I originally intended to keep them for myself to save my life, but considering I raised you from a tiny infant, I'll give them all to you. The little monkey's eyes widened, staring blankly at the heavy armor and spiked club Zhaoying pointed to. It clearly remembered that the terrifying zombie king was killed by its master with that spiked club. It had never expected that its usually stingy master would actually give it such a formidable weapon. This heavy armor is the real deal. Defensive gear is harder to come by than weapons. 60 points of sturdiness, only slightly inferior to that zombie king. Wear it, and even armor-piercing rounds will struggle to harm you. Zhaoying added. The little monkey looked up at Zhaoying, tears welling in its eyes from gratitude. Master, you're too good to me. You should wear this heavy armor yourself. It looked at its master, who was only wearing a military jacket with a pink women's suit underneath, and almost burst into tears. I said it's for you, so it's for you. Put it on and go out to kill zombies right now. Don't come back before dark. Zhaoyin's face showed a hint of stern authority, righteous and imposing. Bring back all the star crystals and corpse crystals to me. Before Song Xiaodao woke up, how could he let the little monkey remain idle? With this set of D-grade equipment, every minute and every second of the little monkey's time would be worth corpse crystals and star crystals. As the little monkey was leaving, Zhaoying thought for a moment and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu spring water, and a sandwich. Zhaoying instructed, you can eat chestnuts if you're hungry. This bottle of Nongfu spring is enough for your daily water intake, so you don't need to bring other supplies. However, the sandwich and the bottle of iced black tea I gave you are life-saving items. Do not use them lightly unless it's a critical moment. The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Although it was very tempted by the extraordinary food, it was now influenced by Zhaoying and understood the preciousness of extraordinary food, saving it whenever possible. Extraordinary defensive equipment could change size freely to fit the wearer's body. After putting on the heavy armor, the little monkey, which had not yet activated its abilities, struggled greatly, dragging its mace and slowly exiting the tent. Inside the invisible tent, silence fell. Only Zhaoying, the unconscious Song Xiaodao, and the old ox remained. Master, I want to earn merits too. The old ox rumbled in its mind. As Zhaoyin's contract beast, the little monkey had a mace, heavy armor, and even extraordinary food and water. The old ox was incredibly envious. You also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me? Zhaoying turned and asked. The old ox lowered its head and looked at its front hooves. It had no problem killing zombies, but even if it killed them, it had no hands to help dig out corpse crystals and star crystals. Master, Old Ox is willing to kill zombies for you, but Old Ox has a big secret to tell you, the buffalo conveyed in its mind. Zhaoying was slightly surprised. A big secret? There seemed to be a secret hidden within this buffalo. It had only been a few days since animals started mutating en masse, yet it had already evolved to E-grade, even faster than the little monkey following Zhaoying. There was definitely something amiss. Before, Old Ox almost harmed you, Master, because of this secret. The story starts with how I became enemies with that group of zombies. This buffalo was not the plowing ox Zhaoying had imagined, nor did it live in this village before the apocalypse. It was just a beef cattle acquired by a slaughterhouse in Guangzhou City, artificially ripened with technology and harsh methods at a cattle farm. In reality, it had just turned 1 year old. In the slaughterhouse, it watched its companions being killed one by one, their hides still livingly cut open and water injected into their muscles before they were finally turned into various beef products. That kind of scene made it live in terror every day. It had long hated humans in its heart, but there was nothing it could do. Finally, late one night over a month ago, it was also led into the production workshop. It thought it was going to die. But it didn't expect the meteor shower to arrive. The production workshop collapsed, and the water buffalo was crushed under the ruins. Fortunately, the slaughtering frame provided support, leaving it some space to survive. At the same time, there were a few stomachs left by slaughtered cows nearby, containing a lot of hay residue and water. The water buffalo struggled for a month, and then a few days ago, on the verge of death, it suddenly regained its strength and crashed through the workshop ceiling above its head. And walked into this apocalypse. The first thing the water buffalo saw were the butchers from earlier days, all transformed and wandering through the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The water buffalo didn't know what was going on. In its anger, it charged and knocked them all down, trampling them with its iron hooves until they were minced meat. It discovered its strength was incredibly powerful, and it went on a mad killing spree. Slowly, it finally understood that these humans seemed to have turned into another kind of monster, and their strength was also gradually increasing. Slowly, the water buffalo also began to get injured during its killing sprees. When encountering large hordes of zombies, it could only avoid them. When thirsty, it would look for dirty water to drink, and when hungry, it would eat freshly sprouted grass shoots. Until 2 days ago, the water buffalo accidentally stumbled into that industrial park and discovered a shrub with 2 bright red fruits on it. Even from a distance, the water buffalo could smell the fragrance. That peculiar fragrance still fascinated the water buffalo to this day. It only ate one at the time, and its entire body was overcome with severe pain, eventually collapsing and losing consciousness. When it woke up, it found its strength had increased significantly, and it had gained an iron armor ability. The water buffalo became confident again and prepared to eat the remaining fruit, but unexpectedly, the industrial park's overlord, the zombie king, suddenly appeared. So, the buffalo and the zombie started a great battle. In the end, the water buffalo, injured, fled to the outskirts, which is where it met Zhaoyin last night. At that time, the water buffalo had smelled the leaves of the chestnut tree from afar. It just felt that the chestnut tree leaves had some similarities to that shrub, so it started eating them and found that they could actually heal its injuries. The water buffalo knew that Zhaoyin had taken down the leaves, and because of this, it ultimately chose not to kill Zhaoyin. After its injuries healed, it left, preparing to return to the industrial park to reclaim the remaining fruit.